game. Get in your lane, stay in your lane. Wait, this ain't a game. Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same. Put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it. Look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That winner's degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in a few, might land in a tomb. I'm leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G League, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm notched up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today, 'cause we don't do this every day, and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
Yeah, motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one-up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me, I'm the chosen. yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. To a monster. I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me, things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name, see them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame, only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing, no legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. It's now or never. I'm in it to win it like Mike Jordan. Better run out for cover when I walk in. There are no limits to my calling. Going straight to the top like I've been boarding. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot like my hands on the rifle.
couple of reporters reporting, firing line with the red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. And taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo! It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never.
You're stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe, no time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind, take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side, let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy.
man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I paid that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know I'm a pro. Didn't know I'm in the zone. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I paid that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know I'm a pro. Didn't know I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals. Whoa, doing my thing, got the blinders on. Filling my stack, yeah, high and long. Time is on, I am a bomb. Golden touch, got the Midas on. Man, I don't play, I'm on the way. Beast mode, King Kong coming today. Obstacles try delay, crush that, we don't just do okay. Hey, on a wave, from the cave to main stage. I'm about to engage. Raise the price of my wage. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I paid that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know I'm a pro. Didn't know I'm in the zone. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I paid that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know I'm a pro. Didn't know I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals. Whoa. My wage. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I paid that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know I'm a pro. Didn't know I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals. Whoa.
VCT EMEA 2025.
Hello, and welcome to the final day of the VCT Ascension EMEA group stage, at the end of which we will have whittled down the competition to just 4 teams, which will fight for a spot in the big league in the Ascension playoffs in just a few days from now. Now, joining me today to break it all down for y'all are the ever so lovely Kakuka and Haza JC. How's everyone doing after the continued OT Map 3 groups gauntlet the past 4 days? You guys must be exhausted.
Yeah, doing good though, hanging in there. And I feel like Naruto right now. I got the power and the pink headband, and we're ready to dive into the final day. I can't wait.
Yeah, it's definitely been some very long days, but it just, I think it's good for the competition that gotten into this stage of, you know, battling against different regions, that the level still stays this high. There's some dominance in some of the parts, some surprises as well, and that's what we're here for.
Also, why did I not get the pink memo? Is that a thing?
So technically you did. It's Wednesday, and on Wednesdays we were pink.
Okay.
It's okay,
well,
you can sit with us because it's you.
Okay, I can sit with the cool kids. I'm thrilled about that because the cool kids got the wrinkly brains, which will break it all down for us. Let's take a look at our updated standings, because this one requires a lot of wrinkles in the brain, quite frankly. We see the obvious ones, which are already out. MOUZ, SAW, and Barca we had to say goodbye to. CGN is locked. Pacific is locked. Now in Group A, there's some math involved there, but to make it very, very simple, if GN win, they have a shot. Apex, if they win, they have a shot. Desire, well, there's a lot of math involved in this one, and we'll keep you updated as we go along throughout the day. A lot will depend on tiebreakers, and so forth and so forth. Now, Group B is a little bit more simple. If Joblife win as much as one map, they are second in their group and locked. For MOUZ, unfortunately, even the most dominant victory today won't get them through. And yeah, though, that said, if MOUZ are dominant and not drop a map, then the Ultimate have a chance to get through. So, yeah. The Ultimate fans will of course be rooting for MOUZ today. I am very excited for this. Let's actually take a look at the schedule here. Kakuka, which of these matches are you most excited for?
I mean, I have to say that even though Saw and Barca are already out of contention of making it to playoffs, I want to see them get a win. In one side, I want Pacific to make it flawlessly and just have the Turkish squad just have the easiest time ever. But for especially the side of Barca, they've come so close to almost getting the wins, to even close things out in 2-0 fashion. But they've always gone to that third map, and they've never been able to close a best of 3 in their favor in the entirety of groups. Today, they have the chance of changing that up. Some people might think it's about the pressure or how that can get to you. Well, today there's none. Like, you're already out. You can only think about your performance and the market that you're going to leave in all of the viewers and possible scouters for next year.
Indeed. Well, just yesterday, we did see Pacific locking their spot as our first team to lock it into the playoffs. And it was a very, very impressive performance. Flawless in the group stage thus far. We had a chance to get him for a post-game interview, but due to tech issues, that did not happen. So we run it back this morning and picked up where we left off yesterday with Loida. So have a look at this. Loida, I'm so glad you can join us today, as we unfortunately did not manage to make it work yesterday right after your game. But first things first, of course, congratulations. You and the team qualified as the first team to the playoffs. So how do you feel about that? Was there a big relief within the team?
There's a big relief, and to be honest, we were so happy. Like, I cannot describe that feeling. Everyone should feel that feeling. We are so happy. We worked so hard to come here, and it's finally paying off. We are happy.
Yeah, it's paying off. I mean, you worked hard, and it's definitely shown, right? Like, it looked well rehearsed. It looked like you really had set strats for every map that you played, for every opponent that you played. And that's why we got to see such dominant performances. I mean, you ended your series yesterday with absolute dominance on Lotus, which was very reminiscent of what we've seen you do on this very map against the Ultimates as well, earlier already in the groups, showing us some different looks as well there with the Phoenix on Ascent. Great adaptations to, make that work for you without a KO on the server. Who's drafting your playbook? How is your team structured in that way? Because you have so many young players.
Yeah, to be honest, our IGL and our coaches doing all the stuff. I don't know what we are doing. They're just doing things, and I'm just playing my game. I don't know why we played Phoenix in Ascent, to be honest. But yeah, it really worked out well.
Okay, full trust in the coaches and the IGL. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
I love that. If it works, it works. Actually, we heard from the player Kamik from Joblife prior to losing to you yesterday that he thinks that you guys being such a young team might actually be a disadvantage, that you might not have, the expertise to recover from losing momentum in a map, that you might lose confidence after dropping rounds. Who's keeping the mental in check in your team? Who's making sure that everyone just stays focused and positive?
To be honest, we are most of the time fully motivated and positive, but our player Larok is the hyper. All the time hyping us when we lose, when we give eco or something very stupid things happens in the map, but he hype us all the time. He's the hyper.
So, the hype man, right on. Now, if we're looking at your team, I think a lot of people expected to see how esports potentially representing your region here. Did that add pressure? Do you feel as a team you want to prove to everyone that you are the better representative? Is that extra motivation?
To be honest, we don't feel any pressure. We can. Yeah, we want to. We want to represent our best, but there is no pressure for us.
No pressure. That's good though. you know, players perform best if there is not so much pressure. How do you feel you stack up against the competition in the playoffs? Which teams do you think are going to make it?
I think in our group, Job Life going to make it, and other group, I think Apex and CGN going to make it. CGN already make it, but I think Apex going to make it.
Right on. How do you feel you're going to fare against teams from the other group that you haven't played against yet?
To be honest, like, I just know Apex, we practice a lot. The other teams we played against Barça, I guess, yeah. But I don't fear any of them.
That's good. No fear, full confidence in you and the team. You love to hear it. Loida, thank you so much for taking the time to chat, and we can't wait to see you again.
Thanks. Goodbye.
That was Loida from Pacific. What a lovely person. I really enjoyed chatting to him. And I love to hear the confidence that he has in himself and the team, and also in the coaching staff, of course, that they just make those calls, make those decisions about the compositions they're running. And he's just like full sending it, full faith. You love to hear it.
I mean, it's a Turkish team. I believe that they've set the tone in the previous years, and I absolutely love that it's escalating this much, that it has not reached the ceiling, and it doesn't look like it's going to reach it anytime soon.
It's crazy how young these guys are as well. Like, you're talking about a guy who's 16 with that kind of maturity in the interview as well, and the way that they play in the server. I can't see much stopping them at this point.
I mean, 16, and they started at like 14 years old or whatnot, like to make their way into this competitive environment. So quite frankly, when I was 14, 15, 16, I was still learning the alphabet. So yeah, they're way ahead of the curve. Now, if we're looking at our first match of the day, we're going to see Desire take on Go next. This is going to be a good one. I want to talk about Desire first. They fought really, really hard for their dub yesterday. Kakuka Haza, you guys actually casted this 3-map banger. Give us the TLDW, I guess, who long didn't watch. How did they get the edge, Kakuka?
I mean, at the beginning, starting off on Ascent, things were not looking good. I think that Barca had a very clear idea of how they wanted to play their defense. And we started to think, oh my God, Desire is going to leave without a single win. How can they bring it back? And it was on Haven. The composition and individual prowess of every single one of the players on this map was on a different level. They set the tone for the rest of the best of 3. And do not get me wrong, this went the distance. This ended up closing up on an OT here in Sunset, in which any of the teams could have gotten the win, but it's happy to see that Desire make it to their final day with still a chance.
Yeah, like you say, it was that story of the second half. Coming into the game against Barca, they were averaging 2 rounds per second half, which is crazy. Yeah, they bounced back on Haven, Sunset 11-3, and it's Barca that hit map point first. You were worrying that the same issues were going to come back to haunt them, but no, they exercised their demons. They've given themselves half a chance coming into the final day, and that's what it's all about.
It is indeed. A player who made quite a splash already in last year's Ascension for this team is Tag, and yesterday he once again stepped it up, Hazza.
Yeah, he absolutely did. We're talking about a guy here who, when we interviewed him in the post-match, says that he set his eyes on Fnatic. He wants to be in EMEA next year, and whether he gets that offer or not is obviously completely different. But if he keeps playing this way, I don't see a reason why not. Honestly, they were in Milan a couple of years ago, actually, the Fnatic team, and the experience that he's built up over the last few years, being around players like that, just feeding off of the elder players in this roster as well, I think really showed, because you're talking about a huge third map performance when we were worried that some of the youngsters in this team would maybe run out of steam as the game went on, but that was not the case at all. He turned up when it was needed most, and that's what he said yesterday as well, that the pressure is something that they thrive off of.
I am still like very surprised, right? Because yesterday with the performance, with getting the win, and as you're saying, Hazza, when we went into the interview, he was so happy about it. They understand that their situation to make it out of groups is complicated, but it is not impossible. A lot of things have to happen for them to make it, but he seemed really on it. He was like, we needed this win. Now I feel like they can see everything happening. We were discussing how them having a flawless year in their region might take a toll on their performance once it comes interregionally, and probably it has, but it's so good that they finally got their first win right before their last match.
Yeah, I mean, you're making a great point there. A 1-year winning streak in their league, in their respective league, and then they're coming here and they're just losing one match after another. That surely takes a toll. And that's something not every team and not every player is able to actually bounce back from. Now, if you're looking at the other side, Go Next, I mean, they had a much better start to their groups than Desire. They were going undefeated until just yesterday. Frankly, their match against CGN, that was a bit of a beatdown. 13-6 is the score in favor of CGN on both of their maps. What gives, Haza? What went wrong?
I think it's an issue that GoNext had before. Slow starts have always been an issue with these guys. They haven't won an opening map so far this event, and it kind of snowballed from that point onwards. To look at Bind specifically, they were the only team in their region to beat Ascend, who were considered to be the best Bind team there. But we saw the same happen in the grand final against Diamant. They lost 13-2. They were blindsided by the choice. CGN, we always know to be a bit of an acquired style, and with them being such a polar opposite to Pacific, but both now locked for playoffs, something that teams are going to have to be aware of is how exactly you read your opponent. And for GoNext, that takes a little bit of time sometimes.
Yeah, and I see,
Yeah, I mean,
sorry, go on. Sorry.
No, you go. No, please.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say that, especially during day one and watching Alexei and the impact that he was having, seeing how good Mini was. Like, I'm thinking about that matchup against Barca. I was watching 3 streams at the same time, and I literally just catch on Mini winning a 1v5 on Icebox. Like, that is... Definitely, that's going to take a mental toll on the side of Barca, but also for themselves. I feel like they have the individual prowess. They have a lot of personal experience. Like Zeke is there. Let's not forget about that. And they have a lot of edge. So coming in today, they just must be hungry. They had a 1-day break before their matchup yesterday. Probably, as we were saying, maybe a little bit cold, not starting off on the map strong. They have a chance to change that when it matters the most.
Yeah, I mean, to maybe give their fans a little glimmer of hope there. CGN did throw them quite some curveballs, starting with the map vetoes and then also, of course, with the agents they played. So maybe that played into it. We don't know. Here are now, of course, our map vetoes. GN banning Bind after their 13-6 beatdown yesterday. Yeah, can't blame them for that. Desire...
Abyss.
Yeah, Abyss. Well, we haven't seen them on that map, so that makes a lot of sense. Of course... find out what GN is going to pick for this one first.
Oh, ooh. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is
a choice which makes loads of sense
against them, but I think it makes sense. If you have something prepared and you think that you can find a weakness in the other team, this is the moment to exploit it, because obviously both of you won't make it through this. But this is a map that Desire has not played a lot, I believe like a couple of times in the entire year, so I can understand what GN wants to do here.
100%.
Right.
And look, if Desire can bring something out with the picks on Lotus, I think that's what it's all about. You look at this being a map which they haven't lost in the last 100 days until they came into that Apex game. They got a 13-1 record this year. They do struggle when you throw those new ideas at them, though, and it was that deadlock which caught them off guard.
Now, Desire picking Icebox. I feel like both of the teams have fairly good stats, recent stats on Icebox, so I'm pretty sure GN is not going to be too unhappy about this one either.
Yeah, and I want to think about this Icebox, right? Like Desire going for this, a map that they have not played in Ascension, and they have not played that much. I mean, as we say, like playing the best of ones, of course, limits the amount of time that you play a map during the entire year. But this is a very good testing ground for them, because even though GoNext won this map against Barca, there were situations like losing a 5v1 that went on their favor, you know?
Yeah, and something else to mention as well is Icebox for Desire. It's a map where they've had to reinvent themselves coming into the second split. They failed to win it first time around, and well, a bit of a deviation here for GoNext, but I'm liking Mini on the Cypher. He played this one before, and with them starting on the attack side as well, something that I really want to focus on here is how much information they can collect with this comp. You've got the drone, you've got the recon. If Mini can get some extra value from the lurks perhaps as well, with the global trips being up, I think that could be huge.
Yeah, and Apex was extremely strong when they started on the defense here. Definitely something that Desire can look into. But the compositions are different. I want to see how Waki is going to be playing on that Viper. I think that he's going to be immensely important for this one.
Yeah, going to be very interested to see how this is going to pan out. So for all the action, let's send it over to our caster, Cairo and Steel.
Thank you very much, Desk. Steel, it is now crunch time. A lot of permutations, but at the end of the day, the key thing is just to win. How are you feeling about this first map of Lotus?
I think it's going to be interesting. I love the just win. Honestly, that's pretty much all people have to do. But as it has touched on, Desire usually pretty good in that first opening half, and then kind of teeter off towards the end of not necessarily the second half of the game, but like just the second half of the each half. So if they start an attack, they'll do well in those first few rounds and then fall off. So I want to see if they're able to keep that momentum all the way through like we saw yesterday. Yeah, and I feel as if on these 3-site maps, it's always momentum based. So starting off on Lotus, are you feeling like that this is going to be one where you have to get the pistol rounds and just keep rolling with that? Definitely pistol round to start is going to be very important. Is it going to be the utmost importance? I'm not sure because, hey, anything can happen. But what we need to look at is how the teams are going to be able to respond to, technical pauses and seeing if they can get their mice plugged back in. That is going to be the first real test. Yeah, it's always good to get things started off with a technical pause. It's always good. Yeah, I guess, but the key thing is, though, we said it there, you just need to win, right, at the simple and most basic terms. But when you actually look at the greater picture, how do you deal with the pressure being in a situation where, yes, the fate is in your hands, but one slip-up and that could be your full year done? You just need to play it round by round. That's all you have to do. Like, if you go in thinking about the stakes, thinking about everything that's going on, then you're not focused on the right things that you should be focusing on, which is what is my job in this round, and then do that same thing every round and kind of normalize winning. Just make it the same day in the office type of speak. And I mean, when I look at how these comps play out and looking at how the teams are going to try to approach the map, this is Lotus. We see the double controller on one side, but we see the neon with the breach on the other side, starting on that attack. It's a very different approach to the map that we're going to see, a style clash. And one of the things I note specifically is the fact that we got a neon in the attack, but there's no Cypher with tripwires on the defense. It's going to be that Killjoy to defend against it. So it's all about positioning and teamwork and how they want to approach these things, because for Desire right now, the strength needs to be in their retakes, and I don't know if I've seen that from them yet. So that's going to be the thing I look for the most. Well, already we're going straight deep in towards C-site and tag, not really wanting to deal with much of anything, and as you say, strength in the retakes, and Desire, they're already setting themselves up for that steal. That Viper utility is over on that A site, so it's going to be just a gunfight in spawn. What? Yeah, they just went for it. Desire well aware of any push further forward, and now Bold, the IGL captain, having to try and get something for Go Next. I mean, 10 HP in a classic. Not much is going to work out there. And, well, we can see Go Next. They knew that they had the site, and they tried to go a bit further and punished for it. Okay, so when you look at this, you're wondering, why did the attackers push into spawn like that? When you're against a team that's playing a full retake like that, you think they have a plan in mind, that you don't want to let them execute their plan, so take the fight to them, don't let them get set up. But they didn't, like, Desire weren't even put to the test. That wasn't even a retake. That was just like, oh, you pushed into us, cool, we're going to hold this, like, this is the site now. Yeah, key point, exactly. On top of that, like, it's the whole, like, Mike Tyson thing, right? Everyone has a game plan till you're punched in the face. Desire. Love that. You're the first one to hit the blow. A little bit of a info gathering from that A side on Mini while they grab that orb on C, but no real opening here for Go Next, so they're going to go next, open that door, and see what else they can really get the opportunity to go with right now. At C site, because that rotation of that door, the Viper actually leaves. The Killjoy's all alone. Tog has a big, tall task ahead of him if that's where Go Next decides to go. I hate the amount of puns that I can make with this right now, so I'm just gonna stop myself right there.
It's so easy right now for Desire to lean heavily towards the seaside. Still, like the passive control, the control that they have through Caden and Philo. Finally, the execute coming in, and I mean the better weaponry is what bails out Wacky there, even though he's stunned up. Back to this retake setup here for Desire.
Yep, with that 5 versus 4 and the gun advantage right now, it should be an easy cleanup for Desire as long as they go through the motion step by step. Starting with that smoke from Caden and a paranoia to follow up. They got the paint shells and the C's as well. Once they combo that, that's go time.
Well, here it is, straight in, flashes to delay, and it's all about buying time and perhaps buying some bodies to go in their favour. But when the players come in and the guns start firing, it does feel as if it is going to go one way, although somehow Profec keeping it competitive. Bold now, just trying to stop them getting onto the spike, right clicks and getting damaged up. It should be easy as defusing. There's a couple of rifles to get picked up in Desire. Well, managed to get that over the line.
These rounds are kind of interesting. That was a really good response from Go Next. They had a 4-on-5 with Classics, but they made that really close. That perfect timing with the abilities, specifically the aftershock from the breach to stall the defense from coming out, that you can see all the pieces of utility, the paranoia, the C's, the paint shells, all these abilities being used by the defense, but they're still not even going to get past that spawn choke point because of that aftershock. That was beautiful and very expensive.
Scanning ahead.
Feel as if
I look towards this round.
Go on.
It's the same setup from Desire. They're going to take that A space with that Filu Caden combo, and then they're going to overstack that C site area. But I want to see them actually try to defend the site this time instead of falling back to spawn and playing the retake.
With such a deep alarm bot though, you have to feel that tag will be playing for the retake, and you can already see the adaptations which Go Next want to do, right? They're already starting to send the Sova back elsewhere, and imagine this is them starting to play the macro game, start to condition other areas of the map, and maybe fake out that they're not going C.
It's a little bit of info on Filu, but only one spotted player on the defense side. So another layer potentially from Go Next, or just a Sova lurk as the main hit comes towards C. So Desire needing to figure out how to deal with this pressure from the side as a site is now compromised. The spike's going to get planted in a few seconds here, but still a bonus round for Desire.
See how they really want to get the spike planted, but they've caught players coming back in. Wacky's got a brilliant molly off, but Mini still keeps Go Next one to the good. Back in towards main is where they'll play this post plant. Some utility like a paranoia and smokes will really make this difficult for Go Next, especially if they are trying to play for that main spot. Zeke gets another. Wacky though has rifles at his feet. Or sorry, Caden has rifles at his feet, but it's the Bulldog he opts for. Finally looking for a chance to get a one-on-one, and will get it now against Profec to convert the bonus. Desire will get it done. A big round for them to keep the momentum on the defense going.
That's a huge round for them. This was on the back of a bonus round, and you have to keep in mind, on round 2, they actually lost a lot of weapons there. They had to use, in this round, a couple of pistols, including this Sheriff that Wacky got, and this combo with the paint shells and that vulnerability from that Viper's molly. That was huge, crucial to be able to get them in here, and Caden topping it off with the 1 versus 2. That's going to set Desire in a really good position here to be able to get those first string of rounds, those 5-6 rounds that we know them to get. It's after that point when the other team adjusts to them, what do they have in store?
And it creates that conundrum, right, for Go Next. Can we really go C? Because they've tried 2 different ways of playing the post plan. The second time more similar to the third as well. Straight in B now. And well, we're getting a showstopper from Filu. Remember, this is more of a half-buy from Go Next. An immediate pivot through in towards C. But yeah, you've also got to be looking at Alexic in the backlines.
They know about him, though. They're looking for him. They're trying to flush him out, figure out where he is before they can go for the next thing, which would be that retake on C. So if Alexic can find a timing here, a gap.
Oh, it's not going to work his way, though. a Rolling Thunder to try and set them up. So that's another ultimate that doesn't go their way. Sure, time is working against Desire, but the bodies are certainly in their favour. Look, they've left actually Wacky to hold on and maybe come back in through Waterfall as a late play, and it has worked out. Here we go. The last player remaining known about Bold. I don't think he wants anything to do with this. We'll let the spike be defused and we'll save the rifle that he's picked up.
And we're starting now to see the snowball effect for the side of Desire getting that showstopper on Philo. Yes, it's against low mixed buy, but still some threatening weapons on the board for Go Next. So showstopper taking out the sole Vandal on the team, and Alexic looking for a gap. All he found though was a bullet instead, and Desire builds that lead. And I don't think Go Next, as they take this time out here, have to be sad about necessarily, like, they're getting into the site for free, but it's that post plan that's converting the round. Starting with that pistol round, they push in a spawn, it doesn't work. Then they try a more passive approach. They almost make it work, but it doesn't. Then they try a different approach. Still, they come down to 2-on-1, they lose that one. They're really close. They're getting into sight, they're getting the value that they want. It's the closing moments that they're not getting. So Desire just edging them out slightly at the moment.
I mean, we are a third of the way through the rounds, and for every single round that we've had here, Steel, it has been a finish on C. Do you not feel though that Desire, they're almost playing into Desire's game plan? Sure, they're getting the site for free, but the way Tag's playing it, it's so passive and hardly like playing for any gunfights that like it's not working in Go Next's favour at all.
What Go Next could try to do is to put pressure on A early, to try to make them use seized and paint shells so that it's not available for the retake on C. But right here, it looks like a complete pace change that they want to go into A here, and a paint shell seized combo could be disastrous.
Went for behind rubble, using the drone first. Go Next not really wanting to try an explosive take out of the choke either, and I mean, then you start to see the utility come through from Desire now in terms of delay and stopping people getting back out into the space.
This is tough now with that Viper's Pit down on C and no drone to clear them out. It really limits the options, but you can already tell right here they're trying to set up some sort of play where they want to re-clear A and use it potentially as a fake to be able to split through B. I'm looking at the breach position with that spike, but this is going to be tough to break through, especially if you miss your dart.
Yeah, Alexic's taking contact as well, and Philo straight in with the first entry. Desire so far have got everything down to a T. They try to break out of B. I mean, it's just stall on stall. After the timeout, not going their way at all.
Not at all, indeed.
Oh.
It's gone from bad to worse, huh?
I mean, spike down.
30 seconds left.
Caden's just holding this. This should be easy enough to get. It should be. 20 seconds remaining. You're probably feeling that this round is starting to probably be a save for Go Next. I mean, missing out on your darts, the pressure maybe getting from Go Next already. Like, it's simple things like utility that can completely go against Go Next. And what a start so far from the Italian side of Desire.
This is... They're gonna get hunted down.
Yeah.
Can they lit? What?
Ah, that's tough.
They both go down. Oh, it's just like as you think that's as bad as it could be, and then it's somehow worse and worse and worse. The setup here, the crossfire, once Go Next doesn't have that A site space, those players that are defending that A lobby entrance, the first position they move to is that blue door. They set up that high-low double hold firing squad, and into the crosshairs Go Next go.
I think this is the first time that we've actually seen a little bit of disrespect shown to everything that Desire have been trying to do in terms of actually just sending it straight in. But there's a reason why you need to respect Desire, and that's exactly it. Philo and Waddle combining the utility even better. Oh, Go Next, what can you actually do? That will be at a bare minimum, even on the half, if there is to be a Go Next comeback.
This is just so tough. The thing with Go Next right now is that they're shying away from the C site stuff, and they were getting in C.
Yeah.
All they have to do is add us a layer to deal with that retake. And that could be in the form of a B lurker. It could be in the form of baiting out their utility on A first, then going C. But right now, they're almost desperately just running it down at A, just trying to make anything work at this point.
Overdrive is available for Alexic, and remember, only on a classic. It's when Desire come back in, things get worrying. The ultimate's up and available for both sides, and the Paranoia plays to perfection. Sure, you get the first entry kill, go next, but the next three go Desire's way on towards B. Feels as if they're knocking at every door, and every single time there's not an answer.
The alarm bot will reveal their positions. 2 versus 4, 1 HP on Zeke. But Desire, no, they have this advantage. All they have to do is stick together, and they're good. And Caden might also invest his ultimate here on this retake just to get information, as if he's a Prowler or a Haunt or something, to get information on where their attackers are.
I think Minnie's made the right play. He needs to try and get something back, right? Hoping that there's only 1 or 2, but as he turns this corner, there's going to be at least 3. Oh, he's got 2 though, and made this doable. At least that's if Zeke was on full HP. He's hoping that he can probably catch both players off guard, and absolutely nothing hits him. A player that's been towards the highest heights of Valorant, managed to do it on the biggest stages, and he won't be able to do it here. Advantage taken for Desire, a flawless half so far.
It's been actual flawless 7-0 right now. And go next, they've already used 1 timeout just to talk about what's going on. And since that moment, everything's been a shifted focus from C towards A, and A hasn't been working either. And it was almost like it was an overreaction, an overcompensation to what was actually going on. And Desire, they've been playing the same starter round. If you go back and watch the start of every single round, it looks exactly like this every single time. And Go Next just afraid of ghosts at this point, but now decide, you know what? Why are we so afraid of C? We were winning there. Let's go back.
Such a deep alarm bot once again. Imagine this will quickly go off and be dealt with. Look towards the reaction on site. It's no longer actually dipping out here still. They're both wanting to play together. The Molly's
before
already.
the drone?
Yeah, exactly. And before any sort of utility, lockdown online, they leave the site and force Go Next to go elsewhere on towards B. That should be a quick pivot for the A players and the ones that were playing in Warball. The spam going their way. Showstopper not quite hitting, but certainly the rifles are. It's Waddle combining with the rest of the teammates. Spike in no man's land, and Mini 41 points of health. What can you do with this and 3 players bearing down on you? I mean, it's just trying to buy a lottery ticket. Mini spamming left, right and centre towards key points in the site, but there's absolutely no one there.
This is so tough for Mini with 41 HP, even with a kill and getting that hat off to confirm the info on the other 2. With 32 seconds left, this is such a tough crossfire to break through. He's going to try to go for it, but to no avail. This is looking so tough for Go Next. It's almost as if they're on 2 different pages there. Sova isn't normally a pick that we're seeing too often on Lotus these days. We're seeing a lot of fade picks. We're not even seeing Breach that often anymore. The double controller is really taking supreme, but right now they're calling that second timeout. They need to find some rounds going out of this first half if they want to be able to make this comeback. So burning that second timeout and their last one until overtime just to string together a few rounds here. Again, going C isn't the problem. It's how they go C. This time, the Neon's running in. The drone's not even cleared any angle yet, and there's no backup, no reinforcements, no layered flash, no second person to come and trade. So it looks very disjointed. It's almost as if Go Next is falling apart as opposed to just making a different plan. Like, oh, let's do a different look.
And I feel as if on top of that, like something certainly within my experience within Tier 2, these Neon comps on Lotus, the biggest problem that I always find is the disconnection between the initiators and the Neon, like being so far ahead of the utility that it is such an easy trade. I don't know about your experience in Tier 1, but like, is this just something that needs to happen in terms of like how they're combining with one another? Is there anything that they can do to reset and just go back to the fundamentals?
If this is a quick round, I will try to tell you after, because it's looking like a C opening, and that's a fake Omen teleport just to pull the rotation off so they can hit C. It could be so many things though. It could be, yeah, we're seeing Kaden clearing out the spawn because of that threat. It looks like an early timing on C right now.
Oh, Wacky, oh my god, man. Like, you want to get excited for Go Next, but you just can't. Sheriffs, sure, like, but it's spam through a smoke. It's not even like head-on gunfights. Go Next heading, sticking around for the orb to drop, but then you just layer it up with the Omen. More lines of sight being denied, and Go Next is another 2 entries lost.
You have to keep in mind, whose map pick is this? It's Go Next, right?
Yeah.
You're 0, potentially 9 down on your map pick to start off the series. Locked out.
Hadis on for it. Go on, Wacky. Get it, mate. It's teed up for you. He'll get it. It will be 9 for Desire, 5 for Wacky. Go Next without a reply. This is becoming deafening so far.
Yeah, so it's so hard to really diagnose exactly what's going on for Go Next here, because towards the start of the game, easy, I tell you, just a string of bad luck. You know, the game comes down to milliseconds. But now I'm seeing the disjointedness could come from the players just not communicating the ideas together. Some players feeling a little bit more pressured and rushed, and other players taking too long to do what they need to do, and then it causes the separation. But right now, an early drone invested into that A lobby control, and they still haven't even broken through that choke point. The Sova, the droner, is the first to lead out this choke point as they get smoked out and back off. So right now, again, drone invested, no space taken. Viper spit on C again. Go Next. You got to show us that you can get through this choke point.
Yeah, it's the hesitation and the respect they're showing. Burns through the time, burns through the utility, and again, it's not even a head-on gunfight. It's spam that's coming through, and they're getting caught out time and time again. Paint shells back up, and they have nowhere to go. But back to the spawn. It's double digits for Desire. What more can we say, Steel?
There's only so many ways you can say the same thing. Right now, Go Next. The thing that makes their attack side strong on eye test is the fact that they are grouped as 4, usually 5 people whenever they go into the sites. But right now, they're not even able to break through a choke point. There seems to be some sort of mental block, because they definitely have the agents to be able to just brute force through, especially with that Neon. They're just not capitalizing on it.
As well, you've got to be thinking, like, a bit being checked out. Alexic, though.
There you go.
Yeah, for entry, and it's actually clean for once. Stabilizing. Desire really starting to support the site and reinforce it as they burst out of the smoke. The paranoia, but they're denied by their own Viper wall.
And a pause in the round, hoping Desire make the mistake by pushing into the setup. But you have to keep in mind that map is getting closed down. Tog already pushed through B, knows that they're contained towards A, boxed in, and Filu, 1 kill from getting his showstopper, can easily turn the tides. This might be a fast reaction back. If they are able to run down Tog, this is dangerous, but they see the B sites exposed. Oh, this is bad. They're going to get crossfired here. They need to take Waterfall.
Looks like they're going for it. Well, Alexic at least. He's taking that space, but the players, they've completely baited it out.
Perfect.
Yeah, straight onto the A side, and Alexic's got another. Finally, they've found something. It's whether they can now get it over the line. As Filu's got his showstopper and a kill because of that. Prophet shutting everything down. Great stuff. Last remaining player was Tag, but he's gone. I think that was a blast back kill in the end on Profec. But all in all, first round for Go Next.
There you go. You're on the board. It's not a 13-0. And maybe it gives them enough confidence to be able to go for these. That fast open and getting that space and a great audible as well to be able to have that foresight off the back of that hat, getting the information to pump that B site, get that space in waterfall, and then still use that as a fake to go back to A. Desire, you could see their angles were broken there. They didn't know which way to go.
A winning solution being found and something to build the confidence off the back of. Utility being used on the A space, but still that owl drone coming out. The players starting to make up their minds towards C, unfortunately not getting on tag. That was an op that he had, that's why he was taking the early peak. Plenty of economy in their pockets, that's probably why. The Molly's placed in different positions to try and chip away at Alexic, which they have done. But again, look at this steal. They're playing so much further back, Desire.
No stun up. It was used on the execute and the showstopper coming in spawn right now. We might see a very fast retake off this Prowler. Just a seized and paint shells and a satchel in with a showstopper. But the flank. Oh.
Don't think Profit
Here
can
comes the
quite see. I mean, Alexic's still not being found, but the paranoia again, the retake utility has always been so great. Trying to stop the showstopper, but Build will stop. They feel like getting any more space. Still, they have to try and protect Mound. Now it's up to Zeke. He can't get it done. Desire find 11. A pistol round might be enough to decide this full map.
This is so interesting, but I'm gonna have to really recollect my thoughts here because this is just I don't know what to say. I'm gonna have to recollect my thoughts, and after a quick break, I'll try to break it down here because 11.5 is what we're gonna have to see.
Hello everybody, welcome back to what is the second half between Desire and Go Next. So far, Desire doing everything possible to get this over the line and keep things within their favour, winning all the rounds possible, which at 11.5 still, you can't scoff at.
You can't at all. Right now, it's just such an instrumental just showing of this map on Lotus. Desire, great momentum, great just strength to be able to carry that through. And now we need to see strength on the other side of Go Next in the form of mental strength to be able to come through this and round by round take it back, because Ascension's on the line for these teams.
Couple rounds could decide your full year, whether you are sitting at home while the rest are playing in playoffs. For Desire, defensive protocols absolutely on point. But what does it look like for Go Next? Something similar. They've taken the A space, in fact, even gone as far as to sit in main. Desire, I mean, Zeke, they're still starting to poke and prod the map, but this is something similar to what Desire were doing on Haven when they were playing up against previous opponents.
Looks like a little bit of second guessing from Desire. No real, end goal with the start of this round. It was more of an open-ended play, and right now you can see that they want to prod through this B site, which is looking undefended at the moment, but a three-man hold from that blue room and a quick pivot through that rotational door. It's just a Cypher Cam spotting the site, and it's going to be a full retake, but with that stun flash and potentially utilizing the revolving door themselves, they're nice to decide just to go spawn.
Zaya and up against Mini, and well, yeah, there's not much that you can do against that. A double kill, and it just seems as if everybody's there to fight in a horde, a hive mind, working in unison. Profec, although up against it, 1 against 4 players tagged up. And well, that will be map point found after a pistol round. 11 chances to win this map out.
This is, yeah, 11 chances. That's just an absurd way to look at it, really. I gotta think that Go Next is, I'm sick of using these puns, but they have to go next for that next map, because right now it's not looking like they're going to be able to close this out, not with this mental. They need to walk away from their PCs and take a, a deep breath, get some fresh air, reset mentally, because right now, trying to 1v5 in the site there as Cypher, Mini, I don't know what he's trying to achieve in that space. Desire looks so indecisive before they finally decided to go C, and Go Next is trying to all on their individual selves just be the heroes, and you can't do that, not when your opponents are playing almost flawlessly, 1 round away from flawless.
I mean, this is something that the desk highlighted. Go Next slow starts, but I don't even think we can call this a start because of only being able to get 1 round. It's harsh, but the reality gets worse and worse, especially since they're allowing Desire to bring themselves truly into a 3-way tie. I mean, Go Next have been able to win their opponent's map pick. Mini certainly trying to get something back here. Flooding straight back in, trying to work together. Build will get another, but in the end, it works out in Desire's way, as it always seems to do on this Lotus map so far. Zeke has got close quarters with the Stinger, but none of the bullets have hit. He's got a knife out in the end, but Waddle will close it out. 13-1 on your opponent's map win. What a way to start, Desire.
That is a great way to start, and Desire have to be happy with that one, because right now every round, every map counts. Going into the second map, Desire is going to be happy, and Go Next need to find a way to bounce back.
Yeah, they're going to need a big bounce back. But with that being said, we've got an analyst desk to try and analyse whatever that was. We'll take a quick break before we head over to them.
Zone. Yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone. Focus on my goals. Whoa.
Welcome back, everyone. Desire came into this hungry, eager, absolutely ready to win. And you know what? It shows. 13-1? Excuse me? Like, what do you even break down at this point? And that's why I got the best in business to try. It's Kakuka and, of course, Haza joining me for this one. I mean, guys, this is what Desire needed, right? They need to have that high map and round differential to keep themselves alive. And even then, the fate is not entirely in their hands. But if we're looking at the performance here, wow, there were so many things that stood out. It was such a flawless run from Desire. But one thing you mentioned in the green room, Haza, was their retakes.
Yeah, and just from looking at the VODs and how Go Next like to play this map, it's something that Steel mentioned on the cast, right? A lot of times they will finish on the C site late. We saw it at the start of the attack half, and then they slowed off, even when the results were there for them. A couple of big moments, clutches to try and change the rounds, and it leads back into what we were saying before, that Go Next don't usually start pretty quickly, and for Desire, they are playing like a team right now, which has to win.
And it has to do with the individual prowess that we're seeing from not even being able to win these clutches out, but to put so much pressure onto them. The way that they were re-clearing the map, the way that they were reacting to when the executes came on. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a 13-1. I was looking forward to the second half, and maybe with a couple more rounds, I would have seen it happening. But the mental has to be completely destroyed. Like, Alexic was not finding any success when he was going in. Time and time again, we would see it go down, and their plan just crumbles. And especially when Desire is already getting so many rounds, one after the other, it goes way beyond momentum.
Yeah, no, this was a tough one, and there were so many individuals who were just so oppressive. They were just free firing, honestly. Wacky, I mean, really turned it up in the second half there, while Philo was top fragging at the early stages. Wacky was just like, okay, hold my beverage. He went for it, Kakuka.
Oh, my Red Bull. We're Red Bull fans here. Why not?
That one.
But yeah, as I'm saying, I was looking at him going into this matchup because at the end of the day, it is not that common to be playing against the Viper anymore. Yes, of course, some teams still run it, but I think that he showed how strong it is. The combos that we were seeing with his utility, how impactful he was in stopping and delaying, and especially when a team wants to work around, wants to work out the map, he was making it very, very difficult. And on top of that, he was hitting every shot.
This is what you want to see from Wacky too, because I think he'd had a couple of bad days, flexing on initiator roles, duelist roles. The best that we really saw from him, I think, was his Yoru yesterday on Haven, but showing that he has a broad pool, a broad and effective pool at that, having played every role in the grand finals before, it lent into the ante as well, like the position that he was playing as an anchor. As I said before, Go Next liking those C pushes, they were stacking up the Viper and the Killjoy on top of one another. I mentioned as well a little bit about some of the lurks that you kind of wanted to see. Go Next playing very tight, very grouped up at points, and it didn't look like they were fully able to actuate their game plan. That they looked shaken.
It's one of those things, right? Having so much flexibility in one single player who can play different roles, different agents, like that can be awesome, but sometimes it's also unfocused. Today, it was awesome. Now, you mentioned Alexic struggling on that Neon already, Kakuka. Let's take a look at the head-to-head against Philo, which I'm gonna make a guess.
I know. No, if I knew this was gonna look like this, I would have never requested it. I know. I mean, do not, like, I feel a little bit hurt because this should not sum up how Alexic is as a player. Like, he's been so important for the maps that they've been winning throughout this tournament and incredibly impactful. But this time around, at the end of the day, it is a 13-1. Like, this is not that he was just having a terrible day or terrible. It was a 13-1 where nobody could do anything. But, you know, on the other side, you see a Philo, and not only Philo, I would say everybody is stepping up. As you were saying, Zoe, like, they need to win very convincingly for them to have a chance. But my God, what did we give them yesterday after they won? Like, that kind of motivation is on a different level.
It's incredible. I mean, we're talking about how GN has to bounce back from, I guess, just one map lost now. Desire had to bounce back from 2 matches lost and being at the brink of elimination, really, really struggling. And somehow overnight, they just turned up as a completely different team.
Yeah, they just kept on going. That's the important part. And the question for me now is, what does this second map look like? Because as I said, it's not going to be Go Next's pick. They do start slowly. do they build back into it? Do Desire keep going? The 13-1 that we've just seen has matched the previous Ascension record, which was Pacific versus TU, which we saw earlier in the tournament, also on Lotus. But I don't know. It feels really damning at this point in time. And we've got to see some big step-ups from the individuals, from someone like Zeke as a world champion, who in that grand final, if you remember, you know, there were times when they needed to get lifted up. He was the MVP of that tournament. He's been there. He's done it. It feels like beating a dead horse at this point. But like, these are the people that you have to call upon in these situations. That's why the roster was built.
I mean, and not only that, thinking that, of course, now you're going into your opponent's map pick and what it's at stake. When we come into this best of 3, you not only see GoNext as the favorites, but the ones that have the better chance of making it to playoffs. But if they crumble here, I think it's just devastating to finish up like this. Even if you just had the 13-1, but you have to think that on the other side there is a team that has had probably their best result in almost the entire year. I know that they had like a 13-1 or 13-2 not that long ago, but this has not been the T. It's not like they were destroying every single team and nobody could put up against them, and the other team not even breaking double digits was a constant for them. So right now, I do not know how you stop this, guys.
This is incredible. Yeah, Desire's map pick is of course Icebox. Both teams have decent stats on it, although Desire less reps on this one. They've played pretty much the same comps on this in the past. Now, what we make out of this one?
Honestly,
a slight difference here for GoNext.
I'm happy to see Electric back on the Jet. I think this is his best agent by far. You look at the 3 duelists he plays, the Raze, the Neon. This is the one that stands out the most for me. Need to get him high on confidence, nice and early. He had the most ultimate kills with the Bladestorm earlier on in the competition as well. And yeah, for my sake, this headband's going to be covering the hairline going further and further back if it gets any worse.
You see, you wouldn't pass the exams, but at least I'm a great teacher because you've not forgotten that. I am looking at those ultimates, and speaking about halves and the second one being more dominant for GoNext in this case when they played against Barca, actually their defense was very, very good. A 10-2 half for them. If they want to bring this back, if they want a map 3, let it have a good start of the map.
Do you guys like the change that GoNext is making, implementing the KO? We did see them previously also
like
more leaning toward that Sage.
I like the Sage. I like the Gecko more, but I like the Sage.
Fair. Well, let's see if they can bring it back or if Desire is going to run away with this one as well. For all the action, we're going to send it over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Desk. Yes, this is last chance saloon, quite literally, for GoNext. If they lose out this series, then everything is out of their hands here still. What are you feeling on Icebox, which could potentially be GoNext last?
I think that Icebox is going to be a really good game. We need to see GoNext bouncing back mentally before anything else kind of goes down. We can't predict until that happens. And right now, it's all going to start with that piss around to see where GoNext's head's at, because a 13-1 is tough to swallow. And that was their map pick as well. So I look to the pistol to see what's changed. Are they going to have some sort of confidence? Are they going to have some sort of cohesion? Because at the end of that last map, looked like they were all sloppy individuals just doing their own thing.
Well, that's a good way to get it started. Spike down. I mean, easily collected right enough, but at the same time, entry kill.
Recalling my bot.
Mini. Oh, he's got even better. Right, here we are. But the best way to start GoNext, gotta start with a pistol round. I mean, you've still got Tak hanging around in mid, but for the most part here, I mean, Philo all on his own, a player who has been on fire from the first map. Certainly one of the very large highlights towards the upper hand of the kill feed. Spike down.
Planted.
How the GoNext come back in. I mean, you're seeing Tak is coming in late. And well, Philo, he's not got much to do in terms of the utility. So that is only just a little bit of information. Hanging around. Still GoNext are taking their time coming back in. the time working out in their favour, pinged up, Filu's still trying to waste it, and Tack all the way back now has to do a 1v5. It's going to be a big effort, but that effort is null and void. Go next, get the pistol.
That's a start. I want to be able to see them continue this, though. Continue being able to take their time in that retake and move in together and make sure that they're not overextending and getting one and going for another. I'm liking how they're moving together. They're going for these double picks. Right here, maybe a little bit risky from Mini, but you know, I saw that Cypher play on that first map of Lotus, for example, where he tried to 1v5 and it didn't work out. In this case, it does. So still, round by round, I look to it. And as I look at these teams playing, I'm looking towards that attack side Sage without that second initiator. And it really limits your abilities to clear the map out. So I'm going to look to Alexic this map. And that's kind of highlighted it about, you know, the lack of impact he was able to get on Lotus. And now it's his time to shine.
No better time. The weight and hope of the East region hanging on your shoulders. I mean, this is something that the East region will be used to. Having high performers. Last year it was Ascend, right? A big organisation who has plenty of backing and had superstars last year. In terms of the superstars here, I mean, Zeke, probably the biggest one. Alexic in his own right has been doing pretty well. Looks as if we're heading towards B here still.
B indeed, and they've got that Sage wall to try to get a plan. Also, Talk has that Marshall looking for an opening, but on the receiving end of it, we've got Alexic there. Bold, he's got his shocks for that plant spot, but also Mini is setting up potentially a tiny bit of a crossfire with that Phantom. Lining up that wall, you can see that they're just waiting for the right time to pop that Viper wall and go for that wall plant.
And there it is, and it's hiding in the corner so that the spam can't be broken through. Build, trying to get his own tags found Prophet. That was the outlaw that he had in his pocket, and wall going up will probably be allowed for that to get picked up. But it's not as cut and dry as you would think so far. Still taking their time. Go next like to look at all the minor details, pay attention and dot the I's, cross the T's, and look at this. It looks like they're not going to get a chance to. There's no way that they're going to get ecoed like this. Oh my god. Just when Go Next gets started, they stall out and allow Desire back in.
Go Next. That's why I said I didn't want to give it too early. You know, you see them win that pistol and you see how they do it so effortlessly. But as soon as that Marshall gets that pick on Talk there, that's no Viper utility to assist in that onto Profect there. There's no Viper utility to help with this retake. No orb on that platform, no orb on this plant spot. It's hard to move in, and you're just trying to create space with Alexic's Cloudburst and Dash. It's just not enough. A Force Spike coming out, Bold trying to get down that tube there with the Vandal. Alexic gonna play his life and wait for that retake again.
I mean, now, like, Go Next, they've lost control of what should have been the momentum for this map, at least at the start. And Filu already getting things started, nowhere to go. Zeke, Bold, he's going to get taken out as well. Go Next, continuing to go step by step, kill by kill. Profek, I mean, that's the only highlight for this round because he has a rifle in his hands, but as his health is so low, he's Filu to try and take away. He's low as well, but in the grand scheme of things, again, chances are low, waiting for the toxins to come back up so that the angles are in Profek's favour. I mean, he's not even going to get a chance. Tack finding that one, and it looks as if Desire's won the pistol with the scoreline 2-1.
Yeah, it almost does. You could believe it, and it would be this round that would be the bonus round for Desire. And they have that res in play. I'd love to be able to see them do something aggressive with that res. Look for certain fights, top of belt, out middle. Those are great fights to be able to take, especially as you're not running that second initiator. It's a good way to look for an opening, look for information, and at worst case scenario, you go for that trade and you get that player picked back up.
Both teams have actually went for the op. Attacking side op is certainly a personality trait for most teams. What's your opinion on it, Steel?
A second up, you say?
Attack side op.
Oh, attack side op. Oh, I love the attack. Personally, I like the attack side op. And I love using it on the Killjoy as well, because you can really just prevent people from being able to peek for info or push when your teammates make pressure. But here, we see it on Filu, and he gets that opening pick. Again, that's Profect going down early. That means that the retakes are going to be stressed. No Viper Wall for the retake on A, no Orb for the retake on B.
Nice way to try and get that kill back. Remember that res still in play for Caden, and Filu's attack side up is certainly nothing to be scoffed at. While this is still going on, you've also got to know, well, Zeke pushing forward, but the other aspect of this push is that Wacky's starting to move up B.
Beautiful. Rez gets the Viper back up. The lurk on B, but don't overstay your welcome.
Double shot. The player's trying to scale off the space that was taken, but it brings GoNext back into a position that they could win. I mean, the spike being dropped would have been heard by many, and he's taking his chance. Wow, wow, wow. Up in pocket, up on the floor. Well played GoNext, and actually, well played Mini.
That's the second big round this game that Mini's got. Again, you look at pistol round, he got a couple of those kills towards MOUZ from that Heaven Rafter area, and now a big 4K to put them another round on the board. This was looking really bad for GoNext for a brief moment there, but a big turnaround. If there's going to be a comeback to say, I mean, I know it's only 4 rounds in, but if GoNext is going to start taking this map, it's going to be off the back of these 2 rounds here that GoNext has so far.
Big thing for me as well, like Mini, it was something that Neilzinho was talking to Sliggy about on the stream, that he was actually an option for the 6th player compared to like Patty, who ended up getting the spot. It was trialled, a lot of compliments being paid to it by the Heretics coach. Straight away, Mini committing the lockdown, locking down B, Desire looking to head elsewhere. I imagine it was just to pressure on that B site and move towards A, considering the position of the Viper and the KG.
That was a very early investment of that lockdown, considering that was a 4-man stack on B, but the reclear to follow it isn't going to see anything right now, but Desire, they peek out at the perfect time and they catch Profect again, the first to fall.
Oh, but the jump up from Filu, he misses it. Topsy-turvy. Positioning Wacky in mid for a late flank, and well, you can see Mini starting to investigate. Knows that perhaps the jig could be up, but just opts for destroying the turret. Meanwhile, the rest of the players try to scale out on B.
30 seconds left.
Oh, this is going to be difficult. This is going to be really hard because he never got Wacky. They never knew about him. And the Viper's pit makes things so much more difficult. Sagewall's still in play, but they're moving round the back and tack. He even gets rid of Zeke. Mini's still going forward. And this has been the guiding light. The one who seems to be the answer for GoNext's chance to come back in. Are they calling it quits here? Still no. Straight back in through the toxins. Struggling to breathe. Struggling to get a chance. Struggling to get the fire started. Trying to get the health back up in their favour. It'll be Desire to keep the advantage in their favour.
Desire. Great opening pick. And again, like you have to look at the defense from GoNext right now and wonder, when is Profect going to stop going for these angles, these duels? Yes, it's a reclear, but such an early investment of that lockdown into a reclear, but on that angle on his lonesome, GoNext needs to be fundamentally more sound right now if they want to be able to pick up more rounds and close this out, because Desire is seemingly not making any missteps, and when they do, they're able to still come out on top in most of these situations.
Zeke's sticking around.
Play on Filu.
Zeke's going to just straight away back off, yep. And the op looking to take that space up.
But I looked at the positioning of the defense here. If it is an A play, this is a very fast retake potential. But Zeke, again, he's got a classic. He's got multiple teammates with Guardians and Sheriffs, and he's going to take the first fight. I don't agree with this at all. This is so risky, so dangerous, and so unnecessary.
I mean, you've got to be thinking of the utility, right? That's the key point for Zeke being on the classic. Sure, he can frag, but yeah, it's always so important to set others up, and Filu still trying to find something. Just saw the barrel of bullets, and Profect is actually getting rid of Wacky. 4 remaining players are in MOUZ. Such a slow round. And still no real inroads into actually getting this spike down. They're up, the wall is up, and Caden's down. Still, Frag's going Desire's way. They still, every single time, find a way to fight back in and win out. Mini has to try and get a rifle for him to have a chance, to have the firepower to do so. But the op, I mean, you're planting the spike in an open spot for it to hold. In fact, both players just going to play on site. They don't know if Mini has tried to flank round. He hasn't. He's been taken out. And Desire, they double up the lead.
Desire building on that lead. Decent attempt from Go Next. The positioning was all there. It comes down to the slimmest of margins sometimes, and the way that Desire moved in there together looked pretty tight. There were some gaps where if one player had gone, maybe the trade doesn't come on. But the rounds picked up, and the ops still in play on the attack side. A lot of ultimates now for the defense, though. First time we're getting to see... Oh! Again, solo B, the Viper's Pit on A, all the teams starting on A to defend that, and the solo walk push with zero presence from the attackers at all. You have to wonder, when are these B pushes going to stop from Go Next?
Makers of their own undoing. Again, it's something that we could perhaps come back to Lotus and talk about the individuals. This is Wacky now, starting to place his position where he was able to try and get real kill-winning rounds, round-winning kills, I should say. And he's got another. Last 2 remaining players, do they even go for this? Do they chance it? I mean, economy is low. You've got to be looking at the pockets of Go Next. The loss bonus probably at close to its maximum. Wacky's going even further. He wants more. He's got to build up towards his own lockdown and get as much as they can to make sure that this keeps going for Desire. But no, feeding into Go Next and putting them in a spot that they probably do not want to be. Walking back. Yep, here's Wacky. So good, man. The trigger discipline, so on point.
And again, another round for Desire. Wacky, we're starting to see getting enabled up on these lurks through middle. It's a couple of times we've seen that so far, but again, I have to just highlight the fact that Filu is having just open season right now. With that operator on that attack side, just being able to walk up and find these picks. This time it's Alexic, before it was Profik a couple of times, and Go Next is really bleeding out these rounds here. Again, we talked about Lotus, we talked about how it looked like towards the end they were starting to get disjointed, not be on the same page. Players missing their timing, some people going forwards while other people are still droning and other people are still waiting behind that. And now we're seeing something similar where there's no overall macro cohesion about what their game plan is on this round. You have that Viper's Pit on A. You see that setup at the start of the round to get that Viper's Pit up, active, and defensible before they start peeling off of that A position. But before that Viper's Pit's even able to fully spread out, they're already man down and B is completely exposed.
They're making Desire's choices for them. The fact that, like, as you say, you get that pick on B, right, let's just flood into the space that probably is going to be at a disadvantage, especially when you're 5 players strong. It seems if Desire have switched it up, though. For the most part, they've been leaving the lock through mid-steal, but this time they've actually dedicated a lot of players towards it.
They have a res right now. They're looking for that early fight. They know that if they go against anyone, it's probably one person. They can get that res instantly. But also, they take that tube control. Overwhelm this area and make that split on B.
Alexic, I mean, he's going to go and try and do it himself, setting up through the Hunter's Fury. In fact, both being used up. It's a little bit messy, but still Desire again come out on top. The rifles against Sheriffs. At this point, is it men against boys? The way that the rounds have been coming together, Go Next not really getting a chance at all. At this point, it's going to be at least 6, at least even on the half. And yeah, there you have it. As easy as it possibly could be.
an actual flawless round. And I got nervous when I see attackers walking up into that kitchen, into that tube against a defensive Sova ultimate. That is a line. You cannot dodge that beam coming your way. But somehow they're trying to focus the players that are out the window and not inside the tube. Sage is walled off in a little crevice in a corner. Can't move anywhere. And there's no connection from Bold. So again, Desire picking up yet another round. They still have that resin play, and now a lockdown as well that can't be countered.
That's the big thing, right? The big winning condition that Desire can build towards. I mean, they're already starting to identify adaptations from the last round, knowing where the turret was placed. The lineup now creates the big question mark in mid, or towards kitchen at least, and Mini is dedicated to holding on to that space, not allowing anyone to go any further forward.
That's great info. They didn't get a kill with that flash peek, but they got the information that they were shifting back towards A. Go Next is able to fortify this now A site. They're still afraid of Wacky doing a flank play because they broke that turret. It commits Mini to defending kitchen. So it's going to be a 5 versus 3 on this A site, but Zeke has that KO ultimate. They could definitely combo this. A flash, a dart, KO ultimate, Viper Wall, all flooding in on a fast retake as soon as the spike gets planted.
I mean, the fact that they won't be allowed to use the res, waiting their time and making sure everything goes their way. Well, straight in, the wall is still going to delay the players that are out on screen, so it's not going to go fully in towards Go Nex's timing. In fact, it perhaps might not go at all. Now Wacky, it's up to him to try and get something. The op shot missing. Spray not going great and trying to get the res up online. Oh my god! It truly is the Wacky show! 7 rounds, advantage desired for the next half.
Oh, even my dog's disturbed by that play. That was looking like it was a Go Next retake. It looked everything they needed to do, they did. All the way until towards this end here, when Mini's going in first, when you have an opper, the problem with an op on a retake is that, or even on a post plant, is that when you miss your shot, that's it. You have no more chances. You have to be able to cycle out to your sidearm and then go for another fight, or you're probably dead in that moment. So if you're the opper, you miss, but you're the second point of contact.
Desire, no. Yeah, they've tried to push it and they've been punished for it. The drone getting the early information. And well, there was so many players already dedicated towards here. They traded even, but the worst part is the res was online. And now they've got the Viper's pit online as well. Trying to delay, they're trying to get actually the spike plant further deep. Alexic can't escape, he's got no chance. Still now in towards a 2v3. Guardian in Bolt's favour, but he's coming through mid, and every shot seems to be hit. It just feels as if there's no answer from East.
Again, Mini, couple of nice shots here and there, but again, another aggression down B, and it's just 2 players here on the defense. You have critical mass on that A site, 3 players there, including your Jet. And we're talking about how, you know, Alexic, now he has a chance as Jet to be able to make an impact on this map because you're only against that single initiator of Sova. So far, we've seen him pick up the op, but he's had 1 chance to really shoot it. Every other round, it's been early deaths towards B and another fast opening towards mid here from the attackers.
Oh man, he's just seen the players, but he's missed his shot, missed his chance. Alexic being pulled back, and they know that mid is under control of Desire. The Viper's pit to create a big stone in the shoe of Go Next, but finally that will be dropped through some individual heroics once again. Prophet looking to come in and re-clear. And Mini will actually get rid of the KJ player. Spike going down, and it's still a 2v3. It's still within a winning chance of both teams. You'd hope that Go Next lockdown will be enough. In fact, Desire, they're sticking around. They want to try and get further forward, take it on to their opponents. Oh no, it's actually worked against them, and Waddle has been caught. Finally, Go Next will get around after what has been, what, 6, 7 in a row.
That is a must-needed round win to pick up here. You know, 2-8. I mean, last map was 11 to 1/2, if I'm not mistaken. So being able to build upon that and kind of turn things around. You have to keep in mind though, Go Next, they got the pistol round in this game, and they just got their 3rd round win. It's very much in the hands of Desire at the moment to be able to win this round and close it out. Right now, not seeing any ultimates on the board. We're one off a couple of different ultimates here, but I'm not sure if we're going to see that being picked up and acquired this early. Heavy B defense from Go Next this time around, though.
I almost feel sad as well for Italy being put in this position, or Desire as well. The fact that, like, this was the team that was promised, right? Desire coming in up against the big dogs. And they've had a slow start overall to the group, but these last 2 games that they've been playing in have been hitting every shot possible. It's the first time we've not seen the B play actually pushed. Go Next have set themselves right up here still.
I like this. The fact that there's only one initiator, and it's a Sova. He's already burned his drone. His dart's going to come off cooldown, so it's going to be difficult to deal with as long as one of these defenders turn around and kill it. But both behind yellow, it's very difficult to clear this out, and the KO in a position to get a flash off potentially.
Yeah, he's very deep. And well, the players haven't cleared yellow. Go Next look to get this done. Not if Tak has something to play for. Has something to do with it. Zeke has got the kill that he was looking for, and now there goes Tak. A double up. 8-4 is the half that we will end on here still. And that's probably the lifeline that Go Next were looking for.
Lifeline indeed, 8-4 is workable. It starts with that second half pistol, but we're gonna have to see more of that after a short break.
And welcome back for the second half, folks. A lifeline for Go Next in this second series, but it all starts here still on perhaps the last half for them.
Starts here, and it potentially might even end here. Right now, Desire, they're up a map. This is their map pick, looking very strong in it. And I look towards this defense side because when I looked at their Lotus on their defense, that's where they got that 11-1 half. So if this is going to be nearly as strong, half as strong even, as their Lotus defense was, this is going to be difficult for Go Next, and they need to make sure that they are playing together. But again, they can't put all their eggs in one basket. They like these 5-man plays, but with this double initiator and the map is Icebox, they might be able to get away with it here.
I can confirm from the regular season, Desire much preferred the defensive side. That's back in the second split. But as for now, B site being taken. Everybody looks to be here except for one player missing. That will be Philo. As he looks to try and investigate the back lines, the spawn area, and mid as well. So they know that all 5 players for Go Next are on the site, and actually 3 players playing on danger. This is probably going to be the biggest hurdle for Desire coming back in, and it seems as if they're managing to deal with it. Straight in, a player to the good, and the last 2 remaining of Profec and Mini. A Mini who's been a real highlight up against him, winning rounds all by himself, those shots giving him away, and actually now in a 1v1! There it is! Go Next, they get the second pistol, but can they get the anti-eco?
That's both pistols in the pockets right now of Go Next, but still trailing by 3 rounds. And last half, they lost that round to Eco. A valiant effort from the side of Desire, but Mini gonna be huge again for the side of Go Next on their pistol round. And topping that scoreboard as well on 18 kills, it's really been him trying to keep the team involved off the back of individual heroics. And sometimes it's worked, a couple times it hasn't. But for the most part, I would say this game has been him.
Big stack towards the B side. Playing off Wacky's contact information towards B. It's going to be a scrappy affair. Not again. Yes, there it is. Zeke gets them into the spot that they were looking for. Caden trying to stick around. Only a classy. No, not like this. Mini, he's having to be the hero once again. He gets the spike back in his pocket, but if he leaves B, then he has to try. Oh no! Oh no! I cannot believe it, Steel.
Oh man, that's so depressing for Go Next. It's the same thing, it's the same script. And I was thinking to myself when I saw them out the floodgates, going aggressive, I'm like, oh, they got their confidence back. We didn't see them do these fast plays on Lotus despite having Neon. But look at this view right now, the bird's eye view. Look how separated, isolated all of these fights are right now. And the classics, no less, got the better of them.
Like, the way that it goes, I'm just thinking, oh, as you said, confidence, right? Better weaponry. It's Vandals as well. It's not as if it was like something that you could see misfiring, like the Guardian or whatever. Oh my god. It just feels as if when it comes to the gunfights, it's just going one way. Every single time you fancy Desire to do it. Go Next, though, fire themselves in through mid. And that's the question of Desire. How do you re-clear it? How do you deal with it? Desire's answer so far is to, we don't, we'll just hold the exits.
4v5, the attack side. And the numbers just keep dropping. Desire, you can see the split across the map. Trying to keep info, keep control of everything. This might be their downfall, their undoing. Go Next, no Viper Wall.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, right? Is the B site is crossing the lines of site. Finally, the spike attempted, and Feeloot still trying to be the danger aspect to this, but knows that has to wait for his teammates to come in, can't go in all by himself. Strength in numbers is what Desire love to go for, and well, that's exactly the case. Mini now, once again, left all on his own, and that's exactly where he'll be having to deal with. Double digits for Desire, and they're starting to really get this half rolling.
The lead builds so close to ultimates too. Waddle went off of his. You could definitely see them going aggressive, trying to grab it. There are a few punishes to getting that orb on that A site. One of them includes a Sage slow, but the Sage is on the side of the defense here, so easily retrievable. A slow on the belt, but a timeout called for Go Next. And this is, again, just such a tough pill to swallow. You have that KO ultimate. There's definitely a chance, but your duelist is 3-13, not had a chance to be an impact in the game, and forced a couple of fights as a result of it, and has not been connecting at all. It's all been in the hands of the Sentinel, locking things down for them off the back of also, like, you have to look at it. Profect, yes, he has 11 kills. He's the second highest scorer for the side of Go Next in terms of kills, but you have to keep in mind that he might have single-handedly given away a couple of rounds there on some of these B aggressive peaks. So the score is really deceiving. Alexic might not have had as much of a chance to have an impact in the game. And now that they're on the attack side, off the back of Zeke's ultimate, off of some flashes, maybe Alexic's able to get into the faces of some of these Desire players and try to get some opening kills and create some chaos.
God, Go Next was a team that I had high hopes for coming in towards this tournament. A team that, for the most part, after the win against Apex, everyone was thinking is the favourite to top this group. Sometimes things don't go the way that you expect, and for Go Next, well, They will not be expecting to be landed in this position. 5 rounds to the deficit. This would have to be a momentous comeback, and feel a player who's always been an issue for them to deal with. Straight up. Build should have seen that on the jump spot, and Feel taking that contact will already get out. He hasn't done much damage, but he's taken plenty of that information still.
The gap closed from Desire on that back lines. I don't know if they're going to go for the flank, but a 3-man flank would be really huge here. I think they're expecting that KO ultimate on the execute, so they were trying to time this flank perfectly. But now, the ultimate being saved for that post plant, all in the hands of Profek.
Oh, he's got the kill, but he's down to 1 HP. Yep, he won't be allowed to escape. And the notification for Go Next is that there is a flank coming in. They're going to go deeper in towards the site, maybe plant towards CT, or even go B. With the fact that you've got TAC just sitting towards the back lines, getting that information, knowing that the players haven't gone elsewhere, they know where the players have been corralled into. They know that they're going to be towards positions that they can easily fight. Mini all on his own. The other 2 players, well, they're nowhere near in terms of tradability. Finally, Mini comes in. In fact, no, it's Build. It's him that's trying to get it done. Up to Zeke now, the champion, the player with the most experience, and he can't quite give any lifeline to Go Next. It will be 11, and the rifle round as well lost. Half buys. This is going to be a tough ask of Go Next in the last few rounds.
Oh, it's so just disheartening to watch this fall apart for these guys. Go Next, they had to go now out that spawn point as soon as they take note of that flank coming in. It's the hesitation you saw on Lotus. They got punished for it when they pushed into spawn on that C site. But here, they have that information that a big flank's coming in. This is the time to push through screens, alleviate that pressure, get the kill on top, realize it's clear, and maybe even go B after that. But instead, they hide on the site. They give too much respect. Desire, they just keep the momentum. That's so ultimate. It's connecting.
Only connects
Maybe not.
To 1. No, yeah. And look, there's still more things being chucked. Go Next's way, having to destroy the Sage Wall, and they're burning through the toxins. All up now, and well, the players have decided they've actually stepped in front of Go Next's walls and playing mostly from the rafters. Oh no! Oh, they're in on site. There's still that res available. Feel up, trying to be the AC-130, but can't quite get the knives to connect, and leaves Caden in the 1v1. Profek shouldn't allow the res to come online. A spike, not even in collection.
Caden, thinking about it briefly, about cutting off that rotation back to be potentially getting a flank off as well. Instead, holds his spot. Profek does have his ultimate, but again, it's just going to limit where he can play. He could definitely pop it, get that spike, plant it, and then reposition himself, let the ultimate drop. That might be a play he goes for, but the fact that Caden hasn't shown himself yet is putting doubt in the back of Profek's mind. He thinks a flank might be in play here. There's so many positions he has to deal with. He's going to pop this Viper's Pit just to give him a little bit of cover, but he might be pushing and leaving.
Your duty is not over.
Well, they have an idea about where Caden could be, but now has to go up against TAC. The opposite number, and the player who's been at the top of the pops. Yep. Now that's going to be ticking away at Profek. In fact, he's dropped his own pit, and he's been dropped himself. Oh no! It's going to be map and series point for Desire. Just when you think in a 1v1, oh, that is so tough. And now East are staring down the barrel of the fate being out of their own hands.
To add insult to injury, it's the Viper that gets picked up. It's a Viper diff to seal that 1 versus 1 there. And a decent effort from Profek. His own pit kind of blocked his vision of being able to deal with that player getting rezzed, and he wasn't able to isolate, didn't know where the defensive Viper's Pit was spreading to. So by the time he walks around it, it stops moving and he's caught in the open. Still, Desire picking up another round off the back of a clutch. It's just, unless it's Mini for the side of Go Next, it seems like it goes in the way of Desire at the moment.
I mean, at this point, you're needing, like, I don't know, Mourinho levels of, like, team talk to collect yourselves. Perhaps still, do you think there's a possibility of being checked out? Because Go Next, even though they have advantages, it always feels as if it falls away at times.
I don't really have anything else to add beyond what's already been said. It's that Go Next is there in so many moments, and then they just disappear right after. And it's not the only thing that's disappeared.
Yeah.
Is now a defensive Sovalti on a back of a dart or a read, but okay,
that's crazy. That just sums it up, right? They go towards mid, they gain some space back, and straight away, I mean, it's Filu to bring them back into a position where it's Desire on top, trying to reposition towards B, but at the same time, Wacky, the space that he's taken, they know they're not mid. It has to either be A, which the contact hasn't been taken by Filu, so it's back towards B. This should be an easy gamble for Desire. In fact, they'll probably just play for the numbers here still.
It looks like that is the case. You're right. That 5 versus 4 with that Sage Wall in play. The Viper still alive. Looking for the placement of that orb. If it's on top of that platform to create that one-way for the retake. The positioning from Wacky, he's been so pivotal on the attack side. Lurks up middle and now positioned to fight on the contact of his teammates, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, there's no way. It's just happened. As quick as a flash. As quick as a peek. Desire, they will put Go Next into a really tough spot. It's out of their hands, but Desire have done the best of what they can to put themselves in with a chance of a 3-way tie.
Oh man, that is a soul-crushing defeat for Go Next, but Desire have to be happy with their performance there. It was just so pivotal to be able to win it as clean as they did.
Yeah, the Wacky show, there's an interview with him coming right up, but for now, that's 2-0 to Desire. Break coming up.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Champion, ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan.
Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. With my thing, got the blinders on, filling my stack, yeah, high and long. Time is on, I am a bomb, golden touch, got the mind is on. Hey, on a wave, from the cave to main stage, I'm about to engage. Raise the price of my wage. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Who will ascend to VCT EMEA 2025?
And with that dominant showing on this map, Desire once again keep the dream alive. Now it's slightly out of their hands, but they did what they could with this dominant victory. We have a winner's interview for you now. Wacky will be joining us for a quick chat. So first things first, of course, congratulations on the dub. How you feeling right now?
First of all, hello. Thank you so much. We are feeling okay, especially me. Finally had a game where I could get a fair duels. So finally I'm a bit satisfied, you know.
A bit satisfied. You should be very satisfied. That was an insane victory. Very, very dominant showing. Let's talk about the match a little bit. Icebox was your pick. We haven't seen a lot of you on this very map. Could you tell us why you wanted to take them there?
I think because we already showed Heaven a lot of times, and it was already too late to change the comp. The comp we played, it worked twice if I remember well, and that comp has not much tools to play around. So yeah, we wanted to try our Icebox on live.
That's fair. I mean, that was about as dominant as it gets. What were the comms like after that victory? I mean, that was a beatdown.
I would say the comps, in the end everyone screamed, of course, but overall during that series everything was calm. Turns out we are the best team in the world when we have no pressure.
You feel like that's a no pressure situation? I mean, you have to get those dominant victories right now. That was not in the back of your mind?
Not really, because we knew we could beat them, we knew we can beat them. That's what happened. It's just that after the first day of the match, we had a good conversation about, like we rewatched the way we spoke and etc. And after that, everyone just became a different player, I would say. Everyone became a more calmer.
That's it. Yeah, I guess that's the mentality you have to have. And I mean, you and the team, you're coming off of such a flawless season. How did you and the guys deal with losing your first few matches here in the groups? How did you rally the troops to like kind of just brush that off? Because I don't think you guys are that accustomed to losing.
Yeah, that's the thing. That was the main point of coming flawlessly. That a team like us, a young team, cannot be unbeatable. They need to have the feeling of loss too, you know. Otherwise, it's gonna be dangerous. Like in the league we played, not a lot of teams could try out us, and it was important to lose, but you know, at what cost in the end.
I mean, losing is learning, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everyone made his own conclusion after the loss, because I can already see after a few days we are completely different players, the way we approach and etc.
That's good. That's great to hear, honestly. Now my next one is a two-part question. What made you so dominant during the regular season? Do you feel like that was just the lack of competition in your region? And also, what caused that slow start in the Ascension group stage? Was it just, again, better competition?
Yes. About the competition in Italian league, I would say it's no one is on the same level. We were better, but you know, one guy said, everyone can win in Italy, but not everyone can be unbeatable during a year, because keeping the flawless streak is pretty hard mentally. Like, you need to give your 100% no matter what enemy you play. But it also sits in your mind. About Ascension, I believe we just choked. Yeah, we just choked at the start. It's painful to see it now, like knowing that we could go deeper, but we just choked at the start.
Right on. I mean, this is your second time fighting your way through Ascension. How did the two experiences compare for you? How was it last year compared to this year?
Last year it was, I would say we were studying along. This year we came prepared, but since we didn't have a lot of competition during the year, it was like we couldn't test like the chokeness, the nerves, you know, and it catched us in the end.
Right on. Now, unfortunately, as you said, your fate is out of your own hands. You did what you could with the dub here today. But now you do need Apex to lose against Barca. What are your thoughts on that matchup? Any words of encouragement for Barca?
I mean, I would say never underrate Lucas Rojo. You never know what Barca can make. So 2-0 is possible. Apex probably could be pressured. Same as Gonex, maybe they were pressured. I don't know. Because the game felt flawless. I don't know, maybe they gave up, whatever. But yeah, you can expect anything from Lucas Rojo and his team. I believe they can make 2-0.
Well, you and all your fans, and of course the Barca fans, will be rooting for that. That match is starting, by the way, in 20 minutes from now, roughly. So everyone make sure to go on over there and cheer them on as well. Now, before I say goodbye to you, I want to give you an opportunity to address your team, your fans, anything you want to say to them.
Thanks for supporting us. I hope we proved that we are not just a talent team, we can compete on the same level. Thanks for supporting us, and sorry that we kind of let you down.
Man, with a performance like that today, that was not a letdown. Wacky, thank you so much for joining me for a quick chat, and best of luck in this tiebreaker scenario.
Thank you so much.
And that was Wacky from Desire. What an incredible performance from him today. But yeah, you can tell that it hurts. You can tell that it hurts when you turn it up just a little too late. Those group stages in round robin are so crucial. Every match matters.
It really
Hazard,
does.
don't hate me. Don't hate me.
Go
but
on.
Now I want Barca to win so bad.
It's funny you say that. My favorite part of the interview was where he said, it's Lucas Rojo, anything can happen. That's definitely one way of putting it, I think. We have to remember here, though, the teams that he has coached are yet to win a game in Ascension. And it means that if Barca do lose this next game, Spain is going to be the lowest ranked region across both events.
Yo, now I feel personally attacked. Now I feel personally attacked.
With Kakuka.
I was just saying, I hope that they win, but now you're just making this personal. Okay. I'll see you at the studio.
Oh,
maybe
okay.
without Apex.
Well,
because Barca's definitely.
It's okay. I'm used to Apex losing in the studio, so it's not a problem.
She dropped the I see you on LAN.
Oh yeah.
Harry,
you better not dodge it.
I will have to respond.
Well, man, this is a heartbreaker in a way for Desire, but Barca will have to fight it out for them now instead. It's going to be remaining interesting until the very end of the day, it looks. So let's shift gears. Let's talk about our next match here and get ready for all the action between MOUZ and Job Life. The stakes here are a bit more simple. Job Life, if they win, they're in. MOUZ, if they win, then the ultimates are actually in, since MOUZ unfortunately is already out. Now, if we're talking about Job Life, they played against Pacific just yesterday. They won. No, they didn't win. They lost 2-0, and it was a rough one too. Job Life looked rusty on their own map pick and fairly disjointed on Lotus as well, Kakuka.
Yeah, I think that is the fact that this map of Ascend, they started with a very good offense, right? I think that the timeouts from Pacific were amazing. Like the understanding of how to adapt into this game was on a different level. But once it got to Lotus, it was a different beast. It was a 13-2, but it was 13 rounds in a row that Pacific was able to get with all of this aggression coming in from Comeback and Larok. It's an impossible situation to be playing up against. It's sometimes in life things do not work, and against Pacific nobody can make it work in Ascension. So I still think that it speaks volumes for what Pacific has been achieving so far, but I wouldn't take it too harshly on Job Life because of that loss.
100%. Yeah, I think you look at Pacific as a team here, one that has now qualified to playoffs as well. How young some of these guys are, but how mature they are at the same time. And how Loiter speaking to you at the start of the day, Zoe, and the things that he was saying really fill you with confidence. You're talking about a guy who was the Grand Finals MVP of the Turkish region, which not only with the depth that it has is crazy, but he dropped a +32 on controller. Like, this guy is shooting well above his years. Comeback's looking like a CNED regen. It's all coming together for me. It is the Cinderella story to be looking at for Ascension, and I mean that globally.
Right on. I think another thing we took away from yesterday's match and discussed a little bit on the desk there as well, Sam brought it up actually, was if we're looking at the individuals, I mean, yeah, Job Life, they played very exec heavy. More often than not though, Yas went down really early. It's not a problem, of course, if they convert that death into an advantage, but let's take a look at how Yas actually compares to Zas. Am I saying it right? Saying it wrong. For sure.
Zussy.
Yas and Sus. Anyway, here's the comparison for you. First death rate, obviously. Yas has struggled.
Yeah, I think he's been struggling, and now in this head-to-head that we're going to see today, Sucks is so good at finding the advantages when it comes to the operators, when it comes to the early duels, and he would be the one capitalizing on Justice having a bad day. We were seeing it just now with Alexic not being able to win the first duels, even to go into a fight that was favoring him in many scenarios. And if this situation is to happen again, I feel like I know who's gonna come on top.
This is a really interesting head-to-head as well, because Zas, a player who had a couple of stints on Anonymo, most recently last year, Yas from Zero Tenacity, they played each other 4 times in Best of Ones last season, and Zas won every single head-to-head except for the most recent in April last year. Of course, the stakes there, not as big, all the Best of Ones too. This is a longer series. Who's going to be able to hold out? Zas already having posted the highest kill record just in Ascension in BO3s. Yeah, what a fight this is going to be.
Hopefully it's going to be a good one. I mean, Kakuka, if we're looking at that MOUZ squad in general, we talked actually to Benny from CGN yesterday, the fellow German, who's obviously rooting for the German team MOUZ, but he also was of the opinion, and I think the community kind of is on the same consensus, that MOUZ are underperforming in this group stage. Where did you have them heading into this?
I mean, actually, I was very excited coming into the tournament. This was one of the teams that I was looking forward to the most, I would say. Probably I slept on some other teams, but this one is one that I was, rooting for, because there's a lot of names that we recognize from the past, faces that have been in the game for a very, very long time. So when I saw them a little bit, yeah, I'm gonna say underperforming, not being able to even close some advantages and whatnot, I just wonder how they're going to perform today, knowing that they're out. I know that you need to think about next year, and I hope that that's exactly what they're focusing on today.
It's what Benny was saying in the interview yesterday as well. He can tell that MOUZ are underperforming. Sure, it's a surface level assessment, but that guy's going to know better than anyone else. He's put them in the dirt already 3 times, this year being the only time that they've actually managed to get the once over on them. That includes even just taking a playoff win against CGN. With the amount of depth that Duck has, it was always going to be a title with a burden for them to carry into this tournament and find results. And I think, look, if you can take a win against Job Life here, a team which was built to succeed in this competition, then it does offset a little bit of that. Sure, it doesn't fully make up for it, but I think MOUZ could definitely prove a lot of people wrong here, as it's a long-term project which has continued to build up until this point.
Yeah, and I'm sure they're so eager, since MOUZ as an org, they just barely missed out last year on Ascension, and they came back rejuvenated for this season to really try to make that work, Akuka.
Yeah, exactly. So from today, I want to see a different face. I want to see the MOUZ that I expected to see during this competition. Again, I think it's extremely important to fight until your last breath. And still, there are things at stake, even if it's not for them. You can capitalize on the pressure that the other team is on, knowing that if they lose, everything in the group stage comes down to the last match. I like that. I think that is the narrative that we should go for, even if it's for a team like Apex and Barca. I want to see them play to the last of their bets.
But that's the thing, right? Like, even if you yourself are technically already out, you still want to go out with a bang, right? You still want to have that good performance. So now we see MOUZ banning Ascend, obviously their permaban, Job Life. It's probably going to take out Abyss. Yeah, there it is. So yeah, nothing has changed there. We're waiting for that first pick from MOUZ. I'm very interested to see where they are going to take us.
Okay. I mean, it makes sense, right?
So
like
MOUZ
wins against Pacific, the only map that they've dropped so far, and Job Life loses yesterday against Pacific. But in my head, I am thinking, if I am Job Life, because you changed the composition yesterday, I just go back to the same old, maybe something that you wanted to try out, didn't work, and maybe MOUZ is trying to spot a weakness that they can go against. But if they do the same as Pacific was doing, just being extra aggressive and not allowing them to have any piece in the map, concerning, yeah.
Stylistically, for me, I feel like there's a really important matchup to look at here, and that's Job Life's defense-sided proactivity mid-round versus how MOUZ can like to play really slow sometimes, group up in certain areas of the map. Definitely something they should be looking to try and exploit here.
Find the bind pick interesting for Job Life there as well. If we're looking at the results from both teams, very mixed, so interesting to see what kind of plan they have heading into this one. Now, if we're looking or honing in rather on Lotus, what those agents select are going to be looking like is going to be very interesting, because quite frankly, Job Life, every single time they played Lotus, they rocked up with a different comp. Yesterday's comp did not work out, and we did talk about how that might not be good for longevity if you really want to establish yourself on a map.
Yeah, like I understand. It's not like they went into a wacky comp. It wasn't like a foot kind of moment where they just appear with no initiator and a sage, right? They go to a composition that is very well known, that has worked in the past, and probably was a one-time thing that they wanted to try against Pacific. So I'm only excited to see what we're gonna get from MOUZ, because I want to see that Yoru, and they're actually going back.
Okay, this is interesting.
Hey.
Job Life as well, bringing the Sova out. I think I would have liked to see the Neon with this, because they were running Fade alongside it before. I didn't feel like the utility was as good supportively, but to be honest, the Gecko's looking good. With the way that MOUZ play, they've gone back to the Yoru as well. I preferred the Neon for them also, because they like to do a lot of re-clearing into the late round. They pressure certain areas of the map. They come back, the stuns. You saying no?
No. Man, Sauce was unreal against Pacific.
Okay.
Like, he was 10-3 in those initiating duels, and with the mobility that he has, how good he is in the operator, that is definitely a winning factor for them.
Let's see.
Let's see indeed. So let's hand it over to Cairo and Steel for all the action.
Well, the stakes have been set here still. We know exactly what we need to look for. It is either a win for Job Life, or if MOUZ win, a win for MENA and the Ultimates. What are you thinking coming into the first map of Lotus?
I'm after the last series we watched, I don't know if I want to put my comments out there right now. I definitely look at how Job Life play, and I look to see how strong they can be. But I've also seen that they can play down to a certain level, and I do wonder if they will have MOUZ's number in some of these crucial moments with the way that they play, where they have good protocols and they have good textbook style, but they can get a little bit greedy. And we saw that, when the two of us casted them playing against the Ultimates, for example, they can get really greedy. And if MOUZ slow play that and punish those kinds of aggression, then we could see a game on our hands here. So it's going to be interesting to see which way this plays out, because I love being proven wrong.
Well, hopefully we do see that with Job Life. Again, yeah, as you said, starting on the attack, love to play around the map, and with MOUZ on the defence, a lot of contact, and that's always been the style that comes out of Germany, CGN, probably the pioneers of it. The rest of the teams have their own little twist, but for the most part, big part is that contact style.
As you say that, very slow opening from JL here. Trying not to walk into that. They see that breach on the other side. They know that a trap could follow suit. You can see how passive they are, trying to bait this out, tap that orb. see if there is a response. But the setup is towards that A. As soon as that revolving door opens up, that's where the trap is set for Job Life. They don't know it, but that C site is ripe for the taking.
It's the best option. B would probably be that crunch that you could see. Mikey so deep on A. It's crazy, we're almost like 20-30 seconds into the round and nothing really has happened. Finally the players move out and they're just contacting up against MOUZ, using it against them. The paranoia, I mean, catching 2 players start. Now he needs to hold on, calling for support, the players come out, and it's just 2 right clicks that work their way. The pistols of MOUZ have been far too easily finding capitalization. Spike down, and Mikey's been clutched before, but to ask him anything more than 1 kill would probably be too much. Well, he's found 2, okay, maybe there is more. No, Just will get that kill. It will be 1-0 to MOUZ, starting on Lotus.
That first shot as well looked like he wasn't even aiming for the first player. It's almost as if he was aiming for the guy closer up, and the accidental burst fire right here. He's aiming for Yaz and he hits Kamek. It's just so unfortunate, but that's going to be a start for MOUZ, and a very cautious approach you can see from Job Life, not wanting to fall into that breach stun trap, but instead they fall into the shock trap.
I think as well, Job Life coming into this series started pretty much slowly, right? As things have been going on. They had a good series against Saw. It was a tentative one moving on towards the Ultimates, and well, they're trying to get things started off right here, lighting up plenty of the players, but it's Stark once again who gets the double for MOUZ.
You did good.
So Langman picked up, and the Bulldog as well. So 3 versus 4, that is winnable if they're able to pick and isolate the right fights. As you see, MOUZ is split up around the map. They got the Cypher trips towards that A site to set up Zus, but all these other players are split. And it's just Stark alone. Yes, he has 2 kills in this round, and he was big on that pistol round. As I'm going through the motions of this Job Life, finally deciding where they want to go with just over 40 seconds left in the round. They're still transitioning. It means that it's going to be an all-in play here. The 2 tripwires, the camera for the retake, and potentially a really fast rotate. Stuns up for Breach as well. He can definitely get that across the map. Left. Job Life, you got to go.
Gotta. I mean, this is the perfect fight to take. Isolated, and there's no TPs to get away from us. Sure, he's great with the scoped weapons, but respect has to be shown to the smokes that have been sent his way to keep angles close. Well, they're not even considering it. Wingman will probably get that spike down, but Zutz will be able to drop 2 players. It's as simple as that on the retake, with only 1 Bulldog being dropped, and that'll be easily recollected.
We're going to have a game on our hands starting now. That plant's going to give a little bit of buffer economy for Job Life, but a good cleanup for MOUZ. In that 4 versus 3, they didn't lose any other players. Our first gun round coming in here, we already saw the approach from Job Life, trying to dodge out these breach stuns. I wouldn't be surprised to see them utilize some sort of kind of like misdirection, try to bait out that stun, try to bait out the setups. We saw it, how they tapped the orb, ready to punish a swing on that pistol round already. To expect more of that is a no-brainer.
4-1 setup so far. Yaz trying to be so quick into the smoke, and players, they're all light up, but they can't quite get the shots off. Oh, this is not looking good. It's not pretty whatsoever, and Job Life will get the damage done early doors. Players are still marked up from the earlier haunt that was sent their way, but as they start to move in, and the Wingman tries to get the spike down, Zus still continues on. He's denied the spike, but he's been denied his own life. Now Fizzy in a 1 versus 3, and if there's anybody in a 1 versus X, it would have to be the Portuguese man.
Spike planted.
1 versus 3. This is difficult. The way that Job Life is splitting up right now, though, 2 on the mound, 1 on the site. Would have been an opening had he found Kamek, but instead, put in the ground. Job Life find their first round, and that's the bonus round gone from MOUZ. So first gun versus gun round coming up right here, and already an attempt, and a close attempt as well. They got everything they needed there. The Haunt getting the scan inside the smoke, but the follow-up wasn't there. The stun missed all the players on the attacking side, and Droplife coming out on top of a situation where MOUZ easily could have found themselves some opening picks.
Yeah, some familiarity between the two teams, with Fizzy playing up against his former, I guess, rival coach, right, Lohan, who was in the Portuguese with GTZ, and played against Robbie BK when Robbie was the captain of GTZ. Now, look at this, straight in towards the site. There'll be nothing much that can be found, which will allow for the Thrash to be, or should be, in a perfect spot to be recollected, but no. Fizzy's setup still stays the same. The players don't want to try and go any further forward. Fizzy giving up a big kill because that now means the site can be moved into, but Droplife, they go elsewhere. Moving up from stairs, and Stark's all on his own. Players just being left to fight on themselves. No tradability whatsoever. It's not great at all. The Flash gets extra information. Obnox still not being caught. Alluri making inroads from stairs, and now this is doable. Up against Kamek. I know everybody knows. In terms of the performance, sometimes it hasn't been there. Spike being half, the smoke gone allows Kamek to be played in, and Alluri having to try and run it down, get close to it, aftershock in. Where is your gun? It's not there, allowing Kamek to get the clutch over the line.
If he had pulled his gun out, he has a big chance there. I wonder what happened. It looked like there was some sort of hesitation. He wasn't able to get it out in time, but that's going to be Droplife picking up yet another round, and I love the approach, what they do there. When they get that spike planted on the site, clearing it with the Thrash, you have to wonder, did like, you see this push in from MOUZ, looking to take that timing after Thrash has cleared the site. Fizzy goes in, trying to take that timing, and you want to allow your players that freedom to go for those plays, but at the same time, that was a round that they needed to win there. Put on the Sheriffs and a Guardian. This is when their ultimates are coming online as well.
Sus straight towards the other side of the map, moving the better weaponry round, and Magic just holding on towards what is the upgrade for any MOUZ player. They're starting to really push the limits as well, MOUZ. You can see with the Alluri moving in towards B main and just close by, there's perhaps an idea of what they want to do.
Right now, Droplife grouping towards B, and that's where the 4-man defensive stack is. They have that Your Ultimate and the man advantage to do a retake on C.
Oh, but the guns need to be good. The shots need to be just clean. It's not clean at all. It's MOUZ who come out on top, and it's just once again Robbie BK out of nowhere. And a 1 versus 2 has time to stabilise, and he's isolated on towards Obnox. There's plenty of rifles for Fizzy to collect. But it's all about that spike plant, and time is ticking away. 1v1 up against Fizzy, sees the player, but Fizzy gets over the line. A clutch for him, and a round straight back after losing that to Droplife.
These back and forths right now, it really could go either direction. Some of the ways that the rounds are playing out come down to small timings or one crucial kill here or there. This stack proving very difficult to break through, and no utility invested to clear that site out from the side of Droplife. They thought maybe there would be one player that can go in together and trade it out with a contact round, but it's not what actually happens for them.
TU sitting back in the Riot Games arena watching the game go on. The boys have had a massive performance so far, and to go one better, I mean, they've all like the best series score that anybody's ever had coming out of MENA. To go one better, qualify for playoffs, go further than any team has gone before, would be monumental for them. As for now, Droplife looking to recreate the story which Gentlemates had last year.
A space taken, waiting for the group. They have a couple of Vandals. They have that Hunter's Fury and an Omen Teleport, but I don't know if they're going to invest that in this type of round. It's just a Cypher and the Fade to defend against this as well. Nice Breach in position to get a stun off on that main entrance, but I don't know if it's going to be able to hit that tree room.
Fizzy, he's looking for the timing out of the smoke, combined by the haunt.
See that positioning on Mikey, close at the front B.
Like
They want to fake A and go B here at the pivot.
That's nice from Yaz, but he doesn't realise that Fizzy's taking the timing straight back. That'll be easy. Player to the good again. Spike to go down on what it looks to be a free site, but the players are stacked up and ready to go. Hidden in corners and playing in spots that MOUZ might find hard to clear. Actually, look at this. Playing off the back of the Hunter's Fury. More players walking in, and it's easy in terms of where the crosshair's placed. Nothing much to dislodge them. Nothing much to move the players that were up on Heaven. And now the op just holds on to main. Time is ticking away though, and that's something to keep your eye on. And it's up to Robbie BK, or sorry, Mikey once again. A player who's been so good at the clutch, but the clutch just doesn't seem to be happening at all for Job Life. That's another round to MOUZ, who are playing for MENA.
MOUZ right now are doing a really good job of that, and obviously, yeah, you could see from the camera the other round, it's what it means, but I love this push through the door, taking that timing, really questioning right now the decision from Job Life to pop that Hunter's Fury and do this push through Heaven. I kind of get the idea behind it after losing your player, Yaz, outside that A area, but right now, the way that MOUZ is setting up with a very passive setup on defense, setting up these traps and playing for the retakes, you'd expect Job Life to take a little bit more space and have better flanks in position to deal with this in the late rounds.
Pressure, MOUZ are reacting to this so quickly, sending it in towards the spot on towards A, the reclear. I mean, the op that Zeus has, players on Job Life need to be careful. And Yas last time, remember, was the one that stuck around. And with the shot, gave away his position. Zeus gets the entry kill once again. That's at least 3 rounds in a row that MOUZ have found success in that front.
And again, Job Life maybe potentially even playing a little bit too slow in this round. They want to do some sort of fake towards B, hit that door and go C with it. They do have that drone, but the spike is on that Sova. Robbie, the front of B. He has to cross through. Zess is off here, and this is going to be difficult to be able to get through. He might have to run all the way back through. Oh, he just crosses with that dart.
Yeah, dimensional drift straight in. Stark in the meantime has stopped the players getting out of C, and there's so many ultimates being sent in towards C Mound. And all it is denying the sound. Robbie BK, he's trying to get out on B, but time is running out for the Nightfall, and it's value. Oh, the fake out has completely worked against him. Robbie BK found something back, but it's still a 1 versus 3. Yeah, it's another round towards MOUZ, and at this point, I'm expecting Lohan to introduce himself for the first time in this matchup.
Oh man, that was a spray transfer while full blind. He was going for that first target, instantly connects with that second one with a crisp block, but you have to wonder there. It's like, how did he do that? But he was still full blind. I thought for sure he was going to be able to flick back to Zeus right after that, right after he kills Obnot on that transfer. But MOUZ with great control off the back of Zeus's opening picks with the operator. You're right. Job Life call the breaks right now. They have 4 ultimates right now in play, but they have to potentially do an eco round behind it. And what's been happening, if we break it down, it has been walking into operators, and they have double initiator to be able to flush this out. I do like their approach where they're trying to use these revolving doors, trying to use the map to its advantage to be able to create these fakes, put this misdirection in play, but it's not been paying out. It breaks down right at the beginning of the round when they lose one early, or right at the end of the round. It's just one crucial pickoff, and Job Life overreact and give the round away. If they clean those moments up, the start of the rounds where they're getting into the sites, using those doors as fakes, that's been working for them. I want to see them continue to use this.
The weakest of the sites would be A, obviously, with Fizzy so far back. You should be able to hear any sort of sound that gets sent his way. Yaz has bought up a stinger if he sends himself further forward, and Fizzy looking to reposition himself. It's more of what you said before in terms of using the doors, etc. to fake out. Whether this is actually the committal though, it looks like it is going to be. Remember, Showstopper's still there, and Zeus's op just does not seem to miss. It gets more and more sad as Joblife try to make their way through. MOUZ holding on. Players getting flashed up, there's information to be had and to work off of. Zeus is contacting his way through, and still he finds Mikey, even though Mikey was in the better spot. MOUZ, they're just collapsing in on the A site. Magic with just a bucky in hand. He's not going to get the damage that he's looking for, nor the timing. Every player knows exactly where he is, and it will be at least even on the half for MOUZ.
I'm not even sure if the old Bucky would have won a round like that. That's just so difficult to break through. 1 versus 5. It's a flawless round again for MOUZ. Picking this up in the opening pick, going in the way of Zeus and Joblife. They had the ultimates to work with, and I'm surprised they didn't try to combo in either a Dizzy or a Thrash before that Showstopper goes in blind into the situation. Picked out of the sky. It doesn't even get really any air before he gets picked off. The MOUZ, again, extending that lead, still have that Rolling Thunder for whatever trap or retake they need. Still lockdown and Thrash in play for the attacking side, now on a gun round though.
That's something about MOUZ, like they are playing from their new centre that they've made, the new HQ. It was just recently opened. Joblife, they're actually playing from home still. Decided that they wanted to play more from comfortability than being in together.
Well, if they lose this, it's definitely going to be more comfortable being at home than being out away from the comforts. A win is something that they need to get going. And still, they took that space early. They slowed down. They're waiting for this reaggress, but Zeus has been in this position before, and he's been winning the pick. This time, he goes down. And that's an opening that JL must desperately needed.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. Like, too many targets for Zeus to try and flick onto. And they went straight in towards B. They don't have control of main though, and Yaz knows all about it. The dangers and where it could come from. Spike finally being committed, and now the players, they change their eyesight towards Heaven, and Robbie gets another. Nice adaptation from Joblife to contact in, catch the players off guard. The second use of a Thrash will catch Fizzy, and it should be an easy finish to this one.
Last player remaining.
Yeah, Stark all on his lonesome. Still, a good run from Joblife.
I want to see them be able to get this last kill on Stark and make this flawless round, because this was MOUZ just getting a flawless round the round prior. And one thing I learned from watching Joblife, especially the last series against the Ultimates that we cast together, was I was trying to count them out a little bit too early when I'm seeing them against the Ultimates, and I thought it was going to be a 2-0 loss for them. Stark, are you going to be able to hang on to this? Nope. It looked really bad, but then they come back, they bring it really close in the first game. The second game, they bring it to OT, they narrowly take it through, they go into third. Everything is just super close. And right now, yeah, the round lead is building for MOUZ, but I don't want to count Joblife out just yet. There's still life in them. We see it here as they're hunting them down, the three of them together. They have the right ideas in a lot of these cases. They've just been unlucky to get put down by Zeus's op. That's been a major point, basically, this whole half.
I think as well, it's not as if when Joblife move on to the defense that all hope is lost. Like something that we were talking about when we casted that Joblife Ultimates game was Joblife's defensive read was usually spot on, especially on bind, if you remember right. They were just maybe taking themselves a step too far.
Just an overextension, absolutely. You're right. They did have a read on what was going on, and I think they do it here too. It's all about that execution and about going for too much when you're good with what you got.
Fin to be lockdown ready. This will be able to buy the space. Hopefully they don't move too soon.
That's a breach ultimate lined up. Okay, never mind.
I think they're probably going to wait to use this for when the lockdown finishes and they're ready to go straight back in. For the most part though, Job Life not playing too close on the site, not playing together. Magic being used as a late win condition, and Robbie BK's actually escaped the Rolling Thunder that was coming in. Magic being found, but Robbie BK hasn't. His rifle doesn't hit the shot.
Oh.
Mikey's does! Nice little change onto targets, hello! He's completely bought them out the round. Stark!
And they know where
nowhere
Stark is.
they. Yeah, exactly, because of Magic earlier. That spike will go down easy, sure the time will be low.
10 seconds left.
Now it's up to Stark again.
Huge kills from Mikey there as well. He's got the operator to pick up. They can both double up in tree. Look straight ahead on an off angle. Unless that door opens, they know there's only one spot Stark can be in. Satchels ready to knock him off the spike.
They've just doubled up. No information really being given away by both teams as they see the smoke go up on the spike. They know where it could be, and as you said, it's all up to the Satchels. Mikey will get his fourth, and so will Job Life after a massive round from the Clutchmeister himself.
Those shots were dirty, even with Zus getting that first pick off with that operator again. Just Mikey. Just 2 bullets apiece. That's all he needs to connect with the headshot.
That goes there. This goes here. Oh, this is a nice spot.
Gonna be another round for the side of Job Life, chipping away at the economy. The last purchase potentially for the defensive side of MOUZ here, but another operator in play. The counter op on the side of Yaz.
Yeah. But yeah, look at where Zus's position is. It's not traditional. And he's just got double. Trying to get one more. He can't quite do it. Robbie will punish it, but the damage has already been done still.
Image indeed. Mikey down. Had a huge last round, 4K. But a very aggressive position from Stark here. If he goes down, this site is exposed. The numbers advantage gone. And it's just not worth it. Magic. Omen diffs.
Oh,
gets the better
massive.
of him, and now the site's exposed.
Yeah, that should be free to walk in, shoot, like, invest in the drone, make sure that there's nothing else that can catch you off guard. In the meantime, like MOUZ, they're just going to go and re-clear everywhere else on the map to make sure that nothing can catch them off guard.
Spike planted.
Spike planted for Mound. The attackers resetting, clearing their flank, double checking this because it's been so long since they've seen another enemy. Once they've re-cleared this position though, they know it's safe to move back to the Mound. They know where the retake's coming in from, and Robbie has that Hunter's Fury to use on that spike. Kamek just gonna play in to create that extra pressure, bleed a little bit more time. MOUZ, you gotta go now.
Gotta be quick. Hunter's Fury in. And remember, there's also the Dizzy to play off of. Magic, though, he's been caught, and so is Kamek. We're back to a 1 versus 1, but Robbie doesn't have control of Spike when there's no time at all. Alluri has to run away. Job Life, they'll find their fifth, and starting to string these rounds together very, very closely.
Just when you thought that MOUZ lead that they built was good enough, we can see it completely just taken away, 6-2 to 6-5 in just the last 3 rounds, picked up back to back for Job Life. Yes, Vandal's in play. Yes, Yoru ultimate in play for Zus, but Job Life, again, we talked about their defensive reads. Right now, they have a pretty good read on the attack side, and you can already see the pings fast. We're going to see double smokes, Waterfall Heaven, and a fast play through Blue Door. From that raise, it's going to be a fake to go A. Potentially.
Well, they're trying to dissuade anyone from pushing up off B main.
Stun with the door.
Yeah, they've missed it. They've not got Yaz, and he's escaped through in towards the smokes. And now they can position him there. And he's found himself into the backline, just though not thought about. And as they contact in once again, the punishment comes through. Can he double up? No, Robbie BK gets one back. But in this meantime, MOUZ are trying to scramble, find where Yaz is gone, and they've allowed Job Life into the site. players close by to B, but for the most part, everyone is disconnected, and it comes down to a lot of 1 versus 1s. Obnox slow, finds Yaz, and finds the player that MOUZ were looking for. Robbie BK yet to be introduced from B main, but he's got 2 players close on his trail, and they're coming in through the attacker spawn. It's a topsy-turvy round where you don't know where it's going to go, and it'll come down to these gunfights. If MOUZ can get the trades, Magic first on the board, and it's getting time down close, but MOUZ will get out in the end, even though it was a tentative state.
7-5, MOUZ keep the lead. And a good retake, a good job from Obnox to find that pesky Yaz going through Waterfall and trying to get a flank off on that C site.
It's been a great half, ebbs and flows, mostly MOUZ getting the punishments and the early kills, but Job Life have found a lifeline to move into for the second half. Whether they can convert that, that will be the answer, or the question that we'll be looking for. Well, we're going to go straight to a 1-minute break, just wait there. Back, here we are, second half of MOUZ versus Job Life. Still, can Job Life get this done on the defense, or will MOUZ have the advantage on the attack?
This is something where Job Life, I've seen their defense reads, I've seen what they can do, and we saw their cautious approach to MOUZ at the beginning of that first half. A few rounds given away to MOUZ, but it's on MOUZ to prove that they can close this out. That single controller, with the breach in play, means that they don't really have a whole lot of options for the fakes outside of utilizing that Yoru capacity to be able to teleport across the map. These might be straight up hits. They got the flashes, Paranoia, Yoru, breach. Lots of flashes to go in with and get those picks and entries. It's all about making it all connect.
That's it. Need to connect. Find your way in. And the shot's just missing out on the alarm, but they'll get it. And that creates the question mark on the C site, especially with that Lurk smoke that's been placed.
It's a lot of doubt in the back of JL's mind, but they don't budge. They know that turret's still up on B. They don't have to worry about that, and they've got Yaz on that A line as well. So until this contact from Fizzy comes, and even then, that's a Cypher. Cypher usually means a lurker. MOUZ putting bodies behind it, though. Know that Job Life aren't going to move from that C position if it's just the Cypher. If they catch Yaz, it could be the opening they need.
Has to respect it. Doesn't want to keep and overstay his welcome.
30 seconds
In the
left.
meantime, bodies haven't budged from C at all, leaving Yaz in such a bad spot. Yeah, with the door open, respecting it, and you can see how passive. He doesn't want to take head-on gunfights. The players now making their way on the site, and with the spike being planted, that will be the notification to rotate.
Bringing it down to the wire. MOUZ plant 6 seconds remaining on the clock and get that one-way up on top of CT, realizing that it's going to be a full retake from the side of JL, who has full abilities, but MOUZ with the contact in means the stun's in play.
Yeah, this stun's going to be absolutely massive. The nade, though, and the shocks are on point. That'll at least catch Alluri, but at the same time, oh, there was more players towards heaven. It's Fizzy from the site, though, that gets the better of them and puts MOUZ to the good. But before Magic trades it out, in the meantime, Mikey escaped through stairs. Magic onto the spike. Well, they know where Zus is now. And Mikey's got rid of all. Knocks it came down to a 1v1. But there's no time. Unfortunately, MOUZ will get 8.
He's so good in some of these situations, but running out of time. That means JL's going to lose that second half pistol as well. MOUZ really building that lead just from the pistol rounds alone, basically. The Job Life committing to their stack. A good opening with that combo towards that pit area, but the way that MOUZ understood how to get into the A site, they used that Cypher Cage on that cross to get behind Rebel, to walk up that right side. They understood Yaz is jump spotting from the site. He can't see us if we walk up on his close left. They get all the way into the site without using a single piece of util, and they have that to stop that retake.
What is this smoke?
They're trying to hide from the Haunted here.
I think it's just been placed wrong by... Oh, it's just Magic that's hiding. Okay. No, instead, every single player is looking to catch one off guard, and it will be Zaz. He's peeked out into 3. So that's the notification. We'll know that 3's towards A. There is actually 4. So let's try and head elsewhere. But no, they're actually sticking around here.
They left the line. They just had a player spotting from that blue door towards A.
Cage triggered.
Solo pressure from MOUZ as they walk into the A site. Job Life still defending it.
As MOUZ contact through on towards B, I mean, they don't really know about their control of B main. Sure, 3 on A, but 2 players are missing. One, which is the KJ close to C. They're taking us a step further, going towards CT, where there's players lying in wait. The pistols just do not hit at all. And now this makes for a pretty tough scenario. Pistols to come out into better weapons. The control, they have none of it. They have to try and re-clear towards heaven. I mean, they've got players out on main. And I think for the most part, Job Life, they don't really want to come into sight cleanly. It should be easy enough. Not before Mikey comes in with his ghost. Could he capture another couple of heads? No, it will not be the case. MOUZ will make the gap 4 rounds between the 2 teams.
That first gun round coming out for the side of Job Life here. They grab that Odin instantly before I can even see the HUD coming all the way up. It's already in his possession. And that's really going to mean that he might be positioned towards that tree room, getting that spam damage off on MOUZ. And MOUZ showing how slow they want to play this game, contacting around, getting that advantage. I was afraid for a moment as they chose to go into B against pistols, but the way that they're able to continue pressing forwards before they go for that plant, I like the foresight that they're showing.
Nice entry already. Kamek gone. Zus's old teammate from 2022. But in fact, both of them will have to bring out the Sun Lounger as Robbie BK gets the trade through an Odin spam.
Dart to re-clear, spots nothing, and that's the cue for MOUZ to come back to A, thinking that Job Life is gonna leave this a little bit weakened. Robbie still spamming away, trying to get any chip damage, but needs to reload, so he backs all the way up. Tries to play his life a little bit more safe.
Respect what's being put forward, but with the B main again in control of Job Life, the 1v1 with Fizzy, if he moves into there, is going to be absolutely massive. That's probably the decider of the round if it does come to it, but Magic, he's investigating. Now they know about Mikey, Magic knows about Fizzy, and there's information on either side for both to capitalise on. Mikey has the door open for him, Fizzy was already low, but a headshot is good enough. Finally B main has been caught, but Job Life they've activated straight out into the site, and Yaz getting 2. Another round win for Job Life, the first of the second half.
Mikey is looking so pivotal for these guys right now in some of these moments, getting the exact amount of impact he needs. But of course, the opening kickoff with that Odin through that tree to make this round a possibility off the back of the Sova, IGL, and finally the cleanup. And Job Life finds themselves around on the board, but still light shields on 3 of the players. The economy not in the strongest position right now. Yaz one off of Showstopper as well. And another round that Jail really needs to capitalize on right here.
Who's next? Job Life respecting the dimensional drift that Zus is using to gain extra information. MOUZ a little bit delayed and they're scaling up towards the C site. And actually, I haven't really got out just yet. Zus is TP'd back towards the stack, but decisions haven't really been made and really want to go here still.
Yeah, this is tough. They got so much space, but they gave it all right back up. They lost that time on it, and the ultimate's gone. Taking that pressure to B to soften up that C site. It might work. It catches Yas, but he gets away.
I don't know how he's got away, man. He's got 9 lives, and I think he's used about 7 of them in that, like the past couple rounds. Zus though is continuing on his rampage, and with a low Yaz, it should be easy enough for him to get. Stark though, he's given himself up. Zus now played in, finds the player that he was looking for on the hunt, but in the meantime, Job Life are looking elsewhere. Karmic tries to get it, but it's Fizzy who doubles up. That will be double digits for MOUZ in the end. And well, now Job Life need to be careful because their economy is starting to get to a bad spot.
Yeah, we saw the light shields. We saw that their economy was going to be in a tough spot if they didn't convert that last round. So giving MOUZ double digits and potentially giving them an 11th round if they choose to do a save here is not an ideal situation they want to be in. They call the timeout. They talk about this round. They also have that showstopper in play with a lockdown. So a lot of pieces that they can work with if they choose to do a purchase here, but they might just only choose to do a Guardian. They're so close to Thrash as well. So many things can come into place for them if they play the round out correctly and they don't give up any sorts of opening duels. MOUZ, obviously, we've seen them slow play the entire game, trying to make sure that they don't walk into any traps, make sure that they go to the right spots and take all the space that they can take before they commit to the site and plant. It's been working for them. 3 rounds to 1 for the second half. MOUZ winning these attack side rounds and edging out that last round as well.
Yeah, I mean, for these players as well, still it'll be about playing to put yourself on the short list, right? I think Ascension is the key scouting point for a lot of teams, seeing how they perform against the best of the best in Tier 2 and see if they are worthy of any Tier 1 spots, any trials. So far, there's certainly a few that you could look at. Zus certainly putting himself into a position with his attack side up, the way that he plays, the way he's always hitting his shots, but Job Life have a few of their own talents that they need to rely upon. Mikey's been a real shining light, but the rest need to up their game and raise their levels if they're wanting to catch up to MOUZ, especially with this gap of 4 rounds.
We can see the setup. Job Life hoping that MOUZ would go B or go C. They could hit that revolving door, but MOUZ goes A. And a full retake will have to come into play. They do have that lockdown. I wonder if they place that. There's no real counter to it except for a push.
It's ready.
And it's placed.
Yeah, placed. But look at this, as you said, they need to be careful of any push coming forward. And it's Zus once again, so far forward, but they've denied the space that MOUZ were looking to play in for. But most of the time, post-plant can be a bit deeper. Showstopper can't quite catch a Luri, but it has bought some time. Onto the spike they go. The wingman doing most of the work. In fact, you think there's just a chance, but the aftershocks taking them off and moving into tree. No sound at all. Have to play on the lines of sight that Job Life have. Time is getting low and they need to get a move on. And that move goes back to spawn. It is 11. MOUZ keep walking on.
And MOUZ has to be happy with how that round played out. Job Life used a lockdown and a showstopper on their eco round and weren't able to capitalize on it. If they had gone in and instantly got that spike diffused with that initial pressure on tree, once that showstopper goes off, everyone's vacated that tree room. If that diffuse comes in, there's still a paint shells in play once that revolving door opens a second time. That should be a round that JL could convert.
Karmic looks to put them in the spot to convert this one, at least with that entry onto Zus. Players immediately looking to send it towards C, not want anything to do with A. Yaz has got so much information by being so far forward. Job Life, they should be able to put, like, lean heavier towards this side of the map.
5-on-4, playing the numbers. Job Life. They made these matches close before, looking to do it again.
Thrash is coming out. Is this a flood? I mean, we've got some information off the back of it, but the rest of the utility hasn't come through. Mikey once again looking to be the difference, and there's a difference in utility. That's a massive one, and Offnox is set up the rest of the team. It's set up MOUZ. Robbie BK, his spam isn't good enough, and the trait from Alluri is. That is map point on MOUZ's pick against Job Life.
This is huge from MOUZ. So many big moments from some of these players. We saw it all throughout that first half from the side of Zus with that operator, but now we're also seeing, coming into the fray, we're seeing Stark a little bit more. We're seeing Obnox as well, has had some crucial moments, some key kills on some of these rounds to be able to convert the rounds in Job Life. They need 6 in a row just to bring it to OT on this first map. And yes, it is MOUZ's map pick, but no, this is not the start to a series you want.
Again, the entry being found on the A side by Job Life. Yaz will make it 2 to the good, but MOUZ have fought back before here still. They're heading towards C. Is this the place to do it?
This could be. Right now, another pick off, and it's just 2 remaining for the side of MOUZ.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, Alluri.
Spike down, C.
Nice. Flashed up. It should be easy to collect. It is a scrappy round, though, still.
A little bit scrappy. The opening picks on the side of JL with the Guardians to open it up, but it needs to be perfect Valorant right now for Job Life if they want to be able to go through. The thing that worries me is that once MOUZ decide to do it, they combo that Dimensional Drift with the Rolling Thunder. Wherever they go, they have a site for free. And they've been doing a decent job in some of these post plants. So that's what I look to. The side of JL, on the other hand, I mean, they have a Hunter's Fury to work with, but they need to get these opening picks. Otherwise, their jobs are so difficult to just do. Oh, that's another start.
Yeah. Another entry. Hunter's Fury straight in. Trying to see if he can tee up another double down, but they've got pings to go off of. In the grand scheme of things, it's only really information that they've got off the back of it where players couldn't be. And MOUZ are starting to head in towards Mikey, who's been good before. Can't quite hit it this time. The alarm bot giving the jig up. MOUZ should scale into this space, considering Job Life are willing to give it.
You want to take this. A fast flood potential with the Dizzy from Kamek if he wants to do it. Yaz across the map. It would be a 4-on-4.
Oh, magic. That's lovely stuff. The spray transfer and Mikey to get the next spike on the floor of Nux. His utility's been spot on, but his crosshair placement isn't this time flawless. And I think that comes from the adaptation from Mikey actually playing in front of the one-way and not allowing MOUZ to get that extra space in heaven.
Absolutely. And this is the story that I'm seeing right now from Job Life in the last few days is that the first few rounds are kind of scrappy and maybe even a little bit too loose on some of the players. But once they get their backs up against the wall, that's when they put their, I guess, big boy pants on and try going for, you know, these perfect plays. They're hitting their shots. They're on point. You would almost hope that they would start this a little bit earlier. And now the combo that I was talking about coming into play here, and it's a big task. Mikey again on the A site by himself, but knows what's coming and backs up. That Rolling Thunder, if they don't have to expend it on the site hit, then they have it for the post plant. We already saw how strong that stun is.
Well, they're trying to bust out and flood in through heaven. Robbie finding Zus, and well, because he's TP'd out, they'll get the pings deep. Knowing the space and where MOUZ are, a quick pivot towards the B side. Magic, this is a big position for him. whether he sticks rounds and hold on. Yep, he's going to hold on to the lines of sight. Meanwhile, he's under siege, Spike down, and Magic has got B under lock and key. Stark now, this would have to be something special, and it looks to be. 2 players left. Stark has got this mostly clean, but the paranoia will be his undoing. Job Life, they're starting to get the ball rolling here.
Round by round, they bring it back, and they're only trailing by 3 now. 1 ultimate invested for the side of MOUZ in that round. Their economy getting a little bit low. They could do a partial investment here to keep chipping away at the economy of JL, only winning that last round with 2 players alive. Means that these rounds are, you know, even though they're going the way of JL, they're expensive. They're chipping away at the economy, and if it continues to go this way, Job Life might not have a strong enough buy to be able to convert more rounds. But still, it needs to be a perfect game from Job Life, and MOUZ seemingly playing themselves in some of these moments.
I would say so. I think the other aspect to that is as Job Life start to get better and better and the momentum rolls their way into these last pivotal few rounds, it's the ultimates that are going to probably be the deciding factor for me, Steel.
I'd agree so, but I see this dimensional drift, and the Rolling Thunder's not really used to be a follow-up anywhere. They didn't even use it to extend into B, and we see the slow shift, the slow transition from that A area into B. They got caught in the open on that transition. Spike goes down, and that's where everything falls apart. So more decisiveness, more speed once they have that read and want to go for that transition from the side of MOUZ, and we're seeing a different story. But 2 Vandals, a couple of Sheriffs, a very light investment here.
Pace change from Job Life coming on towards the A side of things. Utility hasn't quite been hitting from MOUZ, but they're moving out on B. The alarm bot gets destroyed, gives Kami plenty of notification, but he's only good on the first. Robbie at least keeps the advantage in their favour, trying to stop the plant going down in the best possible spot for MOUZ, and as they try to scale up towards CT, that space is actually being given, Steel.
They're happy to give up the space to play the round together. Rolling Thunder still in play for the attackers, but a classic on Illuri and Obnox, 40 HP. That's 1 shot. Take him down by a Vandal. The Spike is going to get re-cleared here by Magic, surely.
He's got the confirmation. Stun will at least stop anything for the time being, but he's escaped to the B site. While this explorative nature from MOUZ continues to see if they can get something back, they'll allow Job Life to recollect their players and be main. MOUZ need to find a way out, a place to hold a post plant from, and it seems as if it's going to be Hobbit. That's the Rolling Thunder offline. That's the key piece that you would be using to stall out this retake, to gain something your way. Yaz has got the trade onto Obnox, and Zus is known about. It will be double digits, and MOUZ, they're starting to let this slip.
A little bit of a slip, but that was an eco, and to be in a man disadvantage like that with the classic, losing that Rolling Thunder, not the biggest deal. I really like how JL played that retake. Mikey was so patient, waited for his teammates to take contact. And the rest of his team pushing through A, getting that flank off on B, staying together, ready to move, depending on which site MOUZ decides to end at. And once they make contact, they're all fighting together. So 2 more chances for MOUZ to close out this map, otherwise it goes overtime. JL, they got that showstopper back on Yaz, but the ultimates reaching critical mass on that attack side, and that is what's scary. This round coming up, are they going to have all the weapons they need, or did they invest a little bit too much in the previous round? We see light shields only, some Vandals, but I don't know if they're going to have any player with heavy shields.
Yeah, and as for Job Life, they've got plenty in their pockets as things get rolling. Just to give you guys an update, it seems to be a peripheral issue on Job Life, and we've got it all sorted and good to go. As you said, critical mass for the ultimates for Job Life, they're slowly approaching that. The lockdown, no real counters unless there's going to be MOUZ having a plan to counter that in terms of the push, as we've said before. But for me, Kamek's Thrash being 1 away, fighting for an orb on C or A would be absolutely massive. They don't opt for it, a much more passive play. Compared to last round where the pacing, pretty fast. And MOUZ have made adaptations and playing this round with a slow start.
Late reclear dart as well. Sent across the map.
Cover going out.
Magic holding the space by himself. He's had his teammate, he's had Yaz there on the other times he's played here. He needs to be careful though because he's alone. We saw what happened earlier where going down early is not the play that you want to have towards that C area, but a big read and the wrong gamble from JL. They're reading an A play, but it's going to be most likely a C play. A showstopper in play for the retake, but I'm looking at Nightfall and Rolling Thunder, and I know where I'd place my bets on that one because whoa, that's going to be tough to break through.
I like this though, because the mid-rounding from Job Life has already happened. They've cleared B main. They know that there is not going to be a B play, or most likely not going to be. And Robbie can just hold on to this angle, knowing that nobody's walked past it.
Paranoia needs to go big here to counter this out, to stall them.
If Magic feels as if he's under too much pressure though, he can easily TP out with his ultimate. Still hasn't gone for it. Tagged up. Kamek again, so good at getting the first kill, but it's always the second where he struggles. Time being low, and Robbie BK holding on towards this. Odin should be able to deny. The showstopper trying its best. It's not going to connect, and it's up to Mikey who can't quite get it done. MOUZ will win the first map for MENA and put themselves at a really good spot for winning this series.
That game came so close as well, but close isn't good enough, and we're going to have to see Job Life crawl it back on the second map coming up right after a quick analyst segment.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything, it's art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough.
Welcome back, one and all. On defense, Job Life were able to finally string 4 rounds together. which we expected to see from them to bring it back on the defense, but MOUZ managed to stop that momentum in their tracks, and they're now putting themselves in a very good position. But Kakuka and Haza, they're not just putting themselves in a great position, well, they can't because they're already out. They're putting the Ultimates in a very good position. That's more important. We actually got to see the player cams, or like the team cam from the Ultimates several times, and they're having a good time, Kakuka.
I'm just saying, every single time that the replay is over and we see them celebrating, I'm thinking about just grabbing a cab to the studio, but because that looks like the better place to be watching the games from. But yeah, MOUZ is able to close this one up, and I have to say that to me, it was obviously a lot about what was going on in the defense. This composition and the way that they play it, it's very like on the line of what we expect, with us having a lot of impact on the operator. And actually there was a round that I wanted to show, but there's the rounds that they are playing with the ultimates, even the last one that they played on the attack, are so well curated. But this one in particular, I just found it very funny because he's always finding this kind of impact. And even though this was a situation that where they already had the advantage, this is a round winning moment. And in a very important round, you play with what you have. You invest both of the ultimates, just like they did in the last round of the map, to guarantee that you get this big gun round wins. Yes, some players are going down, but it doesn't matter. The guns are going to go out for job life, and this is the kind of rounds that will give you the half, and at the end of it, probably the map as well.
It was such a nice reaction too, the way which he was pressured, stuck in the corner when that trap wire was broken. The ult immediately then goes into a play where they're on the offense. They've changed it around completely. It's Obnox's ult which hits C-Mound, and then he's the same player which is partnering up with ZUS to re-clear back around B to take the kill at the end there. So I think it is really nice how MOUZ have built themselves around a lot of fundamental Valorant, but it's really effective.
It really is, and for ZUS especially, I feel like he had such a great dominant showing on their very first match in groups, but then kind of went quiet after that. Heading into this match, we did highlight this head-to-head between Yas and ZUS, looking quite different now.
Yeah, look at that first blood coming in from ZUS. It's something that we expected, but when he's on the operator, doesn't matter if it's the Jet, if it's the Euro, he always finds a way to find that impact.
That's exactly it. It's the op. And in terms of the setups from MOUZ as well, they play a lot of the same ones as they have done for the whole of this year in Ascension. Maybe one of the reasons why we don't see them make it towards playoffs, to be honest. But like there are times where his positioning's a little bit readable. You know, he likes to go in front of the Cypher setups as well. But the pairing with the Yoru and being able to TP to fresh angles, and then the ult as well when you don't have a gun out, finding yourself effective in those kinds of situations, I think is a lot of value added.
So heading into this next map, I mean, this is Job Life's pick, obviously. We're heading to Bind. They lost Bind on day 3 against the Ultimates. Although it was a close match, we have to say that. If we're looking at the results from both of these teams, we already talked about that during the map veto. Mixed results, right? Both have a tendency to play that double initiator. We see Gecko with Breach from both sides. Actually, Job Life, they also threw the Sky into the mix. They did lose against you with that, so that didn't work out. What specific plan do you feel they have this time around?
I will say that for Bind, yes, Job Life, they go for this pick, and they picked it, as you're saying, against the Ultimates as well. But I will give them that it is impossible to win against Mo. Like on the clutches that he was having, the round that he was pulling in, and he was like in the big rounds, in the important ones, the ones that do not meet only one round, but probably 2 and 3. So I can understand why they feel comfortable with it, and probably want to put MOUZ in a situation where this is a map that they still haven't played in Ascension. And since they swapped the composition, maybe not Viper, maybe the Omen, the Breach coming in the mix, maybe they think they have their number.
We've completely lost Kakuka to the Ultimates hype train at this point. I'm hearing, what is it about Job Life's comp? It's actually Mo is the reason why they're not winning. Yeah, we've got to find a better chance to give those guys. But I think to kind of circle back to what you were saying, Zoe, with the Sky choice, it was what I was mentioning at the very start. I want to see Job Life be a little bit more proactive in the mid-round, really test MOUZ on their attack side especially, take the space and limit test, because it was against the Ultimates where they kind of fumbled that last time. They had some really strong setups. That's when things fell to pieces. They couldn't play together with the positions they put themselves in.
Now, before we're heading more into the nitty-gritty of our next map, let's actually take a look at the updated standings, because we got some confirmation on a few scenarios here as well. Apex is, in fact, qualified. Someone smarter than us did the math backstage, and Apex are through. Absolute heartbreaker, of course, for Desire there, as they really showed up at the second half of the groups. Unfortunately, a little too late. On the other side, Job Life and the Ultimates are still in it to win it, but it is out of the Ultimates' hands. But with Bea's support, the power of friendship, they can make it.
Man, I'm just pissed that it doesn't matter if Barca wins or not, because I just wanted to fight Asa.
It's out of TU's hands, but it's in MOUZ's hands. And right now they seem to be capable hands, so I guess it's all right. And look, the Barca one, we'll come back to that later. Maybe I'll have to apologize. We'll see.
I mean, maybe I think that there's a scenario where you and I both win. Barca gets the win. Apex is still qualified, so
yeah,
that would be the best scenario for everybody.
And GoNext give them a free holiday, so they're all off to Mykonos. That's what I've heard, at least.
Exactly. We can all just meet in Mykonos.
The owner was actually going to send the GoNext team out, so I guess if the flights are already booked, then you might as well.
Masters Mykonos. That is Mykonos. that is my pitch. Riot.
Honestly, I'm here for it. I have obviously zero power or any say, but I support all of that. Now we are still waiting, of course, for the Agent Select to be ready. Do you think either of those teams is going to come with something wonky here, something wacky? Is that the way to go?
I do think that MOUZ probably has an edge into this one, like not knowing if you're going to something a little bit more aggressive with the Omen or with the Viper. That is always going to be the question, because they can play both of the compositions. I want to see how they're going to be using the Breach as well to set up Sus, because the same performance that we've seen from him on Euro and that I can expect to see as well on Jet, I do not expect it as much on Raze, because I feel like he is the kind of player that by himself, it's so powerful that in this situation, like, he's better when he's not said, okay, I did, is that a clove?
Yes, it is. Okay, MOUZ on the defense as well. This is going to be a little bit different, but I think, like, when you speak of what I was mentioning earlier about that proactivity, same goes for MOUZ here as well. They don't get too explorative, but B long is going to be a huge area of the map in terms of what is being contested by them potentially. And yeah, I want to see some Raze combos with the Decay too.
I'm loving this. Finally get to see Clove here in action as well, so I am a happy little camper. Speaking of happy campers, Steel and Kyra are standing by to cover all the action.
Yep, well, we might be freed from Desire. Job Life will certainly be terrified of MOUZ and what they could do Unbind. One map away here still. As we move into it, we've seen Job Life on this before. MOUZ, what do you think they can do?
I think that, well, we're going to see something interesting, because we're seeing the double controller, but instead of Viper in play and, you know, potentially Brim or Astra, we're seeing Omen and Clove. And this is something maybe I would see on Lotus from a, you know, World Championship team, but this is going to be interesting, because that means we're probably going to see a lot of fighting going down. A lot of fighting. And I don't know how that's going to play out for the side of MOUZ that like to play it slow the whole time, whereas JL, they're more happy getting a little bit scrappy, it feels.
Yeah, and what do you feel like the double bubble versus the typical Viper? I always feel as if the Viper walls are always great for locking out. Will they have the same effect here for MOUZ?
I don't know, because they're starting on the defense side of this map, so we're not going to see how those double bubbles work on attack for a really long time, but it does mean that we're going to see more activity from these smoke characters. The Omen with that paranoia getting into the mix on the aggression, but also the Clove, you know, being a pseudo duelist, moving around and trying to take those aggressive fights with the other. I guess you're going to see it with Zus, because that's what we saw last game on Yoru as well.
Slow start once again. It feels as if these two just love to play the game on second gear, third gear, whatever it is. B long, as Haza mentioned, a point of importance put on it, and Alluri getting a big bit of information early doors, trying to go for a cheeky peek, and he's been punished for it. It's completely on their own, completely solo, but at least Fizzy gets that trade back straight in towards site. Fizzy still sticking around, trying to deny the spike plan, but he's almost been denied his life. Still getting himself some value, but doesn't work out. And it seems as if this is now straight in towards fifth gear, as everybody's trying to go as fast as possible. Keep things going, although Magic looks to finish this one out. Obnox trying his best clutch attempt at 1 versus 1 against Mikey. Smokes can still go down. The Clove of Stark looking to place him on Spike. That will force Mikey out of spot. With the molly to dissuade, time ticking away. You can't help but feel that should be a job life round. It might not be though. Is time there? Yeah, it looks to be. MOUZ get the pistol.
And it's been a game of Obnox versus Mikey and some of these clutch moments. Not the head-to-head in the clutches, but just in general, just closing the rounds for the teams. Another pistol round going in the favor of MOUZ. If I'm not mistaken, that might mean 3 for 3 in job life.
Yeah.
Really close, making it almost work, but close isn't good enough. Not when you have your Ascension life in the mix.
I mean, that's it. It's all pressure on this situation. The Job Life fans have been so supportive of the team on social media and trying to get them into the best spot possible. With the spike down, though, it seems as if they've went straight in for the force. Try and get things in, but already players are being lost. An even trade on either side, but it gets worse as they try and bust out. Just with a lovely flick. Make that 2! Mikey now brought into the perfect spot, trying to get something, a Spectre with some bullets in his hand to work with. But MOUZ, they're away searching, and with 2 players here, Mikey needs to isolate at least one. Make the first kill clean. Has done. And he's now playing himself in for the clutch of perhaps this season. The biggest one yet. 4 bullets, hasn't tried to attempt to reload it. And that's
knows that Fizzy was close.
Yep. Hasn't attempted to try and plant a spike either. Has the orb and still has the molly to work with post-plant MOUZ. Fizzy's escaped. Mikey's not looked. He's behind you, mate.
Timing.
The pantomime villain. The clutch coming through. Not just a head spoiling it. No. But Mikey looks round at the right time.
That is great timing and sad timing, depending on who you are. A great play by Mikey to be able to move around like that, to get that, or that just he was so threatened because that paranoia came out earlier. He thought that Fizzy was out on the site for the longest time, but on the opposite side of things, Fizzy thought that, yeah, exactly. Fizzy thought, hey, you know what? Maybe he's pushed around to elbow because we don't see him here. They didn't clear the front of the site the whole time. So both players had no idea where each other were all the way down to the wire.
Big, massive round for Job Life to come straight back into this. Essentially becomes their anti-eco round. Everything being put on its head. Deja vu from the last series, and as they escape into backside, straight into the engagements, and Yaz so good with it. Kamek can get the spike down, and it's actually been put in towards a pretty open plant spot. For Job Life, still this should be easy enough.
Never want to say easy enough when it's Valorant and you got sheriffs and frenzies and even classics in play. And now you can say easy enough. I like the Viper wall that they use here for the anti-ecos. They place it where it blocks off that lamps area and all of back sight. They drop a smoke onto heaven and they walk out showers. And they know that all the sight lines are basically cleared out. Hold for possibly back sight. But a flawless round from the side of JL after losing pistol and then winning on their own force buy. And just taking the lead now, in the first time in basically the entire series that they're able to do so. This is their map pick. They should feel strong and confident on this map. So if they're going to be able to show us anything, this is where it's going to begin. MOUZ on that double controller with that Clove in the mix. I hope they have something a little fun in store for us, because otherwise I don't know what the purpose of it is.
One away from Magic's orbital strike. One that has probably escaped us as it's been scaling up, and that's big information from the flash of the blinding light. So that's going to be one flash down that they have when they come for the retake. And sure, you've got Obnox Dizzy that comes back in, but you can't be using that utility frivolously, Steel.
frivolously. I can say it.
Thank you, mate.
Stark, big kill, big opening there. It's okay, I got you. Sometimes tongue twisters are fun. Sometimes some words that are so easy to say are so hard to say at the same time.
Mate, it's the accent, right? Like every time, I just feel as if like it just works against me. Probably BK, that kill will work for him. The only thing is, though, you've got one more to try and find to get things back on your side.
Oh,
Magic just missing out, man. An acceleration now through onto the site, and Obnox has escaped his fate. This is the thing. Now it gets hard, because MOUZ know exactly where the spike is and know how to react. Reinforcing Stark close by. Sorry, not Stark, I'm used to him playing the controller, it's Fizzy. He's near the site, and while you're going exploring to try and get something back, now you're having to rely on an outlaw. Sheriff,
one shotable though.
Yeah, they are. Misses the first shot. Yep, that's going to be it. Done. And MOUZ get that round to come back into the game.
Very scrappy, sloppy. It could have gone very easily for the side of JL. Magic missing that shot, getting snapped on by Alluri on the site there, was the big difference maker. That went from JL probably closing out that round very easily, maybe having to deal with that thrash on the retake, to MOUZ just having the ultimate way to close it out. And now you look at the ultimates in play here. One off Seekers, one off Showstopper. You have the thrash in play. On the other side, we see the Seekers in Orbital Strike. We're seeing one off Showstopper of their own, and also a thrash of their own. So many ultis in play, and a little bit of a three-man B fight here for the side of MOUZ. They've been weak towards long B here. It's been Alluri by himself as Sky. Getting Stark into the corner, a bait setup here.
Oh, Stark went straight into his... Oh, he's went straight into the smokes, and with a TP. The smokes will be on the other side of the map. Post-mortem, Stark won't be having any sort of value in this round. This makes it even more difficult for MOUZ to come back into the round. The spike going down. Job Life full control of the site. It's when the Flood retake comes back through. No, they're not even going to allow it to happen. Not allowing MOUZ to set up straight through into Elbow. Mikey taking the extra space. And the smokes to reinforce that. Stabilise it. Obnox has his own thrash to come through, and that will push Job Life back. That's two ultimates, that's the Seekers as well. This is becoming expensive for MOUZ. They need to make sure that they get this over the line, and Just is certainly doing that. Now Robbie BK, on 15 points of health, has to deny the round. Deny the spike defuse, he won't get a chance. And while three ultimates invested for MOUZ, they'll at least get their third round.
Just when you thought JL is going to be able to pick up this round, the space they've taken from that, the thrash doesn't connect. And then Zus coming through Elbow, he's able to get 3 players. That Showstopper, I thought, almost got netted him a double kill there. It looked like maybe old Showstopper gets a couple there, but it doesn't matter because he just follows up with his Vandal shots, and Robbie down to 15 HP in a 1v3, not able to close it out. So again, rounds going in the favor of MOUZ, and yeah. Calypso down there, getting real happy about that one too.
Spike dropped.
A different approach. MOUZ loving this 3-player pack. Last round was towards long B, this round towards showers. Clear it out early and decide that they want to get out of that angle. The early dog to re-clear that long B area as they fall into a more passive setup on that A site. But once that dog full clears all of B, instantly we're seeing Zus coming back to that A site.
Yeah, they're reinforcing this one heavy. This has always been a highlight map for Zus on the Raze especially. And he's looking to get this round started off right. Magic making sure to keep things even. Both Razes offline, meaning no paint shells, no denial, but the Mosh will do that anyway. Wingman picked back up. And it means they have to commit a man to actually planting this spike. Stark starting to close in, and things getting claustrophobic for Job Life, especially with players getting lost in the meantime. Obnox having to miss out on the Wingman for this round, but the player to the good will help them out. Means that if they do go down to try and defuse a spike, if it even goes down, means there would be a gun down. All guns down from Job Life, doubling up on the advantage for MOUZ.
MOUZ right now looking really strong. Hard to break through in Job Life. Not finding any of the openings that they want. Not using... when we looked at them play last time on Bind, yeah, their reads on their defense were really good and having like an understanding of where everyone was going. Their attack side being a little bit stale. Sometimes if they're able to get those double openings, if they're able to pick the right site, it looked easy, but right now it's labored, getting taken down from different angles, losing that first blood a lot.
It feels as if they
even
don't...
with...
On you go, sorry.
I was gonna say, Magic even got the first pick here if I'm not mistaken, or at least it was an early trade out. These are rounds where JL should be able to convert, but it's just not going in their way, and they're already a map down. They're losing a few of these big crucial moments here to MOUZ. Yeah, they won the round 2 eco, but since then, it's been 1 out of the last 4.
I feel as if Job Life don't have like the good, like a good read of what MOUZ's priorities are. Like as Hazza had mentioned, how pivotal B long is for MOUZ and how they're always re-clearing it and dedicating Sky to the Sky utility, right? The fact that you've got the TP there, that's always been the typical play spot. So they should be at least, I mean, as we saw from the ultimates, using that B long and manipulating that to their favour.
This is a 4A stack, and they actually satchel boosted Luri onto the truck right now. Not going to show himself there. It's just Clove to defend B alone. And the read that JL wants to re-hit A here, but instantly the rotation already coming from Zus. Hasn't even shown himself. So Luri could be cleared here. Needs to play this perfect.
Raid Boss off of the site, but the rest of the players certainly can't hit their shots. Oh, Yaz has come in with the showstopper, but he hasn't got the player that was close to him. Oh, this is a little bit scrappy, in fact, maybe too scrappy for my liking. The Viper's Pit creates some stabilisation, but everybody's just trying to scrap one another. Fight! Robbie BK, now in a 1 versus 1 against Stark. This Flash doesn't get the information it was looked for, and Stark is scaling up the back. Robbie is known about, and Stark knows exactly where he is. Robbie needs to switch round. You're not looking the right way. Stark will get this round done. As simple as that. 5 for MOUZ, and Job Life will miss out after reinvesting.
It's another tough round. MOUZ winning out on these. You have to keep in mind that of the 2 rounds Job Life won, one of them came down to a clutch in the favor of Mikey. And right now, everything else is going in the favor of MOUZ. All the team play, the team fights, that's going in the favor of MOUZ. And now even the clutches as well on top of it. The reads, the gamble stacks have been paying off as well. The 4-man start on A site. And even with this opening on with the showstopper, with the judge getting in their faces, the reactions from Busy, then Zus, just being so many players in this area to deal with this was a great read, a great call from MOUZ.
I mean, that's the thing. Robbie BK is obviously thinking Stark's been flanking a few rounds. He's obviously done it here. Dedicating Zus's op now that's been introduced for the first time towards Showers. And that's a deep angle to be holding to gain information on. Stark getting the first kill onto Yaz. Things is starting to look worse and worse. Robbie BK with a running gun. Starks have to reinvest his ultimate and try and look for a kill. So aggressive against an eco will cost him his life, but also a potential upgrade towards Job Life and what they have. 2 players being low. It should be done and dusted. Just waiting to tie the ribbon on this round, and yep, there it is. At least even on the next half for MOUZ.
With that op out as well for Zus, it's going to be difficult. Lotus, he had so much impact as the Yoru. With that operator getting the first pick, the way that Job Life likes to play the map, a lot of these contact rounds, just getting in their way, in their face, not giving them any space. And again, against the eco, MOUZ finding the confidence to keep pressing forwards, popping that Clove ultimate even, coming back to life and looking to stay alive with a kill, but ends up giving a Vandal away. It doesn't matter though. MOUZ, 4 rounds in the lead.
Do you feel as if this Poison Cloud on Fountain is a waste? Would you rather it be used elsewhere? Because I know people are using it to stay away from the Sky Flash, but I feel as if it, like, with it not being able to get picked up, it should probably be used elsewhere.
It's one of those things where if the Sky Flash comes and then you're able to walk up close and run them down and explode off of it, go for it. But if you're not going to capitalize on that timing, then it's probably a waste. There's so many good places for the Viper Orb at on the site, the A plant spot, the Lamps entrance at U-Haul, even in the post plants, there's the one way on top of B at spawn. So many good uses for it, but right now the 4 B stack here for the defense.
Ooh, clean from Mikey. Needs to be crisp as they enter into the site. What a flash. It stops Yaz going any further forward, but Mikey once again is the highlight in this round. Alluri somehow just knowing exactly where players are. And now it's up to Zeus's off, which will not get a chance. And Robbie BK, who's been on form this game, or this map, gets his last kill in this round. Right, that's going to be at least 3 for Job Life so far.
We see Mikey coming back with his impact. He lost the 1 versus 1 on pistol round there to give MOUZ that first initial lead. Comes back and wins it on an eco, no less, but now back in hookah, getting that opening kill and helping the team on the assist on the site. Still trailing by 3. Attack side should be the easier side, and a lot of ultimates in play on the board here. Operator still back out for Zeus as well. They need to clear him out with this initiator utility, otherwise this could be disastrous.
The smoke as well, they're investing so much towards B long and stopping anybody from going further forward. Now they've got the information through the wingman though, which will keep the players dedicated towards B. They already knew the Gecko was towards that, so it's just confirming what they already knew.
Still a minute to work with. Job Life trying to figure out where they want to go. That orbital strike, the Seekers, they could be used as a full execution. It could be used as a fake. They have a Thrash online as well. The Vipers well towards A. So many options for Job Life. They just need to pick one.
Op still isn't known about as well. If MOUZ try and execute through B, I mean, they're using the wingman, sending stuff forward. That Seekers could be their undoing. Now, right, here he is, on towards B, the Thrash coming in, starts being pushed forward, and the Op hasn't hit. Zeus has been sent all the way back, and the B site should be easily collected,
Robbie.
but not without Zeus grabbing Robbie. Oh, there's so many ultimates being used here, and still, MOUZ have to try and find an avenue in which they have to get into the site. Kamek, all on his own, in elbow, a lone stalwart. Heard the jump, knows that there's players close by. Clean first kill, can't quite get the second because it's not come his way. Magic's got rid of the flank. 2v2. Both players looking to come out of CT, and Zeus is up one more time. It's up to Kamek, up against the last player. Alluri. MOUZ's captain, gone off the board. The boy from T1 will push Job Life another round forward, another round closer.
That round was so well played from Job Life as well. Robbie doing an overextension at the back of the site into the Opper, almost gave it away. But the way that they played that round out, taking that space early on towards B, getting that fake off towards A, extending with that Thrash through hookah as they take the site, was all perfect. Chef's kiss. But towards the end of the round, Robbie re-peeking deep spawn into the Opper, almost undid it all.
Yeah. That's the incredible part, trying to take too much space, right? Sometimes there has to be a break push. Don't think there'll be any breaks on this round though, as the players are scaling so fast, yeah. I mean, there's some mid-rounding going on from MOUZ. They know that this is the full committal, and with the spike plant in here, how does a post plant look?
Still Lamps control, Thrash in play for the defense. Once they get to this pipes area, they're gonna pop this. They got the smokes for short and showers.
They've bust out into backside, but there's nothing there. As you said, Lamps still in control of MOUZ. Oh, that Thrash perfect, and still an even trade. Yaz keeping himself and keeping Job Life in the game, and it's still even. 2 apiece. Players close by. Kamek heard Fizzy drop, and now it's left up to Mikey, who does have the molly, brings the players off momentarily, and the paranoia hasn't hit. Players straight back on. Mikey needs to at least get the player off. He does, but can't quite grab Fizzy. Oh, the timing's worked out in his favour. And it's going to go 6-5. Job Life stay in this one.
The Viper Molly, it vulnerable the player that it only took one Vandal bullet. The 80 damage, because you get double the damage, was enough to accidentally, a stray bullet got the diffuser, and that's going to be a 5th round for the side of Job Life. A much desperately needed round win there, and Mikey to do it no less. He was still moving, so he didn't have his accuracy, so the bullet didn't go where his crosshair was. That's just so lucky, so fortunate that that's how you get that kill.
At the end of the day, in this situation, you have to take everything you get. Allure is scared of the presence outside showers, and will confirm there's at least one player here. And Zarsi's went too far forward, trying to destroy the dog, and he's been caught.
Slow down.
Cover going out.
Whoa.
That's it. They know, Job Life have to know that MOUZ has had one in showers every round this game. Job Life never really going into showers themselves from the front end of it. If they don't clear out Allure, he could be devastating on this retake.
It could be. I think that's why Mikey's been dedicated to the back lines though. Whether that's a late flank, and Kamik's still looking yet. They have a great idea about if there's a potential flank coming in. Now the Thrash back up online, the players trying to get out of CT. It's an easy finish in this half, and it's been a topsy-turvy one, to be honest. Still, for the most part, MOUZ have been on top, but as we've came into the second half of the first half, Job Life have really started to come into it. As they move on to the defence though, this is something that Job Life have been really good at. The reads on defence are fine, but to see those reads, we need to go to a quick break. We'll be back in a minute. And we're back for the second half of the second map. Still, we've seen Job Life unbind before. What do you think of their defense?
I think when they're at their best, their reads and their gambles, they know exactly what's going on. I think at their worst, when they have all that information, they keep going for more because it's not good enough. That's when we can see them play down to a level that isn't going to cut it here. Not against how MOUZ has been playing here, and not for their tournament life. They want to go and progress, and if they're losing here, well, they're not going to be the ones that progress.
That's it. I mean, for the stakes, MOUZ win the Ultimates. Mena's team first to go as far as they have, to get 2 wins, put themselves in contention, would be the ones to finally make it to playoffs for the first time ever in any promotional or inter-regional tournament. As for MOUZ, or as for Job Life, if they win, it's as simple as they go through. Couldn't get any easier, but in reality, it's been so hard for Job Life here, and both maps actually steal.
Post plant. 5v5. Looking at the utility, still so much in play. Smokes for the defense. Wingman, Dizzy Dog.
Yep, they're sending it back in. They should know that there's 3 players towards CT, considering how many is missing. Finally, they bust out of the smoke, and the pistol shots have been spot on. The dog is well catching players, as now it looks for Joblife to convert it. Not if Zus has something to say. Spike half, trying his best, but his best will not do. Joblife win the pistol and breathe life into the defense.
Joblife with a must-needed pistol round there. They had all the things that they needed in place for it. When you do those gamble stacks and you gamble the wrong site, what it means is you have all of these abilities for the retake. You saw that, the Heaven Flood with 4 players, with the bird, the dog, the blue, and the yellow. All of these in play from the Gecko and the Sky, just to get out of that position. And the Brim smokes onto the Spike to get on that, force MOUZ to basically move out of position there, expose themselves, and Joblife are able to close it out. Double Marshall being picked up here for the side of the defense, knowing that if they're going against pistol without shields, it's just a 1 click to the body. I wonder how that's going to convert into that second round, or sorry, the third round.
One
Still,
Marshall.
MOUZ.
On you go, sorry.
Caution here.
They just pick up that orb, free, walk in, cool. We take this, we walk out.
Yeah, both Marshals are towards either side, right? Holds down one of those lanes, allows Kamek to be a rotate player, although he is one of the Marshals. And I think MOUZ, they're just going to group outside B and probably hit the site.
Here.
Looks like a 5-man hit, you're right. They're pinging the smoke spots. I think they're going to drop a couple of smokes on the left side. Funnel in with it, but 3 players to defend. Molly to follow.
Plenty of utility being used up. Not much, remember, because of people on in defence, and the mollies have actually denied any spike going down. It makes it harder for MOUZ to contest further and towards the next, and probably makes their buy that much harder. A pause, waiting for Joblife to come back in, but Joblife know they don't need to go any further forward. They have control of the spike. MOUZ now knowing that players are in elbow, and that lineup is absolutely spot on. Zus now gets a clean headshot. Make that 2, can't get the 3rd, and Mikey will get 2 of his own. That is 2 rounds for Joblife and the advantage.
But only Spectres in play here going into this bonus round. It makes me wonder what type of play they're going to do, but we've seen the gamble sacks that they like to do. We've seen them getting aggressive and getting all the space. We've seen them push Showers to do it. We've seen them push Long B to do it. I would not be surprised in the slightest if we see Joblife going for an aggressive push play here. But the way that MOUZ plays and do these spread defaults and everything, they might be sitting there in a position ready to deal with it easily. So Joblife, what kind of investment are you going to use in terms of utility to be able to pull this off?
Notification. An idea. Players lining up and a walk down long. Allura needs to be careful. They went completely dry. And well, it's not went their favour at all. Joblife with control of the spike and putting this round on its head. That's rifles to pick up. Stark and Fizzy, well, they've got smokes to stop anybody peeking out, but at the same time, they need to break in here still.
It's going to be difficult to break in. We've lost all that control. Crossfire's in play for Joblife. Spike down in the open. MOUZ losing the lead.
Shadows traveling.
And the line up the firing squad.
Yeah, mate, you've got no chance. I think Start might... I mean, I know there's 40 seconds, but probably thinking of the save, right? Like, with a buy, I mean, they never got the spike plant in the last round. You lose all your rifles, Magic's going to be up first. Oh, nice shot. There's no way, right? Oh, makes a good effort of it nonetheless, and will build up something towards his ultimate, but at the end of the day, Joblife convert their bonus and get things well underway.
9-6. They have the lead. And it's building into a comfortable lead because we're going against an eco round here. It's going to be potentially a 10-6. Joblife feeling good about their odds here. And we saw in the series against the Ultimates, it took them a long time as well to get into the series. They lost the first map, the second map, Unbind, came down. They had to crawl it back in overtime before finally taking it to a third map and closing out on that. So here, being able to do it a little bit more comfortably before they have to go into a third map would be the ideal point for them. Still, MOUZ, only a few rounds that they're trailing by, make this work absolutely.
Yeah, his holding on to Showers is big for Job Life. He could go late flank. He can also just hold on to that position. Orbital strike to push players out, but Fizzy's tried to go forward. He somehow won that fight. I thought that was going to be Kamix as he's flicked round, but somehow MOUZ have found a real chance here. Out of nowhere, the Sheriffs have been hitting, can't anticipate Zeus, didn't know about it. Robbie BK's heard Zeus dropping, no one will at least get that back. Now the Thrash coming in, comboed with the Flash. It's a nice layering of utility and actually delays Job Life from getting any further forward. The last two remaining have to go through so much. Players sitting in the orb. Now Mikey having to clutch up. It's not pretty, but he's getting it done. Up against Stark. Couple of nice shots in the last round, but has to come up with a nice one this time. Mike is low, and all it would take is one shot from that Sheriff to finish it off. Mikey having to deal with time as well, wrestle the round back in his favour, but a thrifty round to answer a bonus conversion is the best way to keep things in control.
A thrifty round, just as I'm talking about how JL is primed into position to be able to get their 10th round, get to double digits, to expand on their lead. They lose to a Bucky entry. 2024.
Yeah.
And Mikey in the position again to have to close it out in a 1 versus 3, but this time he's unable to do so. MOUZ closing the gap. JL's chances slipping away again. One more chance with the full buy here. They got the operator on the defense as well.
However, it's the Outlaw that's doing the damage.
That's Mikey down as well.
That should control the lines of sight, right? Robbie BK, well, he's next up in Hooker, but going all the way and walking in towards mid. Look where Fizzy is. He's nowhere close, holding on towards the flank because there is no sentinel. Jazz will get a clean cutaway through the site, but every single player on Job Life all on their own. That's how it will feel. Islands, Magic. I somehow got another, the flick not quite right. Robbie BK still not introduced, waiting for his chance. And the kills going their way. Job Life out of nowhere. Fizzy's late to the party, but he's known about. It's the classic, the right click. Looking to try and get someone, trying to get a player up the spike, but Magic is so good. He'll get 10, he'll get double digits, and Job Life, they'll keep themselves forward.
Wow. Wow, the way that these rounds are playing out, it's unpredictable towards the end. The double opening kills for MOUZ, it's a 5-on-3 that they need to convert. And they even get the third kill as well, but just the last two players just come in and do it all. And Magic, so quick on the trigger there. Fizzy trying to jump through the smoke as his teleport's being cast so that he could get the information if the last player is on the spike or not. And as he's going through, the mistiming of it, it means that Magic's able to get a few rounds off and take him out before he's able to reposition with that teleportation. And another round where it's like, oh, you think it's going one way, but it goes the other way. First, JL, it's their turn to win the round. They let it slip. Now, MOUZ do it.
I mean, that's the thing with Job Life, right? A lot of their series, apart from the Son Pacific one, have been close. That's half of their series. And they've known for being able to fight back. This is their map pick as well, has to be said. So that's something else to consider when we get into it. Like, they've expected almost to win this one still.
They are expected, and, you know, it'd be kind of upsetting for a lot of people. It'd be really happy for a lot of people, and we get to see them cheering every couple of rounds here on the camera as well. But we see that operator, the showstopper, out on the attack side here, trailing by 3, but 1-0 in maps. Another slow opening here. Punished JL last round with a slow opening here. Looking to do it again. If they don't get caught in the back here, the timing. Yaz.
Oh, wow. They invest the ultimate, the recommittal through the utility. No, look at this. MOUZ, this is them. They're having to pull the trigger and head on towards A. This is an easy read for Job Life, but with that quick stall, are they going to go for it, waiting for smokes to come up perhaps? But this is the problem with MOUZ. They're always too late, they're always hesitant, and on top of that, the showstopper hasn't hit. This is not working out in their favour at all. Job Life are looking to hit 11. Not only that, the money's not looking good in the next round. This needs to be a big clutch, or we could see Job Life having an easy access to 12. That looks to be the case. That was just pandemonium, bad decision making.
It was tough. It was a tough position to be in for MOUZ, though. The gap left at that hookah push. Nobody spotting it, getting flanked. No follow-up. The Dizzy came out, but there was no option available to be able to punish that. And then instead of re-clearing any of the space, going for re-clearing that hookah area, trying to go for those kills, they instantly must have thought it was a heavy stack towards B, maybe minimum 3 players. They try to roll the dice, 4 versus 2 on A, cool, let's go take it. But they were mistaken, gravely so. There were at least 3 there with a 4th quickly coming to reinforce, and now JL still almost taking it to map point.
I mean, maybe they took 5 to 10 seconds to like set themselves, but like on top of that, they just allow Job Life to get into the correct positions. Players rotating in. As for this round, you look towards the trap that's been set on A. They know Zeus likes to contact things.
Scout destroyed.
Showers control taken. Trying to take long B. They can connect through the teleporter and hit that A site, but the 3-man A stack, the setup is so strong to break through. It's going to be difficult. The op posted up will surely get the first. The get-go, Kamek, ready to send something through the teleporter, but also ready to pivot and fight. Whichever he needs to do. Stark looking for an opening.
He gets it. Big kill. Because that's going to pull all the players
broken.
off. Yeah, they're going to pull all the way off A. Yeah, they're gambling on this being B, and they've even committed the orbital strike. Yaz, though, in from CT, lovely stuff, gets things back and wrestled into control. Spike going down, Viper's pit, but the biggest thing, Stark, if he gets taken down, he will have his kill, his ultimate to come in. Yaz's showstopper so good, and now in a 3 versus 4. Looking for the key gunfights, the players to show themselves. Stark has, and he's got another. That's his second on the round. Obnox keeping control of lamps. Job Life having a real definition, no one understanding the picture that's going their way. And that smoke going up actually helps the players onto it. The one way hasn't been placed right, and Yaz gets another op kill. Spike has been halved, shows the players, forces them out, and pushes Yaz into an ace clutch, or what should be. Stark's used the ultimate, he knows that time's low, has to peek out, and scores one better. That's 6 on the round, that's 12 for Job Life. That is, I don't even know, man.
A 6K clutch. Wow, and honestly, MOUZ actually played that round really well. This opening pick, it actually pulled everyone away from the defense on A. That could have been an easy cleanup. Followed suit right here, this kill. Magic going for that Lamps retake. When Yaz has an operator posted up on Lamps, that front sight angle completely disabled. They could just go, ignore Lamps, get on that spike, force the attackers to peek. But he gives it up. It's a 3-on-2 for MOUZ, but still, Yaz picks it up in the end. Big clutch, putting them on map point, saving themselves once again.
Viper's pit on a shot. That will at least close down one of these lanes. Well, Job Life look to the other. Clearing out. Oh, they've just actually caught Stark. That's unfortunate. Information
Did it spot Stark?
Yeah, just the edge of his foot. I don't know if Job Life seen it, but it definitely was there on the dog.
Seems like Job Life didn't see it. They're rotating off to that B site, but no follow-up yet. That line still held by Yaz with his operator. Showers, where they want to go. The Viper pit on short A. The wrap is going to be free.
I think the issue with this though, right? They've seen the op, which is usually on its own. Left is like the sole player to hold down a lane, so they should have an idea that 4, or at least more, are towards A. Yaz is TP'd. Things getting lower and lower in time. Can they spam up and catch two of these players that are sitting? I don't think so.
Oh no.
But most importantly, still, it's the time that's the issue. A second smoke allows Kamek to reposition, and the players don't know. They're out on site without knowing about Kamek behind, but he's not needed. Finally comes in, spikes down. This should be an easy conversion. We'll go even on the series.
JL not out yet. They want to fight through. They want to be able to stay in this. This is so important for these guys, but they're going to have to follow suit with one more victory. Next map, Haven, coming up after a little analyst.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough.
Hello and welcome back, one and all. And with this victory, JL are keeping their playoffs dreams alive and kicking. And TU fans and the entire team we keep on seeing on our screens are now at the edge of their seats, because it will all come down to the very last map of the series. And Kakuka, Haza, we wouldn't want it any other way. What an exciting group stage.
I mean, it's the way that we've been doing it, right?
Exactly.
It's Ascension. We have to go 3 maps, Haza.
And it's the fate in their own hands now as well. Like, if we're going to get back-to-back French winners, they got to show up where it counts, right? That's exactly
We're never
what
going to hear the end of it if that
I
happens.
know,
you know,
I know.
right? We're never
But look,
hear the
if we
end of
do, they only have 1 French player, so does it really count?
It does count. I'll claim him
Okay.
as almost as a Swiss. I'm always root for the French team, because there's no Swiss teams and they're our neighbors. So, you know, allez le bleu. And either way, though, they still have 1 map to go, and we have to break down the action here first, because quite frankly, looking at Bind, it was JL's map pick, of course. They went once again with that triple initiator comp, which they lost with just a few days ago on this very map. Kakuka, how did they turn around this time? What did they change in their approach?
I mean, I was a little bit scared at the beginning of the first half because, you know, you have MOUZ with the momentum of closing their map pick and just going into this one with a different composition. But then later in the half, we see plays like this one, understanding how to play against the composition, how to play with their opponent's mind. You see MOUZ running around in the spawn, trying to get to the right side. And even though Sus gets the first kill here, the spike goes down and Joblife drops the utility at them, trying to isolate and trying to move them around the map to exactly where they want to phase them. It took them a little while to warm up into this half because of how the Clove was going on, how Sus was playing with the operator, but in the end I think that they got a very, very good read on how to get the rounds on the board. And then on the second half, MOUZ only won one round, and it was an eco that went completely insane. But you can tell how Joblife was extremely comfortable in this bind. They just needed a little bit of a warm-up because of the playing against the Clove and the precisions that they were playing.
Yeah, like Kakuka said as well, I think you saw some of the value of the pick on defense, but it didn't really feel like there was that much development any further than that. Like, you have some really tight chokes. It stapled into B long, where you usually have your Brim player most likely, but then the trade-off for that agent, or even a Viper, for example, I don't think they really found the value from the Clove that they would have been looking for, and I don't really know if it was worth it, in my opinion.
Maybe they once again also banked on those individual pop-up moments. But Haza, Joblife, I mean, they've shown us those kind of pop-up moments. They showed us how very aggressive they are over the last couple of days in all of their matches, really. And yet, it seemed to have caught MOUZ off guard.
And it really shouldn't have, because this is from minute one. It's the info flash that comes out. MOUZ, a team, but they go straight into this proactivity on what is the bonus round, and MOUZ is just so blindsided by it. 3 kills picked up, click of a finger, and the round is effectively done from this point. You have the upgrades, you have the positioning, but they were doing this all the time. They did this, you know, in showers, on their pistol rounds, you see them do it. You see them do it towards B long, which I highlighted before the game began as well. And versus ultimates, there were ways where it kind of went wrong, to be honest, but this time, it is a bit do or die. They live by the sword, die by the sword. They made it work.
I think it sets the tone. If you're able to convert that round after a 6-6 half, if you want to take this into a map 3, if you want to keep a snowball in it, this kind of aggression where they feel comfortable is what they can succeed the most, because also you condition your opponent to also be always extra aware of these things being happening and them having to be more cautious of closing the map.
Yeah, well, we're now headed to our last and final map in this series. I mean, obviously not that much pressure from MOUZ because they're at this point not playing for themselves. Obviously, you want to have a good last showing, put yourself on the radar for the big teams out there as well to potentially be picked up. I'm not saying they should break up the team. That's definitely not the drama I'm trying to start here. I'm just putting it out there, you know. Many a player have used these kind of platforms to put yourself on the map. Heading into Haven, though, if we're looking at the recent stats and we're just looking at the group stage so far, MOUZ has lost their 1 match on Haven. We have 2 victories for Joblife here, playing that Astra comp to great success. Where do you see this one go, Kakuka?
Ooh, my heart is divided right now. Because yes, I've been enjoying the ultimates, and I really want MOUZ to get at least 1 win under the belt and feeling good about this. But I think I have to give the edge to Joblife. Like, in the grand scheme of things, especially on this last map, I see them being extremely confident about it.
Yeah, with this one, for me, it's a bit weird. I kind of want to tell MOUZ to play not like MOUZ, but that's not what we're going to get. Do you know what I mean? They play very safe at times, kind of readable. I've been saying it all tournament. But something I do want to highlight a little bit is how they approach the B site from the defender's side. You see them, you know, double, triple up there sometimes in terms of, you know, Fizzy on Cypher is putting both of his traps on B site in some rounds just to hold on to that space. Joblife got to be really careful that they don't walk into that stack, because it's something that they do and it can be difficult to play around. But if you know it, then you know it.
If you know, you know. Yeah, so your advice to MOUZ is just be less themselves.
Yeah, like do you know what I mean? When we saw TU,
be less
when
yourself.
we saw
Honestly,
TU,
if you want to
play
without
this.
being you.
When we saw TU play this, they were like pressuring all ends of the map at once, making it difficult. Joblife was sweating, whereas MOUZ they'll get good lane control from the operator, for example, but they just like to sit. Do you know what I mean? They're quite idle. If you can find those gaps, which Job Life were really decisive at doing before, then that's the issue in my eyes.
I think it also has to do with the momentum, right? The way that Job Life started on that matchup against the Ultimates was like that, like converting the bonus, just getting some rounds under their belt. They managed to get the win only in OT, but I think it says a lot about the way that they were adapting on the map and finding the weaknesses. I think that they've done a great job in reading what their opponents wanted to do on Bind, and if they're able to translate that, that's why I see them winning this matchup.
So if we're looking at the compositions here, what do you want to see from MOUZ? Because that Clove certainly like played into their more defensive play style and didn't translate on their attacking side either. What do you want them to bust out on Haven to make it work, to fit into your narrative of more aggression?
Like copy what TU did, I guess. I don't know, bring out like the Neon, something along those lines. You know that Zus has a really deep agent pool when it comes to playing as a duelist. He's got like 4 different options. You get Neon, Yoru, Raze, Jet, could be anything. But chances are it's just going to be the default comp with a Cypher instead of the Killjoy.
Well, let's find out. Here is the agent select for both of these teams on the very last map here.
Yeah.
No surprises here.
Yep, same old for both of those teams. Job Life did enjoy those Astra picks. MOUZ staying away from that one. Now, based on these agent selects, I assume it's the approach that needs to be changed here if we're subbing in or listening to Coach Haza.
So, sorry, go Haza.
No, okay, right, I'll take it. I think just post plants as well, something to mention. If MOUZ do want to play into retakes, Job Life are great at holding onto that utility and using it as a counter when they need to.
And just thinking about Saz, getting the operator on the defense as soon as possible, and then I'm looking at Kamek and Robbie to try and shut him down as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Right, so we're ready. The teams are ready. One last time, let's send it over to Cairo and Steel.
Thank you very much, Desk. I am loving the analysis, and I'm loving Haz's ninja cosplay. But more importantly, we are going into the third map of Haven. This is a lot on the line, and it's a map that has a lot of momentum in it, and a lot of ebbing and flowing.
There is a lot of ebb and flow on this map. Yeah, Haven, you got 3 sites, you've got a lot of action, and I want to see MOUZ getting a little bit loose. I think the Desk was kind of alluding to it a little bit in terms of not playing kind of stale. I mean, what do you have to lose, right? Go and have some fun and make it loose, get in their faces a little bit, because when you were in control of that Lotus game, you guys looked good, but then you go into Bind and you kind of let that slip. You go a little bit slow. You go into the JL's really heavily defended sites, just the 4-stack B one round, the 4-stack A one round. You're going straight into it. Get a little bit loose, get a little bit, you know, get those fakes going again, get a little bit aggressive on your defense side, get that all going, you know, get it all.
Yeah, exactly, mate. I totally agree with you. I think, like, if they are going to play slow, the key thing for me is they need to stop the mid-round and let Job Life do, because when they have a good read on what you want to do, then it's almost like just putting the pieces into the picture, right, and finishing it off. For me, coming into this last map, a lot of pressure on Job Life and little to none on MOUZ. They can send it forward. They're playing for their own pride and playing for, remember, folks, TU, who are sitting in the Riot Games arena watching this game right now.
They're in the arena, they're watching on the TV, and they're getting excited for every win that MOUZ gets. But last map was JL winning most of the time, so see if they can put an end to that again here. A fast opening towards A, and Astra taking that site. It's a full retake, but already with the breach, the Sova, everyone in place. Could be a free take.
It could be, and well, Zus is certainly going to try his best efforts at it. The players were in through the smoke, and they've already got the kills coming out of nowhere. Wow! Fantastic stuff. It's as simple as that. And the pistol round, they get Haven started off right.
Hey, I know I said get loose, but that was maybe a little bit too loose there. MOUZ, they fall on the pistol. It was a fast opening by JL, and getting into that site was easy peasy. There was nothing to defend. MOUZ instantly tried to go for that retake, sending in the stun, the flashes, the aftershock dart, everything. But getting in their faces, Kamek just at the back of the site behind the default box, getting in the faces with the rest of his teammates, you know, shoulder to shoulder. They disrupted the retake, didn't let MOUZ have any space.
I feel as if we've seen two faces to Job Life on this map. When we saw them play against Saw in their first series, it was blistering. They did not miss a shot. They feel as if they felt as if like they couldn't be stopped, right? I think that ended up in a 13-1, 13-2 map. Whereas you go up against the Ultimates, Job Life, they never got it working in their favour. It just never seemed to get going, the momentum rolling. And as we said before, like it's Haven, right? They'll get it going. That's the most important part.
It is the most important part. Sorry, I was out distracted by Zus being Zussy in the camera there during this tech pause. Oh man. Okay. Sorry. Refocus, resettle. That's exactly what the teams need to be doing in these situations as well. It was a big explosive pistol round, and it could have gone either way. JL coming on top of that, Hammock in the back of the site, and you know, losing pistol rounds is not the biggest deal. We've seen it happen earlier in the series where instantly getting eco'd or getting 4-spot on the second round, it can go either way. It's not really deciding anything at this point. But I do look at this composition here from the side of MOUZ. We don't really get to see this that often. There's a few things in play here that we don't get to see too often. We're seeing, we see Neon regularly these days, but we're seeing a lot of the mixture with Yoru, ISO in play. We're seeing Yoru in general as a solo duelist. We're not seeing a whole lot of a Jet. We're not seeing the Astra in play. That's really new because a lot of teams, they're running with the Yoru or with the ISO. They don't get the verticality. They utilize that Omen for some of that verticality. So a lot of interesting pieces coming out here compared to what we see traditionally in some of the VCT teams.
Yeah.
But
yeah, 100% agree. Like different variations, bringing forth their own style. Just to give you guys an update on what's going on behind the scenes, we have had Yaz have a little bit of a peripheral issues, so he's restarting his PC and we should be quickly back into our game in the next 10 to 15 seconds. But still coming into this, like if you were to like look at all the compositions that we've seen developed, we've got double wall, or we've had double walls, we've now got the Fnatic comp, we've seen Job Life's variation. Is there anything that you particularly prefer? Just the plain old vanilla comp perhaps?
No, not the plain old vanilla comp. There's a few different directions I go. I like the Fnatic comp, which is the ISO and Yoru double duelist comp, because with this map being 3 sites and so many lanes to use and so many setups with breaches creating these traps, it's very easy for the Yoru to go around and disarm those traps, and then having that second duelist in the form of ISO being able to steal space down middle or take those fights at sewers or long A, as well as some of these C fights with the Yoru ultimate, with the Sova ultimate. Getting these combos are really nice to play with. But I also am a simp for these double controller compositions, the Viper with the Omen. It's really nice to see those types of plays where you cut off the map, you slice and dice it, you move around by blocking off some of the sight lines. You can put it up towards A and you can continuously deny that info. You can slice up C site and make it easy to walk up. Only one position can cover you. And then same thing with B, getting those post plants as well, really strong.
Go, go, go!
Player who's been strong in his own right has been Yaz, and as he's back into the server, he's straight back into the A site as he was previously. Cutting down that space, but he is all on his own. That's going to be an easy first kill. No, it's going to happen once more. Another anti-eco being converted by the lesser by. Zush now all on his Sheriff. Players close by. I mean, it's up to Stark. He's on the flank. Taking his time to come back in. The last 2 remaining players have not got an idea as to where he could be. They'll quickly double peek in towards shot. That first right click, if he'd got the second off, things are looking dangerous.
Classics, you can never count them out. When I look at classics, it's like a full classic eco. It's always the map split that just anything can happen on. But if there isn't any other map, I feel like Haven could be up there. You got enough tight chokes, you got enough boxes to play around on the site.
Yeah,
it's always a scary prospect.
This is by
Vandals
far
coming out.
Yeah, Vandal's coming out. I was going to just about to say this is by far my favourite map in the whole pool of any, like if it's introduced, it's usually my favourite, and Zus making use of his second favourite weapon, the Vandal. Not being quite introduced just yet, not having the economy to get it. And as Hazza had noted before, the B site, where things usually tend to happen for MOUZ, where they put a lot of these players in job life, trying to poke and prod into the Lion's Den, and they've traded even here.
Sneak up into that A site, Mikey. It's been pivotal for these guys all series long, taking the space. Job Life's previous issues was overextending. Once you have the space, be happy with it. But here, overextending again, but coming out on top with the kill. That's a 3-on-2 for this post plant. Drone dart in place, and a bonus round. Surely going to be converted for the side of Job Life this round.
You'd expect that to be the case, especially after Magic got the kill in mid. But they've played in Stark with 18 points of health, and Robbie's Ghost is enough to get rid of him. The thing about the defense here, Steel, is the fact that like sometimes your chances to win rounds can be few and far between.
Absolutely. I mean, the nature of the map means that attack side has a really easy job of being able to move around, set a lot of inserted players around the map, front of B, up garage, and this last round into A sewers, being able to call the team back away from that B site, back into A and close out that round, and Job Life doing a great job of it. And this is one of the things that they excel at. MOUZ needing to close the gap a little bit. We're seeing that be attempted, but unlucky.
Yeah, he needs to be careful. The Stinger around the corner. At least there's someone close by for the trade. Obnox, he's hearing all this information and it takes his time and it all goes wrong. A finish on A is where things look to be. A double hold from the back side, and the players know that it's going to be a difficult task, and with Magic close by to get the trade, it certainly will be.
It's a fourth round for Job Life, and now they have Rolling Thunder in play as well. Nice attempt there in that short A position. Zest going down early, doesn't have the angle, but here the drone, I don't even think it clears. In the sewers, the Sova is able to maybe wait it out, but feeling a little bit pressured, and you can tell that some of these moments, sometimes you just let the pressure get to you, and in some situations you would wait, you would confirm that information, you'd be patient, but here, biting on it. Fake towards C. It's
doing
called
it
the
all.
rotation.
The fast lane is enough. I mean, this is almost doing the same job as the Viper Ball, like you were talking about earlier.
It's a 5-man A walk-up, though. They have that lockdown. They have that Rolling Thunder. One of these is going to be used to take the site, the other for the post plant. But at this point, it might be both just using the post plant. There's nobody on the site.
Oh, just as you speak, the Rolling Thunder gets committed. The spike looking to go down easy enough. Hazza had spoken about how well Job Life use their utility and sometimes get it into post plant. The lockdown now will be the thing to be used. And there's still a flash on Kamek and an intel dart on Robbie when they do come back in. So there's plenty of delay, but MOUZ have their own utility lying in wait. Zus being one of the players looking to go forward and are still buying time. Do they even want to go for this MOUZ? If they do, it's going to be a tough ask of them. And here they come in to the site, but they're still taking their time. This is something that's always been the problem with MOUZ, is taking their time. And as the spike ticks away, they're still not even tapped it. All it takes is one denial probably, although they've been denied getting on the site. Spike diffuser killed, yep, it is calling it quits, MOUZ. Heavy investment from Job Life, but they'll get their fifth.
I was thinking for a moment that lockdown was placed very early into the retake or into the post plant, I guess. And I was thinking, surely there's enough time to wait it out, go in and actually get the retake. And it almost came into play. A random stray bullet, I believe, through the smoke, getting Illuri there was the difference maker. It really came down to the wire when that should have been an easy wrap for JL, but it makes it look so difficult. The retake C setup here.
I could feel like the whole round, like the utility was used so early. As you say, retake setup C, and I mean, MOUZ, they don't want anything to do with it. They would rather just play from CT.
Look at this trip though, backside. If Yaz pushes in to go clear back plat, he might run into the trip and get taken out.
I mean, you can see Joblife tentatively moving into the site, and they've cleared out all the utility, but Kamek going one step further. It's not going to work out at all. Yaz, remember, he had the ultimate, and that's going to burn out soon, so he's only working with a bucky. And actually managing to walk all the way up in towards CT as he's moved into the smoke and trying to take a timing. Magic, who's been so good so far in this map, seems to be coming up with it again. Trying to dance between all the angles and buy some time. An info dart still to come in. The players onto the spike. Robbie's denied it. Knows where another one of these players are and just sending it forward. Only 8 more bullets. Finally they can get onto the spike, and as you say, no more time and no more chance. That's 6. That's at least half, or even on the half.
That is such a misplay by MOUZ there in a 3-on-1. The smoke from the Omen placed at that top C choke point so that they can flood into the site, but it comes so late. It comes so late that by the time that the team's able to get out and clear the site, there's still so much time left in the smoke that the safe spray through the smoke comes in from Robbie. He picks off that spike diffuser, and then by the time they're able to get back on it, they're running out of time, and instead of just sticking it all the way through and trusting Zust to get the kill, Stark, he doesn't trust his teammate. He gets off the defuse to try to take him down himself, and they time out by 1.06 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Remember, folks, the stakes in which we are playing in is for MOUZ to win. That means the ultimates go through. Joblife are playing for their own fate in Ascension playoffs. And it's been quite a tussle so far, Steel.
I mean, indeed, it has been. They're really showing what they've got here, though. It seems like they become a different team, a team just reborn on the 3rd map, or maybe it's just a Haven thing for these guys. But right now, they're showing how strong they can be, playing at their highs. We haven't seen it all series long consistently. We've seen flashes of it. We've seen flashes from some of the players. We've seen it from Mikey on some of the clutches, Magic on some of the opening kills, the one taps. But we've seen Zust's off as well.
That was like the old game Duck Hunt, jumping about. The Cosmic Divide creates a question mark on A long. And in the meantime, Mikey's tried to poke and prod elsewhere. Joblife, I think, is going to be a hard task for them to come back into this round, especially since Zust has been as dynamic as ever and looking to find more kills.
Clear front middle from MOUZ. Together. They're playing real nice in this round. It's all on Robbie just to make sure he can hang on to this weapon or make it as expensive as possible for the side of MOUZ here. Close in on, though, from every angle.
Yeah, Fizzy's going to be the first one up, and with Robbie not looking the right way, should have been easy. It's a bit horrible, but I think at the same time, folks at home need to remember that MOUZ losing that, MOUZ finally getting the first round, they don't need as many rounds as you would think, right? Like the chances come few and far between. They're trying to get as many rounds as possible, but sometimes you see these comebacks come from like 3 and 4 rounds accumulated on the defense.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Valorant, when you have 12 rounds, every weapon's viable, and then ultimates come into play as well. If you're able to consistently get into these tight 2v2 late rounds, 3v3 mid rounds, it can really go either way, and a string of just good positioning, good composure, and sometimes good luck and timing, you can really make things work with nothing. Zust taking that C line for free. It's going to allow his team to stack A. Robbie has that Hunter's Fury ready.
Oh, but it's the Rolling Thunder in. The flashes have been so good at denying anything else. And Robbie BK's Hunter's Fury. That's massive. And there's only 2 players towards A. The recommittal, well, it's been stalled out. Still got to come through. That's played Fizzy in, getting rid of Magic, the opposite Sentinel. Fizzy's repositioned himself around the cage. Job Life still hesitant to go for anything, and probably assuming that there is going to be one player in the corner, and they've assumed correctly. As for now, it's starting to get more and more scrappy, and it'll continue to do so as MOUZ need to look for something and a wheeze back in this round. Mikey has nothing to stop him moving through B. Those traps are gone, and Alluri at the back of sight has done his best efforts. I think he's been tagged up. He's certainly known about, and that'll be probably BK on for an ace.
Spike planted.
Zus left alone in a 1 versus 3. Their economy is still okay to look for an opening here. If JL give it away.
Yeah, there it is. Fantastic from Robbie. Fantastic from Job Life. An ace for the captain. And they take home an advantage for the next half after winning that round.
You could see the spidey senses tingling there a little bit for Zus on that flick around, looking for Mikey at that A link. The connection between A and B site. Yeah, had he found it there, you know, that's a situation that gets a little bit messy for JL. They got already Robbie going for that ace. That could have been a second opening, and a 1 versus 1 is winnable, but a 7-1 scoreline that is hard to deal with. But Hunter's Fury on the defense, a 3-man A stack, and the breach stun still in play, and operator still in play. Still doable, absolutely, for the side of MOUZ here.
Plenty to come back in on B as we are Job Life are sent in. Fizzy trying to get the Neuro Theft online. Plenty of bullets flying, but the most important part was getting that spike down. Job Life have got it. They've reset the post plant towards B main.
A slow flank from Stark as well. This fight on Robbie is everything.
Yeah, win it out. Stark immediately trying to paranoia players that are maybe holding in window. Well, there is one, and it was Mikey. Needs to be careful of a timing that's perhaps come his way. Neuro Theft in, Zus comes through, and so has the Hunter's Fury. Mikey's known about, and it's an easy clean-up in the end. MOUZ will double up the rounds, and it's important and imperative that they keep this momentum rolling.
Team Ace.
These rounds are close. This round, a flawless, but the side of MOUZ still 3 more they want to pick up here. Yes, this map is easy to work with on your attack side. You can control the map, manipulate the rotations, pick the lane of least resistance, and figure out exactly how you want to play out some of these post plans. You can insert these lurkers and get a lot of value that way. But still, only 2 rounds here, and it really came down to that flank off. That opening pick onto Robbie, the paranoia to fall into the window, and just the convergence from 3 different angles.
Something that I've noticed that MOUZ are doing is they're using the light shield meta, right? Where they buy up the light shields and try and get their economies bolstered much as possible. Probably means that they will be putting themselves in a position to have a buy for every round to the end of this half. One to keep an eye on, and one to keep an eye on is the corners. Job Life haven't cleared them out whatsoever. Still though, in the meantime, Magic gets caught, and on top of that, Mikey's actually managed to work his way up C. Kamek coming in close, having to look for one more, trying to look for Fizzy.
Wow.
They do so. That's massive. The retake cam is now offline.
Mikey in the smoke against a shorty.
Oh, massive. Takes his timing perfectly. Have to be
They have
careful.
spawn control.
You do? It's the Alluri clearing through all these angles. Mikey should get an angle on him, or at least see him. They do. The stun coming in, and he dodges it. Both remaining players can just double up, but they're also scared of Garage. You can see that's where they're looking. 1 star to stop Alluri coming through. He's got 2 flashes to dislodge this. Whether he tries to take his timing, he has only 7 bullets. This has to be extremely clean. First kill is 3 bullets left. Oh my god! Surely not! 7 bullets in a clip. 2 players to find. It had to be clean, and it is. It'll end up with MOUZ being on 3 rounds.
Unbelievable moments. Alluri coming out big and around that his team desperately needed him to. And maybe a misplay from JL there. They had the positioning. That kill in garage window was massive. The camera was taken out before anything else happened. But right in that moment where you get that kill on spawn, that should be an instant plant for spawn and double up, and you can play the round how you want. And then they tap it. They're trying to get the info. Where's the last player? And they plant for spawn, but then they play like this 1-1 on sites separated. They had so many options, and that's what they ended with. And MOUZ exploited that. They take their third round. They have their operators in play. They have a few more people, 4 players with heavy shields this round. They have that buffer of economy. They have only 2 rounds left to play. This is one of them. And the operator isn't here. It's on C.
Stark, he's looked the wrong way. That's allowed the players to get into position. Remember that Rolling Thunder still lies in the pocket of Job Life. If they feel they're in the right position to use it, they certainly will. Onto the site they go, trying to stop any flood retakes coming through. The spam into the smoke. Robbie up close, and Obnox getting the kill on his opposite number. Here comes the Rolling Thunder itself, and the players pushed out of sight. It's still a 3-on-3, and there is rifles that have been collected. Magic probably on the lesser of so, a Bulldog, but has got things done before with this weapon. Now Fizzy from Heaven gets Magic gone. Kamek busting out of the smoke, and now Mike on such low HP. It's his turn to try and clutch on 7 bullets. I can't believe what I'm watching. The man who clutches up time and time again. Job Life, they're trying to build up as big as a gap as possible.
Mikey has been pivotal for these guys in some of these clutches. I just ragged on him on that C, 2 versus 1, but bringing it back when his team needs him most is right here. Dealing with this 1v2, cutting through these players, and I was in my head ready to set it up about how Job Life kind of misplayed this round. They had so many players close to ultimates. Surely you take Magic into the site, he gets the plant, you use that lockdown in that post plant. But Mikey comes and bails them out. It's no longer the main talking point.
Well, those ultimates can be used in towards this round. That's the main talking point coming in. And there's so many places.
They're just waiting so far back.
I think this is the thing, though, when you play against MOUZ, they tend to not do anything. This is just a Mexican standoff, basically.
Spike drop.
I think I need to brush up on my history to get that reference as a Canadian, but I'm surprised you might know it as a Scottish.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm
Someone
going to be
will
on
inform us.
Yeah, exactly.
B walk up the Astral Wall with the peek before it.
Oh, that's tough.
No! Okay.
Yeah, the trap's not working in their favour. This is not pretty to watch, because you've lost all your ultimates off the back of it, and only the Cosmic Divide working out. Stark's TP'd A just to make sure that nothing has gone afoot, but he is there early.
Yeah, the way that this Cosmic Divide works is that there's options to use it as a fake to go A or C with it, and we've seen Mikey already lurk up A once and C once.
10 seconds left.
8 seconds left. They gotta go. It's a 4-on-2.
Right now, chances are this is going to finish out and being an 8-4 half. The odds on that, it would be a great clutch. Again, it's Mikey who's here to do it, and that's the player that you want in this situation. Kamek close by him, key utility to set Mikey up. They're being sent forward so frivolously. Used away, perhaps wasted, but Mikey now has to rely on Kamek to do what he could not and clutch up. The aftershock being used to bait away, but the players they're looking towards long. A peek out, and Laluri will get it. It is going to be 8-4, a gap of 4 rounds between these two teams. Job Life, they've done well with the momentum that they had, but perhaps you could probably think that they should have done better. Capitalised more, especially with the way that they were able to space their ultimates towards the back end of the half. But now, as we move into the second half, it's MOUZ's turn to attack, and we know they're good at it, but we'll see that after a quick break. Well, we're back for the last half ever on the Alpha stream for this week for the group stage. If MOUZ win, it is going to be the ultimates that go through from MENA, but if Joblife win, well, they have their fate in their own hands to come in. Steel, this is the last half. Do MOUZ have what it takes to win on the attack?
I think we've seen enough from both these teams to know that it could go either direction. JL's been in really good control of the game so far. Magic in a lot of these openings, Mikey on a lot of the closings, and Robbie, I mean, the captain's put up some big rounds himself. But MOUZ on the attack side now, and they've been good on pistol rounds too. Let's see how well Mikey can deal when he's got to hold the site instead of play the retake.
Don't think you'll even have to. MOUZ already looking to go back. The slow play style that they like to play is certainly coming into fruition on the pistol.
And they've got the orb picked up. Actually, I don't even think the orb was recovered there from that C site. A retake setup on that A. The turret to spot the site, the alarm bot to make sure no one pushes all the way through. And MOUZ doing a really good job of making JL sweat. Already 1 star gone from Mikey. It was used as a defensive smoke on that C site. You can see the double lurk coming long C and garage. It might be just doing a little bit of noise here to fake A to keep JL positioned here as they run and hightail that spike all the way back to that C site that is completely open. Stark and Fizzy, they've got their camera, they got their smokes, they got everything they need. Now with all this space as well, 30 seconds left. They're going to call the team back. Right now, biting to this JL is taking a gamble sack, a gamble read, and we've seen both teams do these gambles, and it's been paying off. This time, it's not.
It's so tough as well because Mikey has been chipped up. Magic, though, up against Alluri. He's been caught, and it's going to be an easy pickup. Control of the site, which is no longer needed, will be gone. That utility down. But the key point is the extra body to come back into the site. As they do try and get in, though, there's not much capitalization in terms of the utility. They've got the space, but no kills, and that's the key important part. Robbie, though, will get rid of Alluri, but doesn't realise there's another player close by, or does he, as he goes to double dip for a second. Smokes are up, which will stop any line of sight of the bomb as a tap comes through, and the gunfights or pistol fights ensue. Now, Zush trying to stop players get off the spike, but nobody's close. Yas just holds forth, just diffuses it. MOUZ don't get a chance, and Yas will clean it up, getting those extra orbs towards his ultimate.
I love the way that Joblife did that. The way that Yas diffused there, he's only 4-12 right now. He's like, you know what? Let me get on it. You guys take the fights. Now, I've seen you guys shooting this game. The way that he does it, though, is he finds the most outer point of that circle that the spike is showing. He is able to defuse from that range, but then he also turns his body around, makes it as hard as possible for them to track him through the smoke. And the defuse comes in, building that lead, getting them the advantage in the second half, but also builds on that lead. Now it's at 5 rounds.
Oh, they're going towards B. Kamik's just wanting to hold on to the backside. He should be easily picked up, he is, but Magic close by. This is somewhat decent, though, because MOUZ have got 2 players back, or 2 guns back in their favour, and Mikey's running for the hills. He wants nothing to do with it. Fizzy close up on the Spectre, can't quite get what he was looking for. And yeah, as it says, Team Ace on the board, everyone gets their own ultimate orb. But in terms of the weapons that got through to the next round, there's a lot lost there.
There is a lot lost, but with this lead that they have, the way that they're playing as well individually, I don't think they're going to be too upset with that. If they pick up the right weaponry here, sheriffs, marshals, can make anything work on this defense side. Looks like sheriffs and ghost and an outlaw. That outlaw, though, is facing up against 5 heavy shield.
Oh.
Big reveal, and it's going to get info. You can see the reaction automatically at C. Magic and Mikey taking that space all the way through. And MOUZ being revealed like that might make them want to go all the way back, leave that A, try to go to a different direction. They might actually go into this trap here. But Joblife, they don't want to break this trap. They don't want to give up the fact that they know what's going on here. And you can see this weird stack going on at the A side as well, just mind games. Finally, they break the trip just to add that extra little layer of pressure onto MOUZ, try to force them into this A stack.
Fizzy is the one who's going to be point of contact for it. Well, Stark's being point of contact towards A, but MOUZ taking their time. And I think they're looking to destroy the turret. Try and create the question mark spaces that you probably want. Can't quite get the tag they were looking for, though.
The walkabout, the info gathering.
It's tough.
Robbie, he's alone.
Yeah, that's your mid-rounding gone. Like, any info darts to come back up to get into sight. It's going to be a tough loss.
30 seconds left.
The only way that plays out, as well as they need it to, is if the follow-up was already there.
It's nice. MOUZ are just isolating the fights that we're looking for. Zus maybe a little bit too eager, but Magic needs to be ready and available. He isn't. And yeah, it's all been 1v1s in the end for MOUZ to win that round here still.
There's only one real chance that JL had to make MOUZ fall into the trap, and that's if Stark wasn't alone at that long A line. If there were more people there, they get the kill. They think that Sova he's pushed, he's alone, A site's free. They start following it up, and they're not expecting two more players there. But Illuri, he's not going to be fooled by this. He stuns into that short cubby area, catches Yaz there, and 5 to 10 is now the scoreline. Still a 5-round gap, but it's closing. The attack side showing why it's so hard to play against.
That's it. Start to put the job life on bad eco, the momentum rolling. That's what essentially MOUZ would be looking for. As for now, a big contest on towards A lobby. And when you look towards what Kamek's used, one flash, an aftershock, stun as well. That's a pretty expensive contest.
It's expensive, but 1 minute and 5 seconds remain. And no real map control just yet. Turret and alarm bot still up. A breach. Stun almost off cooldown for the defense. Can make a play. They don't see Magic here. Did they? The last moment? They do. They're spamming at him. They want the kill. Magic, 5 HP.
How has he done this? Like Neo on this. Oh, on the start.
No way!
Zus has baited these two teammates and the spike's down. He didn't peek out, waiting for someone to peek from the lane from C.
Right there.
This is tough. They've left themselves at a player disadvantage here. Time's so low as well here still. Like at some point they've got to commit the spike to one of the sites. Fizzy being close to C, you'd imagine that'd be the place. And Kamek's not looking in the right spot. Somehow MOUZ fight their way out of it. And Job Life left with Robbie BK to clutch up once again.
Robbie BK needs a Robbie 2K right now. The dart, maybe the only saving grace to be able to push through that smoke. Otherwise, he waits out the time, the duration, and hopes there's another one, not refreshing it. They might think he's gone long C. They might think he's gone garage.
He's trying to play on their minds anyway. The harsh thing about this is Stark's smoke will be up soon. And he peeks out. Yep, as you say, yikers. Fizzy catches him. MOUZ get the round when they probably shouldn't have.
I was looking real good for Job Life there. Yes, they used a lot of investment early on, but as that time dwindles down and they have to go and clear garage that late into the round, Magic's able to get 2 in that situation. You're thinking for sure this is going to be a round conversion. But one going down at that A lane, one going down at that spawn, another one going down at C. One by one, all the chips fall, and MOUZ bring it one step closer. Pistols only the side of JL on their defense here. A smoke to long to deny them info. And MOUZ very patient, waiting to see if there's any sort of trap set up for them. Job Life can't be happy with how that last round played out.
I imagine Lohan will maybe be sitting on the button to press for a timeout. I'm thinking about that later. As for now, look towards Kamek. He's got his stun out. There's ultimates to be used. Yaz has the overdrive. I'm wondering, could this perhaps be a trap play? Considering you've got like 3 to 4 players towards the mid space.
They need the appropriate trigger for it, but I fear that the stun's going to hit Yaz, the corner of B site, even if it's the spot for Magic comes out on that B. Stun primarily set up for that A lobby line just to create a little bit more pressure, but backing up Robbie B, hey, he's just like, yeah, getting out of the site. They don't know where to go at this point, but the garage hit comes.
Oh no, Mikey had the chance and okay, Job Life fancy this. I mean, with the time being so low, they're obviously trying to buy time and make MOUZ panic.
They're not planting right away.
Oh,
there's only going to be 20 seconds left.
And this is going to be carnage.
He is Hunter's Fury. Wait, not like this.
It's going to come in. And now the overdrive. Yes,
oh, no.
Did he disconnect?
Yes.
This is turning into a disaster. Time being so low, trying to use the shock darts to deny, trying to buy some time. They're committing to the spike. Is there enough time? There is, but it also allows for Zeus to get the ace. Wow. That was carnage, and somehow MOUZ come out on top.
Wow, MOUZ not going for that spike plant right away and resetting to long C almost cost them. They're saved by the fact that Job Life chose to play at home and Yaz has been having issues. I don't know what to say. It could have been his mouse, it could have been anything, but right there you saw how he ran out of the back of the site, tried to take that space with his overdrive popped, but runs straight into that tall box and just sits there. That has to be devastating. The aftershock narrowly misses as well. They're not even happy or excited about that one. Like, oh, but man, that was way too close. Like, that almost wasn't even a win. They needed the stars to align for that one.
I'm not gonna lie, I really liked the round from Job Life and the plan that they came up with. I feel so bad for them that Yaz is like had some issues there, whether it's a DC or whether it's anything else. That's a really tough. In fact, actually, we've got confirmation from admins there has been internet issues on the Job Life side, and it is going to be a restart of the router before we can get back into things. So you can't help but feel still that was the issue for Yaz.
Yeah, it had to have been. I can understand. It's happened to me in matches before. It's unlucky. There's nothing you could do about it. And when it happens in pivotal, crucial moments like that one, where it could still go either way, and you're in a really prime position to be able to actually convert a round, a must-needed round, it sucks, but it happens in these situations. When you have the play online, you're at the mercy of whatever might be going on at home. And there's one memory of mine that it still haunts me to this day about, having a bind A post plant, and I'm sitting there as I think I was Viper, and I'm just lagged out, and I have mollies ready and an orb on the spike and everything. It's just soul crushing when it happens in such a crucial round like that. Job Life, that was not the biggest investment from them. It's not the worst round to lose, but it was a very winnable round, and winning that round would have put them on 11 rounds. It would have kept that round lead still with a 5-round deficit, and this is the tournament life on the line here. You need to win this series if you want to be able to go through to the next stage, and right now MOUZ acting as the gatekeepers, and apparently Divine Intervention as well is also helping as the gatekeepers.
Yeah, that's the key point. As for news elsewhere, Apex have won their series 2-1, which I do believe still pushes them to top spot in the other group. I think that's the confirmation that we got earlier. So with that being said, it's starting to really set into motion the definition of the groups.
It all comes down to these next few rounds to decide the last remaining team that's not locked in. 99% sure about that one. I'll leave that 1% doubt just in case someone's messed up somewhere, including myself.
Yeah. Confirmation actually coming through as well. Yeah, Apex are first, which means the winner of this match, whether that be Job Life or MOUZ, who are playing in for the Ultimates, will be playing against Apex. CGN up against Pacific next week. It's another one to keep your eyes on. There he is, the boys just sitting waiting the TU watch party.
Are they laughing at themselves being on the screen there? What are they laughing at in the situation here?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
They're watching the stream. They're behind by like 3 minutes, I think, right?
Yeah, maybe they're watching that round back.
Yeah, they're a few minutes behind. So I think they are just reacting to that last round that just happened, because obviously, like when you have this online play, you have to set up all these delays. Otherwise, things can happen. So they're on a delay. All of you guys watching, I've set this 3 minutes into the future, basically, or I guess 3 minutes into the past. Or I don't even know how long it is. I think it might even be a longer delay than that.
Yeah, something like that. I couldn't tell you. I mean, time traveling's not my best talent, I'll be honest. With that
I
being
just
said,
know it's long enough so that you can't watch I think it's supposed to be around 2 minutes.
I think it's enough. I think for 2 rounds or like
Two
for
rounds,
at least 2 rounds, so that like you can't get a good read on what the other team is trying to do, etc. Which is fair enough. Observers loving these close-ups. I think it's Jack that's doing it. By the way, Steel, do you know something?
There you go, confirmation.
Yeah, there's confirmation. Steel, I've got something for you. Do you know that Jack, a lovely observer, if you're watching at home, he actually gives out Riot Gun Buddies? So,
yeah, I heard that too, actually.
Yeah, if you're making sure if you wanna go and message Jack, and get your own Riot Gun Buddies, get plenty to give out because it's Ascension.
Do you get a choice of which gun buddy you want, or does it have to be a specific one only?
I think
he's shaking his head. I think he's telling it that you don't get a specific one, that you have an option for them. Actually, that's what that shake up the camera means.
Perhaps, yeah. Some people would maybe want maybe it's not the Riot Gun Buddy they want. Maybe they'd want like the little bunny one that you can't get anymore. Oh no, it's the little cow, isn't it? The little cow you can't get anymore when you shoot.
Ooh, does the cow go moo as well, or?
I don't know about that. I just know that like when you shoot it like lights up, you know.
Oh, okay. So definitely hit him up then.
Yeah, exactly. Well, here's a question, Steel. What's your favourite combination of skins then?
It's a touchy subject. I think. I don't know. I like the RGX bundle still.
Yeah.
I really do. That was a cool one.
I'm on the I'm on the Forsaken right now. The Forsaken Vandal.
Forsaken's good. There's a bunch of good ones. I always have to go back and switch. I'll be on one for a little bit, and then I'll have like a game where just things aren't lining up, and then you just switch off to something else, and you're like, oh, I'm back.
Yeah.
One of those things. It's like I wish I was better with the Blast X, like the Phantom and the Odin, but it's just like every time I go to it, it just feels like it doesn't work at all, and you're like, I really wish it would, but then you just have to switch off.
Yeah, I've actually been pretty decent with the Odin. I started listening to watching Mitch play Valorant. He likes it. I've been in the school of Mitch for quite a bit now, so I'm starting to get better with the Odin. But not enough of our nonsense, and let's actually talk about the game, right? Because we're about to head back in. Yaz is back. We've got oh right, okay, never mind.
Never mind.
Well, never mind. But we'll talk about the game anyway. Yaz is nearly back. Now coming into this state after losing that last round and committing so many ultimates to winning that, and having the unfortunate issue of which we had. Does that mean that with coming into these last few rounds that Job Life won't have as many tools as they were hoping for? Do they have much chance to get this over the line?
They definitely don't have as many tools. I don't think that's an issue really. They still have that round lead. Their economy is still good right now. They're going to have a gun round when we go back into the game, so it's not the end of the world. They've also had a lot of these gamble stacks, and some of the reads worked out really well for them, and other times it hasn't worked out so well for them, but they've had a pretty decent job of running their protocols on their retakes. And then the other side of the coin is that MOUZ looks a little bit indecisive at moments, and there's been a couple of really close, scary rounds that they narrowly got through. The last round that we just saw was one of them. So still, it could go either direction at this point. yes, there's a few round lead for Job Life, and they just use a lot of their ultimates, so there's that against them. And then there's also the fact that this map is, generally speaking, a little bit on the attack side. There's a lot of ground that you need to cover as defense. You have to take a lot of gamble reads by, if you're trying to defend one of the sites, you have to have enough bodies to defend it. And if you do that, you leave the other sites exposed. So there's always that risk that you choose the wrong site.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot on the line. We are going back into game, guys. I can confirm that we are just moments away. But with that being said, coming back into Haven, a lot on the line with the pressure and coming into what could be your last couple of rounds of your full year. I mean, that is confirmed for MOUZ, not quite confirmed for the Ultimates, who, if MOUZ win, will go through Job Life playing for their own tournament lives.
Fast back into it. Info denial with that Omen smoke. Wait out the defensive dart, and they just walk into here. But right now, a full, basically, retake A setup. I think Robbie BK probably going to hold on to his dart, and as soon as some sort of pressure comes to that A site, he's going to try to get that dart, try to get a spam kill off the back of it, and try to make it a little bit softened up for the retake.
Right here.
Still, no pressure across the map. Very slow, patient play from MOUZ. They don't want to misstep, but we see sometimes how they play a little bit too slow. And as a result of that, they lose their timing and space and everything.
Get out of my way!
Try not to use as much utility. Robbie
There
is
it
set
is.
up magic. That's huge. And the players get into the site. Still, there's plenty of utility to come in, and well, the spike goes down late. You can see Mikey's just investigating mid, seeing that there's no lurkers towards there. That's why they're taking their time. Stark is actually TP'd back to bait out towards spawn. And it's just delaying Job Life more and more. In they come, using the fast lane as a way to escape in and cut off those lines of sight. But as you said, Alluri holding onto the Rolling Thunder, and the tap is the goal. But still there's a player towards Heaven that hasn't been caught. MOUZ trying to re-clear back in. Time still of the essence for Job Life to get this over the line. MOUZ seem to have played this perfectly. Kamak has to come up with something brilliant but cannot. And MOUZ get the next round.
Very big round for MOUZ to win there, and understanding how to play that post plant perfectly. As soon as they get that Rolling Thunder online, they back out, they wait for the retake to come in from jail. They have to clear out all the positions on the site. They use their abilities to get that information, get that space, and as a result of that, MOUZ, they pop that Rolling Thunder, they get back in there, and it's just easy for them to pick them off using that Astra smoke as cover to get in and make it all work. And MOUZ gonna take that round, even though Robbie, that dart scan, getting that kill magic, taking down Zus, who's been a huge impact player for MOUZ this entire series, especially when he's had that operator, but also in some of these post-plant situations, he's been locking them out. And here, Job Life, well, that's 4 rounds in a row that they've lost the side of MOUZ, and their economy not in the greatest position. So I call it a little tack timeout. Talk about what they need to do here. They have that Rolling Thunder, but their economy's not there to match it, but they still have a round lead. So potentially doing a very light investment here, maybe some sheriffs or other weaponry that they can afford to do a full purchase next round and use that Rolling Thunder into the next round, unless they're able to pick up a couple of crucial kills here.
Cosmic Divide closely soon to be activated. That Rolling Thunder, as you've talked about, also a big component to this round. And Lohan, after his introduction, what has he said for Job Life to change things up? For the most part, they have been quite passive, Job Life, allowing MOUZ to move across the map, but creating pressure on A, forcing MOUZ to actually go and re-clear it and interact with the space that they've just been in.
The drone makes Robbie a little bit nervous here, but maybe a re-clear through middle. We've seen it once from Job Life. They choose not to do it here. The Reaper is going to come into short. The cover from Yaz for long, but still a 5 versus 2. It all comes down to Yaz hitting these Guardian shots.
He's missed the first, didn't quite connect. Robbie certainly has, and Yaz repositions to backside. The crossfire disconnected by the smoke, and that was actually Joblife smoke. They're committing to this retake, and remember, you've got to look at the time here. That's a big chess piece used from the board and given up. I need to trade it with some value, and the value hasn't come in. They've just cleared the site, forced MOUZ back. What does the committal, the execute come in?
That was a poor investment of that ultimate. It didn't really get them anything, and now a really simple fake on that C site is going to pull them all away, and the rotation's being heard and confirmed by Fizzy. It's a 3-on-1 the site, and Kamik, can you do this?
Oh, the shot's not quite hitting as well as they should. And on top of that, with this spike coming down, Obnox coming in and playing late, he's got his ultimate to work with. It's all about how quickly Joblife can get onto the site and get value, get something in real, in concrete. In terms of the player count, Starks just holding left click and Alluri combined. We are within 1 between these two teams.
That was a great audible call by MOUZ to be able to do that fake towards C. Just the Omen smoke on the garage cross, the Sova to make noise by himself, and Joblife, they fully bite on that. They move all of them together. Not only do they use that Rolling Thunder to stabilize on a site that they don't even really need it on, but then they over-rotate. When you have a round play out on a map like Haven like this, it's almost better to just completely push through the position together or hold that gamble and wait for that full commit than to rotate off through spawn, making so much noise through that link, getting confirmed information by Fizzy, and then losing that site. It's like if the enemy goes C, if MOUZ went C and went to go plant, you're in a retake anyways. So why move? And these are the fundamentals that a lot of the top VCT teams do and implement really well, and that is something that separates the level of the teams. And if Joblife want to be able to continue their run here and continue into that next stage and ascend, this is one of the things that they need to be able to do better.
That's the one thing, right? This is the group stage, so moving into next week, there's a week of prac, VOD review, etc. that teams can go and develop, which I think Joblife have been a real victim to that here, Steel.
I agree. And right now, there's another pause at the moment. Shouldn't be too long, but the thing with these types of pauses is that you're not able to talk to the rest of the team about stuff.
Yeah.
You have to sit there and kind of sit there, simmer, just stew in what just happened, what just transpired the last 5 rounds in a row. Sit there. Maybe you can make a plan in your head. You can't communicate that right away. So kind of whatever they're starting with at the start of the round here with the Sentinel utility and everything, they're pretty much going to be stuck with that all around. So only minor adjustments can be made at this point with only 13 seconds left on the clock before it actually goes live.
The other thing apart with these tech pauses is that it breaks up the momentum, which is so key to MOUZ, who are on the attack right now.
Right here.
Not that it'll necessarily not hurt Joblife, but it possibly could be. Yaz being caught there in start. Perhaps going to be having to use a TP. Oh my god, what? It's the shorty that stops it. This could be a very frustrating evening for Joblife in the region of France. That paranoia plays to perfection off the back of the Neuro theft. Mikey now in a 1 versus 4. Fizzy's ran away, and Mikey now has to clutch up.
Spike planted.
1v3, maybe I give it to him. 1v4, that's a tall order. He's thinking about the same thing. He's thinking about saving this weapon for another day. Go again. The rest of his team, you can see the economy on the side of the screen. 100 in credits on a couple of the players. That means no purchase is going to come in. It's going to be tied up 10-10, and MOUZ in the first position this map to be able to take the lead.
Two ships
slipping by each other. Yep.
Completely missed each other. The only thing about Mikey here is that when he does go to C-Long, there is a trap waiting for him. Yeah, we're all even, and that's the worst thing. That's not what Job Life wanted. They've got one more timeout in their pockets to use to try and bring themselves back into this game, because right now, 6 rounds in a row, things haven't been going their way. There's been tech pauses and all sorts. It needs to start here still. Sure enough, they're on the eco, but they need to give us something to hope for. And I think the Ultimates is a key way to do that.
This has to be something. Yeah, I mean, right now they need to figure out what to talk about here, because as you said, it's going to be an eco round here. So talking about this round's play could be a thing. Talking about how you want to play out the rest of the half is probably in what the coaches want to do, because this is the last chance for them to actually be able to speak and talk about what is required of these guys to be able to pull this out. Remember, MOUZ is acting as the gatekeepers here. It doesn't really mean much for them, but for the side of JL, it means everything. It's been the whole year. So to go out with a whimper like this is something that it's just not going to cut it. 6 rounds in a row, they've lost. They're down to an eco round here. They're a couple of orbs away from their Hunter's Fury, and they just need to discuss what they want to do. We haven't seen them really explore the map down middle yet in a while. They did a reclear once, but they've been faked out, and their retakes have not been working. Those are the 2 things they need to focus on.
I think as well, like, they got real value out of exploring C long and allowing themselves to gamble so heavily on the A side. As you said, mid hasn't been explored in a while, and this is what they go for this time. A lovely shot from Carrie and a great shot from Jazz. Okay, we've got a game on our hands with a thrifty round. Mikey holds on to Garage, the only one with a real rifle, saved from last. And Job Life, they've got a key to success. They can't fumble it this time, drop it on the floor. A gamble on the C side of the map will allow for MOUZ to go poke and prod towards B, and Magic holds on to that passively and gets the shot. It's the Sheriff's doing the work. It's not even Mikey's rifle.
It's a 2 versus 4 against the eco. Imbued, these Sheriffs. You know, it's the Ultimates that's on the line here. And they're the ones that are commonly, you know, having the Sheriffs that everyone talks about. And now it's working against MOUZ. They're saving grace. But Job Life, again, around the world, trying to figure out exactly where it is that MOUZ is going. And again, since they're all together as a 4-man pack, they're about to choose the wrong site here. That Killjoy Magic going down, the turret, the alarm are offline, and Yaz standing still again. You can't help but think he is timed out or something is not going right for him. A 3 versus 2 on the retake. A 3-man flank, though. They're together at the very least. That gives them the best chance.
The thing about that
is information.
Yeah, exactly. It's key information. They know that Stark is out on long, but as for the site, they don't know anything about. The paranoia comes through, and oh no, the Rolling Thunder delays even longer. Job Life playing for their tournament lives, and the Cosmic Divide creates an octagon, a ring in which both teams need to fight in. 3 on Job Life and 2 on MOUZ. Only 1 left. It's Stark with a shorty. Time low, playing for TU to have a chance to send them to playoffs. MOUZ will get the round when they shouldn't have.
Job Life have to be kicking themselves. Again, another issue from Yaz, sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard, not having a chance to play the game metaphorically and sometimes literally. He gets one of the big opening crucial rounds in the kills in the round. But a misplay from Job Life. They see Stark push all the way through. He gets that kill from Long C. They assume that it's planted for Long C. They assume it's planted for him. They pop that Cosmic Divide to lock him out, but as you said, it's an octagon. It's forcing them into this fight, into the back of sight.
Yeah.
Pulling them apart.
This is becoming a really tough situation for Job Life to bounce back from, because, well, yes, they're in a 3v2 and they should have everything that they need to get that round over the line. There is always that second player of Yaz that keeps timing out for whatever reasons. I guess we come back to the ultimate conversation again here, Steel, because we're one off of the lockdown, one off of the Hunter's Fury, and that's the key points, because Omnox, yeah, he has the counter to his Hunter's Fury, but after that, it's all job life when it comes to the ultimate cycle.
It is, you're right, but I mean, they have to get to that point of the round of the map first, and maybe they're able to take it to OT off the back of that, but you have to keep in mind, if they do a full investment here, what would they have left if they can't win it? They need to be able to convert with a kill, maybe Magic or Robbie picking up a kill early on and being able to convert that into using the ultimates on this round. But if they're unable to capitalize on that, if they're not able to turn things around, they've just lost 7 in a row, and we're talking about ultimates right now. It's the other ultimates that are going to be happy about this.
Yeah, it gets, the situation looks bleaker and bleaker, but better and better for the ultimates, who sat at home and almost missed out on their chance to go from the playoffs themselves, right? Within 2 rounds against Job Life, went to overtime twice on 2 maps where they were at an advantage. But while we wait for the issue to be resolved, we're going to take a quick break. Stay tuned, we'll be right back.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn near sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you could have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just wanna have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
Hello everybody, welcome back to what is MOUZ versus Job Life. We are awaiting for some technical issues to get over the line and sorted on the Job Life side of things. But as for now, we still await for that to be resolved. So you've got me and Steel to keep you company. Steel, so far, how have you been enjoying Ascension, mate? I think we've had some really good games so far.
You know, it's not often where people say that I'm great company, but you know, it's some of these matches are very interesting. We see a lot of high-level play. We see different compositions and I guess ways to approach the game and the maps, and we see traditionally in some of the VCT circuits. So some of these are cool, and this is obviously where you're going to find a lot of other players that are less proven, that haven't had the chance to, you know, make it to the big stage, so to speak. And this is where a lot of the tier 1 talent's going to be looking to see who's next up, who's going to be that next thing. And you know, the Team Heretics, there's a few members that are doing a watch party right now that, you know, they are a team that has a bunch of young players that kind of went under the radar, and look at how they ended up this year. So it's one of those things where this is where you find a lot of these players, and these are good stakes and pressure situations to be tested in, because if you can thrive and excel and make it through these testing periods, you're probably okay for, you know, beyond.
Exactly. I feel as if we as an esport are slowly coming into our own golden age of young kids coming through. You could probably pick out many examples. Sayonara, who isn't even playing in the tournament as well, who has been playing in play-ins. Many of the play-ins talent that we've missed out on. But as for now in Ascension, there's so many highlights for me. Like obviously everyone straight away goes to Pacific, right? You've got Kayak, who's out on Apex. So many more. The Barcelona team that have lost out there. Is there anybody that you've particularly got your eye on coming out of the games that we've had so far?
I haven't had the pleasure of casting one of the Pacific games, but they've looked pretty strong. Apex, they look like they had pretty high highs and low lows, and obviously you mentioned Kayak, so that is a player that I look at, and we see it's hard to tell, because when you put a player in a different environment, they might be able to be unlocked to a different degree. It could be a matter of playstyle. It could be about meshing in terms of chemistry with the other players. It could be about role clashes where you might be forced onto a different agent on certain maps that you might not vibe with as good as another one. And you might have to make these types of concessions as players. The thing with where we are right now, though, is everyone's able to aim really well. And that comes out, that's seen easily.
Well, as for now, we're straight back in. Yaz is here and ready to play. And so Job Life. They've actually they went and played for C, which we were talking about just before the break, broke the trip and forced MOUZ to interact with this space, which you can see that's why the Breach of Alluri is heading over there.
Just a mid walk here. It's been good for them before.
Oh,
but it's not good for them now.
Oh, lordy lords. After having such a horrendous set of circumstances set before them, Fizzy goes and makes it even worse. It needs to be a clutch, a 2 versus 5, and Robbie BK gets the next kill cleanly, bringing it to a 2v4. And if there's anything that I've known about Valorant, 2v4s are certainly winnable.
Is it going to be here, though? They're already probably getting things in their head mentally.
Last player standing.
And also physically, they got a couple of bullets lined up as well. That's going to be match series point for MOUZ, Job Life. They have one chance left. They did a full buy on that last round. And this is it. It comes down to this the potentially last round here.
It does. Fizzy has done so well there. A man known for swiping away tournament lives. Did it to focus everyone who thought they would be the team to come out of dark. And well, it's them. To destroy the hopes and dreams of France, who are looking to repeat back-to-back Ascension wins. It won't happen this time. They won't even get out of groups. Aggressive, down mid, and forcing MOUZ to run. Scarpa gets something. Stark's got information on Yaz, and Fizzy not known about in the smoke. Mikey misses out, and not only that, the neural theft activated. They know exactly where everybody is, and oh my god, the Hunter's Fury, can he get at least a kill from it? No, but plenty of tags.
Oh, this is gonna haunt Job Life. This is gonna be one of those moments that they just remember. And that flick that Mikey got as well that happened on him. Oh, it's gonna be nightmare fuel.
It is. There's an overdrive to come through and also the lockdown. If there was a time to be a hero for Job Life, it would be now. Yaz, the young gun, supported by Might Magic. It will not happen. MENA will have their chance in playoffs to go up against the best of the best in Tier 2. Job Life falls short against MOUZ.
There was a battle hard fought. They went the distance. They came all the way down to the end. They were in the lead, but just a concoction of unfortunate events. It is sending the Ultimates through. Job Life, they lose out on their opportunity here. And that's got to be soul crushing. Just the last few moments, the last 6, 7, 8 rounds are just going to be burned into the frontal cortex, everything. Like, you go to sleep, you're gonna close your eyes, and you just see that replaying in the darkness.
And the fact that, like, as well, they had the option, Job Life, to play from boot camp to extend that further, but instead chose to play from the comfort of their own home. That is probably the most heartbreaking way to end your tournament lives, end your competitive year. Obviously next year the format's changing. There'll be more inter-regional tournaments, there'll be more chances to play against one another. It won't be as cutthroat as it currently is, but for Job Life, they had the chances to win it even though there was disconnects. They can't be too heartbroken about that still.
Yeah, I mean, you send your whole year to set you up for that, and you're in the right spot at the right time. You're on the cusp. It is going to be soul crushing. There's nothing you can say about it that's going to be different than that. It really is. The fact of the matter is that they can't only be happy with where they've come from and where they ended up at. It just, for most of these teams, it's just not good enough if they don't go all the way. That's what all of these teams are here to do, especially once they get to this stage of Ascension. They're the representatives. They're the ones that made it all the way. And for them to fall short here, there are moments that you can reflect on and see growth and see that you had a good time and made friends along the way and made things happen and showed that you're capable of it. But to fall short this close, it's very sad for these players, and they're going to be feeling it for a while.
Yeah, for the most part, everybody will focus on job life and how heartbreaking it is for them. But I think at the same time, we have to be jubilant about the way the Ultimates have got here, how they've surprised everyone. Because at the same time, coming into this tournament, they didn't get the best set of circumstances either. Had to look for a new home, had to find a replacement for their star duelist, and got themselves into a position where they're actually qualifying into playoffs, actually going further than any MENA team has ever gone before, Steel.
I mean, it's gonna be something that they have to hold their heads high about. And one of the funny things is about how they got here is they sat there watching this MOUZ game. They beat MOUZ. They lost to Job Life, but the MOUZ win over Job Life, this little three-way, love triangle going on is what sends them through. And it must have been nerve-wracking for them having to sit there watching just their fate on the line by a different set of players. And they couldn't really interact with it. They had no hand in it. They had to sit there and wait and hope for the best. And I mean, the best came for them. They put themselves in as best a position they could have. They went 2 for 2 in the groups, and then they just had to let it happen. And well, I'm sure they're sending the DMs to MOUZ right now, like, good job, you guys played great, or something like that.
Yeah, 100%. But at least now we have our matchups for next week. I believe you will be on the desk for it. So I'm going to ask you before you get to there, what are you thinking of it? CGN versus Pacific, Apex up against MOUZ, up against the Ultimates. Have you got any favourites coming into that? Any sort of prior thoughts?
The only thing I could say is just by seeing how things have been developing, Pacific look like they are really strong right now, and it would be an upset at this point if anyone is able to take them down. Everyone else showing that they can beat each other. You know, CGN losing to Apex in one of those situations, Apex losing to Go Next. But I mean, right now the Ultimates is kind of the team that seems a little bit out of place in the whole context of everything. Not only are they, I feel like they've excelled and they feel maybe a little bit underqualified going into this, considering the types of teams that we're seeing there and the types of seasons they've had, and also just how they've been playing through the playoffs.
Yeah, something interesting about the Ultimates coming into this one as well. They've actually had the longest journey out of anyone, because not only did they have to play the regular season, they had to play 2 different playoffs because of the composition of MENA. Basically, you have a Middle East section, you have a North African section, who then go head-to-head in like a Super Bowl-esque playoff style. And the fact that we end up with that being the case and them coming through, I think that amount of Valorant will certainly mature you as a team and bring you closer together.
It definitely will, and obviously there's more to learn from losing than from winning, and maybe playing against some of these other teams, putting them to the test and putting them to their limits, showing them a different style of things is going to make them more well-rounded and help them going into the future. But it's anything can happen at the stage, and the best teams are showing that they're going to be able to make it through.
Yeah, certainly. Well, we have an interview, and this is one that you'll be wanting to watch. I believe it is with one of the winners. I'm not too sure. It's Fizzy that's coming up. So guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yeah, Fizzy from MOUZ is now joining me for a quick chat. First things first, of course, congratulations on the W. I understand there must be mixed emotions, of course, for the team, as on one hand, you've already are out of playoffs contention. On the other hand, though, you were able to, finish it up with a bang. What was the mindset heading into this match today?
First of all, good night. Thank you for the congratulations. I mean, we just did what we had to do, We couldn't prove ourselves during the whole Ascension. I figured at least we could go out with a bang. everyone had the same mindset, like this was a qualification game, and yeah, I guess we just wanted to win more.
Yeah, I mean, it looked good doing so. Let's talk a little bit about the match at hand. What was your preparation like going into this against this particular team?
Preparation went pretty much the same as the others. Nothing changes. Yeah, it was all the same.
All the same, just another day in the office. We did see a new look from you though, that close comp on bind. We've not really seen from you yet. Walk us through that thought process behind this one.
We thought that Brimstone and Omen didn't go so well together, and our other smoker our main smoker actually, likes to play a bit more aggressive. So we put him on the Clove, and we have we practiced a lot, and it went pretty well. So we were pretty happy to play this.
Right on. Now, of course, with the group stage all over, done and dusted, looking back at the last 5 days of action, what's the experience been like for you and the team? What are your big takeaways?
I mean, it was amazing. It's always fun to prac other teams from other regions. Even though we didn't win, we still learned a lot. And whatever happens, I'm sure everybody was happy to play here.
Well, we're all very happy to see you in action as well. Final words for you, for your fans perhaps, and anyone who has been supporting MOUZ and you personally.
I just want to say thank you to the org itself for providing us with endless resources for us to perform better. Thank you to the fans and to the Ultimates. I hope you guys enjoy your stay on playoffs, and I hope to see you guys go far.
Yeah, you did it for the Ultimates. Fizzy, thank you so much for joining me, and best of luck in what's to come next.
Thank you. Good night.
It was Fizzy from MOUZ as they just took the dub in what has got to be a heartbreaker. You can't put this any other way. I mean, the technical issues certainly very heavily contributed to the fact that MOUZ were able to just claw their way back into this one in the second half, stringing 7 rounds together and then some, with Yas just keep on disconnecting on his Neon. Like that's brutal. That's a heartbreaker.
That's I think it's, let's be real, it's probably the worst way to end this. They had this match. They deserved it after that first half, and probably they would have been able to bring it back. But I don't blame them for actually having this get to their heads. Like, even in the end, if the issue has been fixed, you can only think about the rounds that you have already lost and all that advantage that you have that is also gone.
Yeah, I mean, the headband's come off. I'm feeling in a serious mood now. Do you know what I mean? It sort of brought it down a bit, but I completely get what you mean, right? And there was one particular moment, I think, which kind of like summarized all of that as we were going into that second half, which kind of changed things.
Well, let's chat about that particular moment. I do believe we do have tape on that, perhaps, maybe. Either way, you can. There we go.
Oh.
How about it? This is bind. I would be very, very shocked if this was the map that
it all started on bind.
But yeah, of course, with all of this going down, how the entirety of the best of 3, how we went the distance, and we could see the performance from both of the teams. I think both of them should be happy. Job Life especially, they had everything that it took to bring it back. Unfortunately, that crushes their options of making it, but you know, good for the Ultimates. Oh, you go, Hazza.
Yeah, this round. So as I was saying, MOUZ, they like to execute later into the round. Job Life know this. It's an eco. You want to play for a gamble. We've come into the last 30 seconds. Mikey, some really important missed shots, and it's the 3 ultimates which they throw at this to try and deny the situation. It's the lockdown with the Hunter's Fury. The free cam here is excellent, and then you're looking at this final couple of shock darts and the breach bomb to try and stop it. It came so close. Zus ended up getting an ace, but to me, this just felt like an absolute backbreaker. And there you see it. It's a pixel away from denying what would have been the round that I think keeps Job Life in it.
Completely. I think, yeah, it's devastating because, as you're saying, Hazza, they understood perfectly what they could do with the ultimates, and not only the ultimates, every single piece of utility that they reserved until that point. Very mindful of what was going on and how to use it, and it's millimeters away from a complete different outcome.
Yeah, indeed. Job Life looked so decisive, so aggressive, really understanding the win conditions so well in that first half of the map, and then it all fell apart. And quite frankly, Haza, you looked into the crystal ball. I mean, you didn't foresee the tech issues, but the first half went pretty much exactly like what you expected.
Yeah, man, I would, if I could, I would have told Jazz to maybe upgrade his internet, but unfortunately it didn't go that far. But in terms of the actual rounds that we saw played, right, I think you look at what MOUZ were actually able to win. You had 2 of those strong B holds, the stacks that I was talking about, maybe without the trap wires, but lots of players active in those positions. Zus had that 3K, which started with the Kalat, and then you also had Alluri's 1 versus 2 clutch. Other than that, it didn't look like MOUZ could really get up and running. It was Job Life's post plants which looked really, really good. That decisiveness I was talking about. As soon as they got into the site, they had so much counter utility to be able to just bleed MOUZ away in those situations. Couple of times where they just ran out of time. The clock stopped, they couldn't do it. Spike goes off and they end up winning. So like the first half was the perfect setup. The second half, we've already spoken where it fell apart. To me, that's just the general timeline, but there was definitely a world where Job Life win that game.
And I don't mean to like take anything away from Saul. Like they were bringing it back, and probably in my head we were ending in overtime. And when we were in the green room, I told you like I think this is happening. This is the kind of scenario where we go to OT. If you start getting those very heavy executes, the way that they were using the ultimates to get onto side, it is a pain in the ass to retake those kind of rounds once you get that much space and pressure onto the site. But you know, it is what it is.
It is what it is indeed. Neither MOUZ nor Job Life made it through, but another team was watching the action unfold on the server, or the lack of action even. The Ultimates, they are now the team that qualified through in this group. Let's chat a little bit about their chances and their performance in the groups.
Oh my God, I recognize that wall.
Ta-ta!
There you go.
I recognize that wall.
Hi guys.
Hello. Yeah, that's been a roller coaster for you and the team. We got to watch you watch the game and then also watch yourself reacting to the game. So there was a whole different kind of meta there. What's that been like for you, this emotional roller coaster?
I mean, it was tough, not gonna lie. The first time we qualify for this such a big event. We've been trying for 3 years. It's very unfortunate what happened to Job Lives, but we'll make the best of it. Very happy and we'll make the best of it.
You already mentioned it there. It's been 3 years building towards this time. MENA have never even taken 2 wins, let alone qualify to the playoff stage. You've been there for that whole time. We've only seen a few player changes over the years. A couple from me. What does it firstly mean to represent MENA in this level of the tournament where we've never seen you before? And also, what did you learn along the way to sort of get to this position?
I mean, of course, it's such an honor to represent MENA. We've been trying for almost 3 years. We've encountered a lot of hurdles in the way. As we know, we scrim on high pings. We haven't had the chance to experience a high-tier play. But the team helped us with the current roster continue this tournament. That's about it.
Okay, so now, you know, you've made it all the way here. All of that hard work has gotten you to this position. It was, let's say, a little bit sloppy in groups, but that is over now, especially playing against the other regions. And, you know, from the first time that you saw your group being announced until now, what have you learned, not only about the other teams, but mostly about yourselves as a team that is going to help you during playoffs?
Of course, I know that we can do it. It's a first time for us, but I am confident in my team. We made it this far, and I don't doubt that we will put a good performance ahead. And the group we're in, we were not sure at the beginning. There's a great teams in both groups, but let's see what the future holds.
Well, we'll certainly see very soon what the playoffs hold for you guys. Your core, we already mentioned, it has been together for a long time, you know, previously being Team Falcons and whatnot. So there's a lot of cohesion, a lot of familiarity. What do you feel is the biggest strength of your team?
I mean, we were playing for almost 3 to 4 years. I know every single one of the guys here. We have a good chemistry together. And I think it's one of the strong points that we have against other teams.
You've been playing all of the games so far in the group stage in Berlin. You're sharing the room there with one another. We saw you celebrating, sighing, and then that final release right at the end when obviously you qualify. Waiting, and we heard from Fighter as well. You guys were waiting to see your name light up on the stage, as it's obviously all shut down at the moment as you're in the prac rooms. With the knowledge that it's only going to take one game for you to get to the stage at this point, what edge do you think you bring to the playoffs, having been in this environment already, where other teams will simply be, coming in and joining freshly for those last two matches?
We got used to the black teams. We had the chance to look at the stage. It's a very good environment here. And I think that will give us an edge against other teams. We will have, of course, now a few more days to practice. See what the stage is going to be, and I think that's going to help us in the long run.
So, your first matchup, right, coming on to playoffs is going to be against one of, if not the ultimate favorite, depending on where you're coming from, or depending if you've been seeing this group stage, is Apex. What do you make of them as a team, and most importantly, as an opponent?
I mean, every team who made it this far, is a very strong team. But I think that Apex, we played against Apex in the past on the same roster. I think it's going to be a hard match, but we will see. I'm confident with my team.
We'll see indeed. And now, before I let you go and celebrate with your team, as you guys, we've already seen you celebrate and popping off, but more of that, of course. This is your stage to address your fans. Is there anything you want to say on the behalf of your team to the people who have supported you on this journey?
The support was amazing in every way. Didn't feel that support in my life, and we'll make sure that we make MENA proud.
Well, Mo, thank you so much for joining us for a
Thank
quick chat. Congratulations once again, and of course, best of luck in the playoffs.
Especially with his individual performance, he should be feeling good, because Byman
Yeah.
was putting numbers up for the ultimates.
That's the man right there. Magic Mo, he stood on business, TU in playoffs.
He's a chill guy. Wait until you see him in the server.
What a great opportunity for this team to not just represent themselves, of course, and put themselves on the radar for the other teams that are out there in case they're not making it to the big leagues, but also representing your region means a lot for these players, especially if you're coming from a very underrepresented region.
Yeah, definitely. I think you look at all the regions that we've got, and especially one in particular, Poland. We saw a lot of Polish players coming into this event, and right now there are only 2 left with Job Life eliminated. You're looking at Kayak and Mulsi with the 11 originally. The Go Next team, which we saw fall short earlier today, that could have still had a chance. 5 different rosters out of the 10 across the board. And when you compare that to like VCT EMEA, for example, where you've got a 22% majority Turkish players, same percentage of Polish players here in Ascension. I don't know, I kind of want to ask you guys as well, do you feel like this has been a success for them so far, or not really?
For the Polish players, you mean?
Yeah, because in my opinion, I would probably say not as much as I was expecting.
I mean, I think that overall there is some big names coming out that I can think of. I think of Zeke, I think of Star. So like if I look back, I think of Body G. Man, I miss Body G. And there's a lot of talent out there. To me, it is a success that we still see a good amount of them going up. Even when you make the comparison with the Turkish, I don't think it's really fair. We have 2 Turkish teams, you know, like I still think it's a big win for them, and I also think that you would take any opportunity to bring Apex up, so I vouch for that.
Fair enough.
Yeah, any more Polish players up for? I mean, they made up the majority of the player base in these groups, right? It was like the most Polish, more than any other.
Yeah, 11 out of
country.
50.
Yeah, so I mean, okay, the ratio that came through to the playoffs is not as big as one would hope, but that's still, that's more than we have in Switzerland. Where are the Swiss players at? You know what I'm saying? Let's actually take a look at our playoffs bracket because the pairings are set up. The Ultimates has the unfortunate pleasure of going up against Apex. You already said this might be an uphill battle for them, and of course Pacific, which really impressed in their groups, absolute flawless run. They will be facing off against CG and Kakuka. Starting with you, what are you making of these two matchups?
I mean, I think that, of course, Apex is a tough opponent if you think about the names, the overall year, and the expectations, of course. But I do not think that there is an easy opponent here, especially if you look on the other side. I feel like we're still going to be down for surprises. We're still going to have very long days, and that is what we want and what we need. I love the fact that we're also going to get a little bit of a tiny break. Of course, you know, teams have to get ready, and us, we need to get ready at the studio and everything to kick things off. But I like the fact that we have a bit of a pause after the groups, so they have a couple of days to just focus on the other one, focus on all the learnings that you have from this 5 days and how you can defeat such big opponents.
I'm really liking this top four because you have that contrast to last year where both DAC and Turkey were eliminated in groups, but this time there are the immediate lock-ins coming to the beginning of today, especially CGN through play-ins. That carries on the stat that whichever region has brought a team through play-ins has been represented in the playoff stage. And I think the extra month between that stage in the competition, champions in the middle, and now has given them extra time to prepare. And honestly, I find it difficult to call either of these games because you look at Apex again as being one that should be there for the deep run, but TU is the gift that keeps on giving, and I feel like I can't, you know, root for one over the other when I watch that match.
It's been such an exciting group stage, really coming down to the wire to the very last day, and we wouldn't have it any other way. Kakuka, Haza, it's been such a joy to have you on the mics through it all. So very
It's always my dream to share a desk with you.
Don't make me blush. Kakuka, before I let you guys go and say goodbye to everyone watching, I want your personal highlight of groups.
To me, it has been the individual prowess that we see from some of the players, especially the youngsters. I feel that we've said it a bunch of times how important it is to put yourself out there, to have this big games once everybody is watching, especially thinking about the next year, thinking that there's only 4 out of the 10 teams that even make it to playoffs. You need to focus and give your all. We understand the year's been long. You've been battling in your own region, and to show up and have players like Mo, like Tag, like Kayak, like I don't know. I can think of a lot of players that have given us insane rounds, not only in the fragging department but in the awareness and everything. To me, that is the highlight. Knowing that they know what's at stake, they know what the prospects are, and they know that their eyes are on them for very good reasons.
For me, I'm gonna just single out one player here on the TU side. That's the most exciting part, I think. MENA in playoffs, but it's not Mo. I'm going to go with Fighter. I think Fighter really deserves his flowers as a player who's standing in for someone where he was 10 places lower in ACS in such a competitive role where you were thinking that this was the promised version of the roster that we get. He steps into the shoes, and to be honest, I think he's over-delivered. I can only give him credit for the work that he's done. And, you know, you've already mentioned a few of the veterans there. The whole TU story is fantastic, but I think he deserves a massive pat on the back for how he's played.
Couldn't agree more. So many highlights to look back on over the last couple of days. What a wild ride it's been. So thank you all so much for joining us for the past 5 days of action. And of course, make sure to tune in again on Saturday the 7th. That's in, what is that, 3 days from now? What is time anyway? For the playoffs. So the schedule will be announced as well as everything else you need to know over on X. So make sure to follow at ValLeague_EMEA. And we are now officially wrapped for the group stage. Thank you all so much, and we hope to see you again soon.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I paid that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa. Doing my thing, got the blinders on. Filling my stack, yeah, high and long. Time is on, I am a bomb. Golden touch, got the mind is on. Man, I don't play, I'm on the way. Beef more King Kong coming today. Obstacles try to delay. Crush that, we don't just do okay. Hey, on a wave, from the cave, the main stage. I'm about to engage, raise the price of my wage. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I paid that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I paid that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Like I move skates, settle to the top like it's due date, and I'm never gonna stop like LeBron James. Big dreams, yeah, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top, and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no, dream big, live large. Work hard. Like a bootlace, rise to the top like a souffle. I bring the heat like Dwayne Wade, dishing them out like a food tray. Big bars like I move weights, and I'm serving them up like a food plate. Yeah, big dreams, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top, and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard.
Get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
Yeah, get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta
Get up now.
life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah. Rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah. Love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. Yeah. The flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me. Live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta
Get up now.